Welcome to Sunday action from the premier meet in the country as we close out Alabama week from the Spa. Can hot currency for trainer Linda Rice go back-to-back? Impressive and a dominant win last start. She tries to win for the third time in the last four starts in today's third. Talk to me, Jimmy comes off a New York bred stakes win at Finger Lakes. Can he double up in today's Albany? Todd Pletcher got the Travers Prep he wanted out of his Kentucky Derby runner-up Renegade with a Jim Dandy win, but now he'll head to the Travers rematch with Golden Tempo with a new pilot. Nightbridge delivered in the Pacific Classic. Where does he fit in the classic picture with his dominant win at Del Mar? All that more on this edition, on this beautiful Sunday afternoon of Saratoga Live here at the premier meet in the country in Saratoga Springs, New York. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, former champion jockey Richie Migliore. Good to see you both. Sensational Saturday of action we had. We'll talk plenty about what happened out on the West Coast as well. Our feature later today, that is the Albany. Talk to me, Jimmy. It's been a tough meet for Rudy Rodriguez, but he has a pretty good three-year-old here.
I mean, you look to Talk to Me Jimmy's resume, and he runs well every time in some tough races. And he met Schoolclose Folly, who's really, he's more of a sprinter, but he's very fast, and he's very good, and he was able to outgrind him to the wire in the New York Derby. It says he's sort of the speed when you look at pace figures. I'm not sure he's going to have an easy go of it with the horse on the rail in this race. This is a real test for him in a very competitive field.
And trying to pull off that lucrative New York Derby Albany double.
Used to be the Big Apple Triple.
Yeah, Big
with
Apple
Mike
Triple.
Lee.
Yes, yep. But he's a real nice horse. He's obviously been very successful even in open company. And you get Manny Franco here riding him back after that successful foray to Finger Lakes.
Huge win for Manny Franco on Saturday in the Alabama. We'll talk more about that a little bit later on. Here's the field, though, for the Albany, in which Talk to Me, Jimmy, and who that one will line up against. But, yeah, look, this horse, it was that Withers performance early in the year and said, oh, is this a Kentucky Derby contender? He was so impressive that day. Didn't pan out to be that, but still very good, especially against New York bred company when he went up at Finger Lakes and won the New York Derby.
And keep in mind, when he was involved in the Pacewood Memorial, it was with Napoleon Solo, who all he did was come back and win the Preakness in his next start. So that race has proven to be a very productive race. His Peter Pan behind Growth Equity, who I think ran sneaky well in the Travers. I don't think, in the Belmont, I don't think he's worked since. But I thought he ran well in there. I don't know what there is to not like about it. You might want to bet against him, Richie, but he's a very good, honest horse.
I actually thought his Peter Pan might have been the best race of his life.
I think it was.
So he'll be the one to beat 8-5 morning line in that Albany race 9 later today on our coverage when we swap over to Fox Sports 2. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. We'll have the entire card for you this afternoon, split on different networks as mentioned. About 7 minutes away from kicking off the card and that early Pick 5, which you could play right there at Naira Bets, official betting app of Saratoga. Get signed up, started. Get that offer, $200 deposit match, new customer bonus. When you punch in SPA 200 at sign up and play with us all summer long and beyond right there at NairaBets.com. So we'll kick off this card with a $50,000 claiming race on the turf at 1 16th. And right now it's Ice Chocolat. Mark Cassibarn, Jose Ortiz, the two, the favorite.
I think this is a very, very vulnerable favorite in here. Maybe he's able to make the lead, but with Sarah Shaman here, I'm not sure it's easy. And even Presider, I'm not sure he wants the distance, and I don't think he's the same horse he was when he won the Poker 2 years ago.
Yeah, I agree with all that. I think you and I have the same like mind about one particular horse here that we'll get to.
Here they come, down Champions Way. Post parade begins with Clear Conscience off the claim for the Cantermachi Barn.
He's got back races that would win this race. The question is, do you want to take the 10-1 that he finds one of those races?
Now down to 9-5 on the 2, the 8-year-old Ice Chocolat.
Well, he comes out of a very fast-paced race that he was chasing at Woodbine, and he's getting some class relief here.
Sarah's Shaman, another one for the Ilkai Cantermachi Barn.
I'm surprised this horse almost had a look of an MTO, has not done well on the turf. The one thing to do with this horse is to send him.
Here is Balloony, Flavian Pratt for Jorge Abreu.
This horse is a perfect example why watching replays is so valuable. He made this wild, wide middle move last time.
Conman was just claimed now in the Tom Morley barn.
Yeah, now, Tom Morley is very good off the claim with turf runners. This one hasn't been out for over 9 months, so that's a bit of a concern, but I think he's an interesting wild card.
Yeah, say just claimed. That claim was back in November. That was the last start. Here's the 6 Presider. Big effort last start.
Yeah, just narrowly beaten, finished in front of Ballooney, but he got to save all the ground and had a good trip.
Yeah, third from the Cantor Machis. That one for Matt Can, Presider. And then Classic Creation at 10-1 outside.
Doesn't have a lot of speed, might be a little bit better going longer, and feels like he's the right price at 10-1.
So let's go back to the favorite here. 7 of the 8 career wins have come on the lawn. Let's go back, way back, to the poker 2 summers ago.
Yeah, I mean, this was when Jose Ortiz stole the race in the front end when nobody else wanted to go, and he was able to set an incredibly slow pace and get it done in here. He's just not that horse, though, anymore, Richie.
Yeah, and he obviously good field, but he got absolutely perfect trip setting, a very sedate pace. I do think there's a lot more speed sign on here than I originally thought of this race at first blush. When I first looked at it, I said, well, maybe he controls, but I think Sarah Sherman right outside of him can have some speed, as well as the 6 Presider, who last time got that pocket trip, but he's been on the engine at times too.
So 4 minutes to post here in the opener. Let's go back to the 6 Presider. Just missed by a nose last start. That was first off the claim for the Matt Can Cantor Machi barn. I'm gonna run basically a winning race in a runner-up finish.
Yeah, but you see, look at his position down on the inside, and look at the horse with the purple colors, the teal sleeves. He's making this wide sweep around everybody. That's not a recipe for success on turf, where Presider sat inside the pocket. You're saving horse, you're saving energy, and he was able to come out and find that seam. So if you reverse trips, I think Ballooney finishes in front of Presider last time.
I don't disagree with you. The one thing I guess the Presider has over Ballooney is that he's more tactical.
Sure.
He can put himself in the race, but I agree. I mean, Presider ran well in there, and it was a tough beat for him. The winner set the pace in there. He was right behind him, but I agree. I think Ballooney was against the flow of the race, and I don't know if there's as much pace today, but I'm still going to take my chances with him in here with the rider switch to Flavien Prat.
3 minutes to post. Let's bring in Acacia Clement for the first time on our FS1 coverage.
Hey, Greg, and starting off with the old class horse in Ice Chocolat, who is taking that drop in class. And yes, I agree. He does have that graded stakes win on his form going back, but he's a horse that I think has been off form lately, and that's why we do see him taking a drop in class. I know that he won 2 starts back. That was on the synthetic, and some of his better races recently have been up at Woodbine. Last time out, he was in a stalking spot on the turf up there, and he was caught for second late, just never really accelerated in the stretch. So I respect him. I think he looks great overall. He's always a horse that visually looks very good before his races, and that's very much the case again today. But we'll see with the drop in class. Maybe he is just a little bit better, but I think there are a few horses with some back class in here as well. That does bring me to the horse that we all like, apparently, in Ballooney, who, yes, he did make that middle move, and he kind of blew the turn a bit when closing. And while I absolutely respect Presider and how well he ran that day, I thought that Ballooney did the tougher work in that trip last time out. 2 starts back, going the 1 1/8 in Stakes Company. He's just not really that horse anymore either. This is the right spot for him. I did note that he was outfitted with a cage bit. I didn't cover his last race, so I'm not sure if he wore that last time. But in theory, that bit will really help his rider to have power steering, which really should help a horse like him, especially if he kind of floats off those turns. So I think that is the right kind of equipment, and was hoping to see something like that on him. But he was very relaxed, very settled, kind of a handier type of frame, as always has been the case with him. But as a 6-year-old, he still looks like he's doing well and has enthusiasm for his job. As the number 5 Conman, he is a big, imposing individual. There is a lot of him. That's always been the case. It's hard to get horses like that fit just because they're so big. And That being said, he looks pretty strong and pretty well defined coming back off that big layoff for Tom Morley. But of course, it is a question, and especially you could just see his size next to the lead pony with a horse that takes up so much space and just always carries so much conditioning. It is a bit of a challenge, but he has some ability as well. Ran third in the West Point last summer against Stakes Company. Coming back here, he is eligible because of the layoff to be in for the waiver, so not in for a claiming tag today, so I think a good spot for him to start back, and definitely one that I liked what I saw. We'll see if he can overcome the layoff, as he is a nice price at 7-1, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Post time coming up shortly. Of course, kicks off a pick 5 pool at 884,000 and growing, Andy.
Yeah, interesting sequence. You know, I think a lot of people will be leaning on the inside 2 in the second race, and I would lean on the inside 2 in the 5th. We'll see how things play out. A little bit back on the 5, Conman. I don't love the layoff, but Tom has had, Morley that is, has had great success off the claim. Some numbers. He's 8 for 34 off the claim on turf over the last 5 years with a 535 ROI, and even better in routes where he's 5 for 21 with a 658 ROI. None of them were off this kind of layoff. That's what concerns me more about him.
Yeah, that is the big question. But, you know, one thing that kept jumping off the page at me last year in the West Point, Rhetorical. That's a pretty good name that finished in front of him. He is a stakes winner in the past, has to contend with the layoff. I thought the one Clear Conscience was a little bit interesting. Came off the layoff, ran in an off the turfer, and I think that just really muddies or dirties up his form, no pun intended. And I thought he could take a step forward, second start back on the grass.
He's got back race, a big price. The one thing that worried me, it's a big price if you like him, is the 2 races after the claim on turf last October were pretty dismal.
Yeah.
Here we go, set to kick off his Sunday card from Saratoga. Pick 5 pool approaching $1 million. The favorite to 4, Ballooning. Let's go upstairs to the voice of Saratoga, Frank Miramonti.
Conman will be the next one to load. Presider will be next. And Classic Creation completes the lineup. Going in. And they're off. Presider is hustled out of there, but Ice Chocolat is a little bit quicker naturally. Sarah Shaman is just behind them, as is Clear Conscience down at the rail. Conman on the rail, 5 lengths off the lead. The 2 trailers, Balloony, and Balloony is in front of one rival, and that is Classic Creation. Around the first turn, Ice Chocolat, unopposed on the front end, has a 3-length lead over Presider through that quarter that went in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Another 3 back to Clear Conscience in third, and Sarah's Shaman is in 4th. A length and a half to Conman, Classic Creation, and now Balloony at the back. Ice Chocolat, left alone, maintains a pretty easy lead of 3.5 lengths on Presider to the half-mile pole. At the rail, Clear Conscience is third, 47 and 3 for the half-mile. Sarah's Shaman has been 4th most of the way, joined at the rail by Conman in the black colors, Classic Creation, and Balloony. They're covered by 8. Rounding the turn, Ice Chocolat trying to maintain this lead. Presider in pursuit second. On the inside, Clear Conscience in third. Conman angled off the rail. Balloony saving ground while rallying on the inside as the field turns for home. Ice Chocolat on the outside. Presider with the red blinkers. Balloony is putting in a big bid out in the center of the course. Conman is just inside of him. And on the inside, Clear Conscience too. It is still Ice Chocolat. Ice Chocolat just in front. Here's Conman with a big bid late. And Conman runs him down under Ricardo Santana Jr. Third went to Clear Conscience in front of Presider and Balloony.
Conman off the bench, 6-year-old, and this is the first opportunity to run this one since he was claimed back on November 6th of last year.
Tom Morley continues a terrific record with horses off the claim. He got a good ride from Ricardo, who saved ground all the way until they got to the stretch, and as the race collapsed at the end, when Presider had nothing down the lane, he had a good trip. Balloony angled out like he was going to be a factor. He had nothing. And this horse just able to grind out the win off the layoff.
Well, you know, this was Ricardo Santana at his best, too. He's such a strong finisher. And when he went back to the right-handed crop, it almost looked like this horse kind of got re-energized, finished well. Great job by Tom Morley to have this horse ready off the bench for a Delphi Racing Club and partners.
5-2-1-6. 7:01 starts to this Sunday card in the early pick 5 with his 6-year-old. And finally able to get into gear late and wear down Ice Chocolat, the front runner.
Man, Ice Chocolat ran a little better than I would have expected in this race. Got away with a fairly moderate pace in here. I'll never understand why you would enter a horse like Sarah Shaman in this race. Not that he wasn't the likeliest last place finisher. Regardless, isn't the only chance he has to go to the lead in this race and try to do some damage to the front end? Why would you rate a horse like this and basically guarantee a last place finish?
Yeah, I mean, I always believed in playing to horses' strengths. You know, dance with the girl that brought you there. If a horse has speed, allow them to use their speed.
Just don't get it. And there was no attempt for the lead. It's not like the two outran it, just made no attempt.
Right.
5-2-1-6, 7:01 upset to start off this Sunday action here. It's Conman, Tom Morley barn, off the lengthy time away. First start since early November of last year to kick off the action. Look back to yesterday, huge one in the 3-year-old filly division. And it's not over yet. Pacific Classic, meanwhile, Knightsbridge. I guess he is for real. That huge effort, first time going 2 turns, and now a Pacific Classic win. We'll look back next.
Want daily bet suggestions from a team of handicapping professionals? Get in on Wager exclusively on the NyraBets app. Powered by an AI data model and decades of racing information, Wager analyzes hundreds of data points from past performances to jockey-trainer combos, all to calculate winning probability. Wager generates AI bets by combining its model with live odds to identify potential value. Go to nyrabets.com/WAIGR and try Wager today.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 1. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Opener in the books, and it's Conman. First start since early November last year. First start since being claimed for the Tom Morley barn, and picture time with the win. Let's go to Acacia.
I'm very happy to be joined by some happy owners here in the winner's circle, Shelly and Russ Hume. And Shelly had to wait for this one after claiming him back in the fall, but it turns out it was worth the wait.
Absolutely was worth it. We thought we would maybe never get him to the track and to the races again, and we worried about weather today, the rain, but it held out, so today was his day.
It was really exciting to see you all in the winner's circle. And Russ, you said Adelphi is a really fun group and even more fun when you win.
It's a great group to be a part of, and we enjoy it very much. And you're right, it's more fun to win.
It's, as you said, fun group. You have a lot of people in the winner's circle. You have a lot of people at the races together. How special is it being able to share those moments?
It's when we first started in horse racing, we did it alone, and it wasn't so much fun. It's really a lot more fun when you have a big group and everyone comes together and everyone is cheering each other on, whether you're part of every horse or only certain horses. So it is so much fun.
Well, enjoy it. You guys are always so positive. Great to see you here in the winner's circle today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Exciting times.
Greg?
So, Conman, good for these connections to get this win off the bench, and a horse who's been pretty good here at Saratoga.
Yeah, and you got to give Tom a lot of credit. Not only has he had a very, very good eye over the years, and there have been big winners even longer than 5 years ago. Tom claims Xanthique came back with a big win. She ended up being a stakes quality horse. He has an incredibly good eye for claiming turf runners.
And not an easy thing to do, to have a 6-year-old come back off a long layoff. Like human beings, as you get older, it's harder to get to your optimum fitness level. So a real good training job.
And you look at Tom's record this year. This is why numbers can lie. He's 11 for 136. The guy's taken more tough beats from a percentage standpoint than any trainer in New York this year.
Race 2, 2-year-olds, mile and a 16th over the inner turf, trying to get the first win of their career, 4-5 favorite. And the runner is one of 2 in here for Mark Cassie.
Knightsbridge is getting the better of Full Serrano. Knightsbridge has taken a clear lead here with 1 furlong to run. Full Serrano is back into second. The filly Almond Joy has made a run for the back of the pack with Original Sin. They're now 3rd and 4th. But there's no doubt about the winner here. Knightsbridge and Junior Alvarado romp home in the Pacific Classic.
Today's race highlight brought to you by Casamigos Tequila. Get race day ready with a Casamigos Margarita. It's our Casamigos Performance of the Week. Lot of intrigue. So many eyeballs in this sport on that race from last night, Andy, to see if Knightsbridge could back up what he did in his first try going 2 turns.
And he did and he didn't. You know, the buyer the last time was 122. The buyer for this race is a 104. But he was involved in the fast pace, and for people that haven't checked the chart, all the times were almost a half a second, 0.49 seconds faster than they were, including the final time. They've been changed in the chart. It was still a pace of under 46 to the half, and right around 110 and change. The 6 furlongs dueled with a Breeders' Cup Mile winner, put the field away and buried them. I don't think it's surprising he ran a mile and a quarter, faster pace, dealt with pressure. So I don't think it's like some big disappointment that he ran that much slower from a figure standpoint. I think the question becomes, Richie, if he were to run the Breeders' Cup Classic, and let's assume Magnitude's going to be in there at the very least, right? Mm-hmm. And the pace is going to be quick again. Is he good enough to beat those kind of horses going a mile and a quarter? I think that's the question. I thought his race yesterday was terrific, though.
I think from a psychological standpoint, though, right, you've got Sovereignty, who's a closer from the same stable. He's a speed horse. I know as a former rider, I knew if there was a good closer in the race and the stable had a speed horse in there, I was more likely to let that speed horse go a little bit so I didn't get picked off by the closer as much.
Right, and you're not saying, though, he's going to be a rabbit.
No,
not at all. But it does put that in, and I think, listen, it's a choice Godolphin's going to make.
So, and you're talking about what race does he go to, for those that aren't aware? We're talking about what did we learn ahead of this Breeders' Cup Classic. Is there potential? He just won one of the premier races for the Classic division. Would they possibly
Extremely impressively.
But he's been a terrific miler. Would they possibly say, no, we're going to go to the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile because Godolphin has the reigning horse of the year that just won the Whitney?
My guess is they'll cross-enter. Take a look at who's going to run in each race, see where they go. I mean, you know, we're going to hope and assume that Magnitude's going to be back after his race last time. He's too good a horse for that. But a lot of things can transpire. This is a good horse, whatever he does.
And let's keep in mind, too, that was the race before this for Knightsbridge. That was the fastest race, figure-wise, we've seen run in 4 years, since Flightline of the Pacific Classic. There's potential maybe he did bounce a little bit. And if he did, he still won by more than 6 lengths.
Yeah, and he never, ever looked like he was losing, right? He was always traveling well in the bridle. And I love what Junior Alvarado did early in the race, kind of keeping him out towards the center of the track to run by the stands the first time with that long run to the first turn to get him in that rhythm, get him into a really nice kind of a frame, if you will. I've been thinking a lot about this. Jerry Bailey, Bill Mott, incredible combination. Now you got Junior and Bill Mott. It seems like Bill really enjoys having a rider that he really communicates well with.
Yeah, listen, they've done very well together, but Bill's a very good trainer with very good horses, too. And, sure. I think it's intriguing. I hear you. I don't believe in the bounce theory. I hear what you're saying. He could have regressed a little bit off that big effort. I also wonder if that figure is a little on the high side. I was talking to Craig Bulkowski, who makes the Time from U.S. figures, and they're pace-based, which I think becomes particularly relevant in this race. He does have the race about 9 points slower, I think, than he would have the last race. So he would say he regressed as well. But he's also going an extra furlong, too.
So
there's a lot of reasons he shipped across country. I think at the end of the day, first of all, I don't know about you guys. I watched the race. It was a thrilling race.
It's incredible.
I love
racing
showed
up. It's good for the sport. It's exciting.
Yeah.
But we did look big race at Monmouth, regardless what the figure was. It was big. Then wins this race at 1.25 miles, ships out west, as Andy said. As we saw with Counting Stars, these horses, they're not machines.
No.
And he'll have time into the Breeders' Cup, and Bill will figure out what's going on with the two horses, and we'll see what happens in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. It's a nice quandary to be in to decide to run him in the Classic or the Breeders' Cup Mile. He's a very good horse, and Bill got the grade 1 that they needed.
Let me put you on the spot. You're Godolphin. You got to make the decision right now. What race do you go in?
I go in the mile.
Ooh. Mig?
I'd go in the Classic. I think you got to give a horse an opportunity to be the best he can be. You don't want to sacrifice one horse's career for another.
See what happens. Interesting decisions to be made. We got a big one coming up next weekend as well. DraftKings Travers, draw to come later this afternoon. Who will line up against the Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner? We know the runner-up Renegade back in action off that terrific Jim Dandy performance. We'll have a new pilot. We'll have that story too when we come back. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Justifying comes roaring home. He's just immortal. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner. An Arabian Lion claws to the front here. Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1. Woody Stevens. One minute, 21 and 3/5 seconds.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceania Cruises.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness.
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win.
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today. Fierceness to win the Travers.
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic.
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
But here comes Sovereignty now. He's let loose with those big, powerful strides. Bracket Buster on the inside, and Sovereignty and Bracket Buster a long way back to Magnitude in third. They're in the final furlong, and we are witnessing greatness. Sovereignty pouring it on. And for the first time since 1995, we have a Kentucky Derby, Belmont, and DraftKings Travers winner as Sovereignty rolls home to win by more than 8 lengths.
He was just sensational last year, and that wrapped up a championship and a Horse of the Year campaign for Sovereignty. This year's edition, DraftKings Travers, draws happening later this afternoon. The return of Golden Tempo, who had to skip Mig the Jim Dandy because of a minor illness, missed about 10 days of training, so he's going to enter this race off a 12-week layoff.
Yeah, which is a cause for concern, but he does have 2 mile-and-a-quarter races under his belt this year, and I think that's a lot of foundation, even if you had to miss a little bit of training.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I think for me, I don't worry about that as much. I just would never bet him at a short price. I think he can win, but he hasn't demonstrated to me, and now sort of the bloom is off the rose. You know, everybody's on the bandwagon. Now's the time to bet against him.
As we talked about, too, on Fox Saratoga Saturday yesterday, Steve Rushing reached out to Todd Pletcher, said looks very good chance Arad Ortiz Jr. won't be back for this race as well. He is off through the rest of this Saratoga meet. Arad Ortiz Jr. with that foot issue. Tyler Gaffleone will fill in on Renegade.
Yeah, big opportunity for Tyler to pick up a high-profile mount like that. And my heart goes out to Irad. Listen, all jockeys have to deal with injuries at times during their career. It just really hurts when you're stuck home on the couch watching horses that you know you would have partnered with.
Especially
in big
this time of the year,
yeah.
man. I mean, it's Saratoga. If you're going to have to miss, this is the one you really don't want to miss.
As far as the Derby and Belmont Stakes winner, back in action, but again coming in off a long time away. Let's bring in Acacia for more on what you've seen from this standout 3-year-old leading up to the return here.
Yeah, Golden Tempo worked yesterday for Cherie DeVoe with regular pilot Jose Ortiz aboard, worked in company with Paige Turner, who has been his regular workmate recently, was down on the inside and went 49-3, and I thought did it quite nicely. Jose usually does come in to work Golden Tempo, be it in New York or where he was based previously at Keeneland, so he's well familiar not only with riding him, but working him as well, and they seem to have a great relationship together. Unfortunately, after contracting a pneumonia, he did miss that Jim Dandy, but it did seem that he came back to health and back to regular training pretty quickly with that illness, which was definitely a positive. And so Cherie DeVoe saying instead just to wait from the Belmont Stakes and point to the DraftKings Travers. And it seems like he hasn't missed a beat since then. He was training really well leading up to the Belmont, and he seems like he's continuing to do just that, a horse that has been a pretty steady workhorse and seems much of the same, at least as of yesterday. Greg.
Cherie DeVoe with her work cut out for her, trying to get him ready to rock in one of the biggest races of the year. Off 12 weeks away. Last start came in the Belmont Stakes, took 2/3 of the Triple Crown. Now we'll try and add that Midsummer Derby next Saturday on our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. Race 2. Start of this early pick 4. It's 14 minutes away. 2-year-olds, mile and a 16th on the inner turf when we come back.
Before your eyes, a landscape unlike any you've ever seen. The pulse of life, a kaleidoscope of culture. And there it awaits. Cheers of triumph that eclipse all joy before it. It's the Journey, Japan Cup.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. We're getting set for the early pick four and well, even money favoritism now. And the runner is one of two in here for trainer Mark Cassie. Jose Ortiz will be aboard. Second start for this 2-year-old son of Oscar performance. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start there, Greg, as it is actually the third time that And the Runner Is has been brought over to the paddock. This is the horse that unfortunately was responsible for sidelining Irad Ortiz as he was entered back on August 8th and ended up being a late scratch when he bolted on the track. And horses that train on the main track for Mark Cassie leave the gap, go back to their stall that way. And this guy saw that gap and wanted to go home, which is just the automatic response from a horse you see sometimes when they get loose or even when you're on them, and their mind takes over. And that's exactly what happened as he did run into the rail, as we said, unfortunately sidelining Irad Ortiz. So he is coming back here. He ran very well first time out. Liam Saul wired the field that day, and there was quite a big delay in the paddock prior to that race as well. And he is the half brother to Burnham Square, who has been sensational on the turf for Ian Wilkes recently, but he's sharp already here in the paddock. He was a little bit spooky coming in. He's on his toes. He's got two handlers on his head. He's not done anything naughty as of yet, with Mark's staff holding on to him, and I'll keep an eye on him on the track. If he can keep it together mentally, he's clearly a horse with a lot of talent, but that is a bit of his challenge. Taking a look at some first-time starters, number 5, Hyper Scalar, debuting for Chad Brown, as this horse is a son of Maxfield, who's just 8% with his turf routers. Not really a sire that you think turf for, but he is the half-brother to a filly named Paris Carver, who is a two-time winner on the grass. Started her career over in Europe and has become a decent turf sprinter here in America, too. She's by Bolt Doro, which is a bit more of a stronger turf influence. This guy is big and imposing, and I think, if anything, one that really does want distance for sure. He has an okay turf hoof on him. The dam did win on the grass, and she was precocious, like I said. So even if Maxfield isn't necessarily known for being the biggest turf influence, on the bottom side, there is plenty of pedigree. Very good looking individual. He's been quite sharp as well, though. I do wonder about him mentally, and we'll keep an eye on him, but definitely looking like he wants every inch of the ground as he's acting just a little bit green as we get the call for riders up. The number 8 Broadcast, debuting son of Into Mischief, sold for $250,000 at the OBS April 2-year-old sale. And Andy, I heard you bring up this point about with the massive pedigree that he does have, why was he so relatively inexpensive? As he is out of shared account, Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare turf winner, and the half-brother to sharing Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf winner. He went 10-1 at the 2-year-old sale, and my theory with him was that he just was not a 2-year-old sale type of horse. He's one that wants to go long on the turf, and though he's by Into Mischief, he doesn't really look it. He's long and leggy, he's a little bit more angular, very turf-meant in his overall build, and he's not a quick, early type of precocious sort of horse. So I think all of those do not necessarily lend to be the best received at the 2-year-old sale. We were thrilled to be able to get him and add him to the stable, and he did work most recently with Carson's Run, an older multiple grade 1 winner who finished second in a tough allowance the other day. So he's been training very well coming in and has continued to strengthen. Definitely, again, one that wants every bit of the distance, Greg.
Post parade coming up. So 4 to 5, and the runner is in this second start ahead for Mark Cassie. Jose Ortiz, and made up a lot of ground, was certainly running late in that debut.
In a race that was won wire to wire by a they knew horse from Todd Pletcher, ran very well, and he was favored from the outside post when he was scratched last time.
Post parade brought to you by the New Belmont Park. Opening day September 18th. Downstate at newbelmont.com. You can get more information. Here's the stablemate to the favorite Harbaugh, John Velasquez, rider change.
Well, the New York Giants fans are not showing up in mass to bet a horse that ran a credible race first time out, and I'm not sure there should be this big a discrepancy in prices for both Cassie runners.
There's a stablemate, the favorite.
A very short price. I mean, I understand him being the favorite. 4 to 5 seems a little bit short, but he ran well on debut.
Miguel Clement, 2 first-time starters. Here's the first of them, Chief of Peace.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a pedigree that jumps out as you as a turf pedigree, but on the dam side, there is plenty of turf, and Munning can certainly handle the grass.
Jimmy Ryerson, debuter. Song remains the same.
Well, there is turf in this pedigree, but the mare just has not really produced anything as of yet.
Led Zeppelin fans jumping in.
Chad Brown. Flavian Pratt, first-timer, went by.
Yeah, he's a Maxfield. If anyone's going to win a turf race with a Maxfield firster, I guess it'll be Chad Brown.
Obliterated, went by.
Jimmy Ryerson's having a good meet. Horse taking no money.
It's a lot of dam side pedigree for this horse, a European.
Broadway Guy, 36 to 1.
Gervin, not a particularly effective turf sire. We're 21-3 at the 2-year-old sale.
And here's the one with the massive pedigree here.
Yeah, he does have some pedigree, but interestingly enough, the mare had only produced one foal that was a colt, and that horse, was not a very good horse. Her fillies have been very good, but this horse has been working with Carson's Run and has been impressing somewhat in the morning. This is who I'm going to land on.
I get all that. I do. I don't buy that. I hear what Case is saying about the 2-year-old sales. The people there know that Shared Account won $1.5 million in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. They know she produced 5 runners that ran the turf, 3 of which won, one of them being Sharing, who I believe won a Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. So I hear what she's saying, and I get it. It's a sale for people looking for precocity and different things, not necessarily turf runners. I still find I find any inch of mischief that sells for $250,000 to raise an eyebrow, considering he stands for $250,000 and he's one of the great sires of our lifetime. Also, that damn, I can't get past it. Maybe I'm looking at all the wrong things.
Yeah, you would think would have gone for a lot more. Meanwhile, let's go back to Harbaugh. Who's got it better than us? That's what Harbaugh used to say to his team all the time. John Velasquez rides here for Mark Cassian. Let's take a look at this turf debut back on July 26th.
I do prefer, and the runner is. I just don't see why these 2 horses are 4 to 5 and 7 to 2, Richie.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point. I'm a little bit shocked, actually, at how short the 2 is. But Harbaugh ran well. You get Johnny Velasquez picking up the mount for Irad Ortiz Jr., who was announced he won't be riding the remainder of this meet. And he should get a really good trip because he should be forward, right? He's got the inside draw, and he was attending the pace last time. If I was going to pick one of the Cassie runners, I actually think I would go to the one. You know, guys, just get back to the 8 briefly.
Yeah.
I think if it was a filly that didn't bring, the money that you would have thought, it would be more alarming because they have an
their residual value. Of
right.
course, I agree. Right, and a colt is not likely to stand a stud. He's got a turf pedigree. They don't have that shit. There's no question about it. But still, I mean, let me put it this way: you look at this horse's pedigree, and you look at Chief of Pete's, the other horse that sold for $300,000. He's probably not going to be a stallion either. So, I mean, I have trouble reconciling the price. That's all I'm saying. I may be on the completely wrong base. You say he's working well, a case is working well. All those things may be true as a pedigree. I can't get past it. That's me.
That's fair.
Right now, I would bet the 1 at 4 to 1. Wouldn't you, Greg?
3 to 5 is a bit overboard, no question on the 2. Well, who I do believe is the one to beat.
It is the meat of overbet favorites winning, right? We've seen an enormous amount of overbet favorites.
We talk about the man aboard. He's overbet in every single race he's in, and with good reason he wins a lot.
Pretty good, yeah.
But, yeah, this is getting... I still think this is the horse to beat for sure.
I do, too.
3 to 5 is way too short.
John Velasquez on the 1. Last I knew, he was considered a pretty good rider, too, right?
Yeah, very good rider.
Okay.
Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, it says Johnny picks up the mount on the 1 Harbaugh. Interestingly enough, I watched the last workout on August 14th where Harbaugh and the runner is worked in company together. And I know it was on the dirt, but I thought Harbaugh finished up a bit better in that workout. He switched to the turf effectively last time out. The top 2 were best in that race, and I thought finished up really nicely. A horse that does seem to be moving in the right direction. He's been very relaxed in the preliminaries, completely dappled out. A horse that I think has some ability as well and is a generous price given how well he ran first time out and how actually similar he is to his stablemate. Looking at some other first-time starters, the 6 Obliterated is a little bit interesting. Was sold at the OBS Last Chances sale. So basically horses that RNA'd at the typical scheduled a 2-year-old sale. So sold after that for $90,000 after being an RNA in March for $145,000. Worked 10-3 at the 2-year-old sale, and he was never really asked much there, but he did have a long stride. And he's a turf mare bred to gun runner, which you see quite a bit, and I do keep scratching my head a little bit, but there's a ton of pedigree on the bottom side. Willow the dam was a stakes winner in Europe, and the second dam was champion 3-year-old filly in Europe, Peeping Fawn, multiple Group 1 winner. So there is pedigree there. He worked in company with the stablemate Song Remains the Same, the 4 in here, and Obliterated was going best. I think he's about 90% fit. He does debut with blinkers, but Jimmy Ryerson has come up here with some big prices and some well-meant horses this summer. The number 2 and the runner is, let's just circle back to him at 4-5. As mentioned, last time he was brought over here, he was a horse that was acting up quite a bit on the track, as the 4 Song That Remains the Same is a late scratch out on the track. Number 4, a late scratch after warm-up. But again, circling back to the 2 and the runner is Jose Ortiz has opted to keep him with the pony out there on the track, Greg, and that seems to have made a difference as he is keeping a lid on it.
All right, thank you, Acacia. So, yeah, as you saw, the 4, who was a big price on the board, comes out here late scratch, first-time starter. We'll have to wait another day for the barn of Jimmy Ryerson. 4-5, and the other is stablemate next door, Harbaugh 3-1, and then anytime, it always scares me when you have the Chad Brown barn with a turf runner, especially debuting, I don't care if there's pedigree or not, being ignored on the board.
The worse the pedigree, sometimes the more I feel
it's
like
amazing
betting
what
them.
he does, yeah.
I mean, you know, Lady Eli was a divine park. You know?
Okay.
Todd Park's greatest claim to fame besides Lady Eli was beating commentator in the Met Mile for Kieran. Yeah, you know, Maxfield, just so people know, so far I believe he's 7 for 104 with his turf runners.
Sire of the 5 hyperscaler.
I think that's bad, right? I think 7 for 104, Richie.
But how is Maxfield with 2-year-old debuters on the turf for this barn? I'd rather look at that stat.
Yeah, right. I mean, you get yourself overly caught up with saying you want to not like a Chad Brown firster for a lot of reasons. The horse is 7-1, and for all I know, this horse can't run. I never asked Chad about the horse, but you want to get yourself too caught up and say, I don't want to bet that horse because of the pedigree. I just feel like he knows better than we do.
Well, he lives with the horses. He's
with them
every
shown
day.
to have a great eye, too,
Yeah.
for horses that he thinks are turf runners that other people might not. Doesn't mean he gets it right all the time. He's run horses in the turf that have turned out to be good dirt horses, to be fair.
Sure.
I mean, weigh the risks, right?
But it's amazing. We say it so much. This horse has no turf pedigree, and they win for this barn.
Well, he's not afraid to go with his instinct about a horse, and it turns out his instincts are pretty good.
Yeah.
Spendthrift Farm, 2-year-old race of the day coming up here, 1 1/16 over the inner turf. Everyone trying to get that first win here on the resume in this maiden special weight and the runner. What do you think should be a fair number on the 2?
6 or 7 to 5, something
Yeah.
like that, I think. I mean, I think we all agree. I think every one of us agrees the 2's the horse to beat. I make my picks early. I never thought he'd be this short. I think the 1's better value. You like the 8, Richie? Frankly, I want to throw $10 on the 6, so I don't even know my top picks because it does have an enormous amount of pedigree. But speaking of a horse that costs nothing, a gun runner with a huge European pedigree in the dam side, I don't know. These races are fun though, and I think one thing is like the 8's 4-1. You might think that's a great price, which is fine. Different things. I'm happy to blow a few dollars in the 6 at that price because he's 20-1.
Well, especially going back to that Grand Dam, you know, what Acacia was saying. She was the champion 3-year-old filly in Europe. She won the Irish Oaks, the Yorkshire. I mean, she was a multiple Grade 1 winner.
But this horse for $90,000 for a gun runner. You wonder how many legs the horse has when you see that price, don't you? I mean, $90,000 for a gun runner is almost an insult.
I think the way the sales market's gone, though, especially when it comes to colts that, you know, they come out of 2-year-old training sales, they focus a lot more on the athleticism of the individual and a little less on the pedigree.
Right.
And not that I'm disagreeing with you. That is
No,
still
I know what
a
you're
right
saying.
number.
It's what Keisha was alluding to also. But nonetheless, it's still an eye-opener when a gun runner with a big dam side pedigree. And I realize it's turf, and he's not considered a particularly as good as he is. He's not a super proficient turf stallion. But on the other hand, he's probably not being bred to a lot of turf broodmares either.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. It's like when trainers get labeled, they're a turf trainer or a sprint trainer. It's the kind of horses they get to train.
Right.
So about to load And there's the one who's been favored throughout here. And the runner is, after having to scratch from a second start, will finally get to do it here.
Think Irad's rooting or not rooting for this horse?
I will tell
Irad,
you,
I would be rooting against.
Watching this horse in the paddock, watching this horse in the warm-up, he's a little bit goofy, and obviously he showed that run into the gap, but even with the pony, he's still kind of doing things a little bit less than stellar.
He run very well first time out, to be fair.
He is, just to recap, the reason Irad Ortiz Jr. is missing the rest of this meet. Will miss the Travers, miss the Mount on Counting Stars in the Alabama. Let's go to Frank Mirabati with the call. Race 2, Saratoga.
2 left to load right after Obliterated. The inside 2 have experienced. The rest of these all first-time starters. Obliterated has gone in. Broadway Guy. And the second Clement runner is the last one to load. Broadcast. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Broadcast bounced out very quickly, and so did Harbaugh. Those two will vie for the lead, and the favorite has natural speed, and the runner moves up in between them to take second. Chief of Peace comes through at the rail to be fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. Hyperscaler by himself, racing 3 in front of Obliterated as they round the first turn. Broadway Guy is at the back of the field. So it is Harbaugh pretty much left alone on the front end, has it a length and a half, and the runner is racing in second. Then it's the Clement pair, Chief of Peace, racing on the inside of Broadcast. They try to slow things down through a quarter that went in 24 3/5 seconds. A very comfortable Hyperscaler sits in the 5th spot at this stage, 6 lengths off the lead. Then comes Obliterated and Broadway Guy. It's Harbaugh and John Velasquez leading the way. He's trying to ration that speed, but right alongside now, and the runner inches up a closer second. Chief of Peace, a willing third. The half went in 51 seconds flat entering the far turn. Broadcast is fourth. He has 3 to make up. It's another 2 to Hyperscaler on the outside of Obliterated and Broadway Guy. Around the far turn, and Harbaugh gets some pressure now from and the runner who's right up alongside. Broadcast will make a 3-wide bid. Hyperscaler swings to the far outside. There's room at the rail for Chief of Peace. They're coming to the 8th pole, and the runner Broadcast, Hyperscaler, Harbaugh still fighting on gamely. Coming to the 16th pole, Harbaugh and the runner remain head and head. Chief of Peace is trying to come through inside of them. It's and the runner at the rail. Chief of Peace with a final surge, and it's a good one. Chief of Peace ran them down. And the runner Harbaugh in between them. Broadcast a close-up 4th.
Chief of Peace, the inside opened up. Ricardo Santana Jr. says thank you very much.
Yeah, you wonder if in retrospect drifting so far out with Harbaugh and just opening up the inside for this horse facilitated his win. And it just felt like a long stretch run.
Rider change, excuse me. Javier Castellano.
Yes.
Now, I believe 1 win away from 6,000.
1 win away from 6,000.
This should have been a 6,000 win. It was such a good ride.
It was. Yeah, they should give him 2 for that one.
Right.
You know, we spent so much time talking about the 8 horse. Here was the other Miguel Clement runner who got that beautiful trip, being able to save all that ground. Johnny Velasquez on the one, Harbaugh was having his hands full. His horse was trying to drift out. You could see his outside rein is slack because the inside rein is so tight. And when you let a horse like that run, they're going to drift to the right more. But what a beautiful ride. And I think a really good effort from the first 4 finishers.
Yeah, I mean, I tell you, the 8 did run fine in there. I thought the 8 was poised to win the race in the stretch. I think you did too. We were both sort of chatting during it, and he was getting a good trip, but he ran fine in there as they, you know, all the running was done in the late stages.
I have Santana. Where do you guys see this?
I never said Johnny or Javier was riding him. Somebody in my ear said it.
No,
but I never heard that.
It is Javier. I can just tell style-wise that that's the way he looks.
Well, that is definitely not Ricardo. We might want to.
Yeah, okay. But they have it wrong here. They have it wrong on the changes. So, Chief of Peace, first time out. Miguel Clement with the less highly regarded one here on the board, getting the win, 15-1. Let's go to Acacia.
And with Miguel is, yes, sorry, the graphics are wrong, was Javier Castellano aboard as he saved all the ground, and that really made a world of difference here.
Yeah, without a doubt. We were lucky the first two, I think, floated the turn, and they didn't quite corner it very well. So massive gap emerged for him. A bit unlucky for the stablemate. Nevertheless, we're lucky with Chief of Peace.
Chief of Peace, he's a horse that's been a little bit of the work in progress and has really improved since getting onto the turf.
Yeah, without a doubt. If you watch his last horse on XBTV, you would be surprised that he performed like this. But he's not the most genuine in the mornings. You have to be encouraged. I guess some of us are like that, you know, maybe myself too. So it's okay. Just try again.
And as far as the other one, Broadcast, as you said, a little bit of a tough trip, but promising as well.
Yeah, I agree. I thought he ran well. I thought both boys ran very well. And it's fun to get some serial winners, you know, because you have some big dreams to think about, you know, once you win these races. And we just live to fight another day.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Greg?
So well done with a first-time starter winning here on the lawn. And yeah, Javier Castellano now 1 win away, even though none of us got that change, from number 6,000 in his career. Just a remarkable number.
Remarkable number. And when he looked up and saw Johnny Velasquez struggling so much with Harbaugh trying to drift out, he probably was like, oh boy, I know I'm going to get my gap when I need it.
Yeah, no, it was, you know, in a way, it's difficult. Obviously, Johnny having trouble handling the one, which means he's particularly tough to handle when a guy like John Velasquez had trouble handling him. It probably negatively affects the other Mark Casse horse to the outside, and it helps this horse. So if you're Mark Casse, fortunately, like me, you have very little hair to pull out, and they're bigger fish to fry. But as a trainer, this has got to be incredibly frustrating for him.
Yeah, you're carrying my other horse out, and you're allowing the other horse to come through and beat us.
Right.
He probably doesn't want to wait that long. I don't blame him. But what if number 6,000 came in a race that he owns and gives him his 8th career Travers on the Puma?
I'm going to lose every bet I make through the Travers. That I can't speak for anything else.
That would be pretty storybook, though.
Yeah. Let's hope that Javi wins a race before
that.
Yeah.
7 in his career. We'll have that draw for the Travers, by the way, coming up a little bit later on. Let's take a quick look again at the feature later today, the Albany, where Rudy Rodriguez will have the favorite. Talk to me, Jimmy. Sensational in that Withers on the road to the Derby never eventually got there. You guys loved his Peter Pan. He just comes off of winning that New York Derby against New York Breds.
Yeah, listen, he's just faced better horses, and when he went back to New York Bred Company, he won the New York Derby. He sets up his own trip because he has natural speed, but I don't think he needs the lead. So
he's a very neat horse. This is a really good race. This is probably as competitive through and through a running of the Albanys I've seen. It seems like a lot of times you run it, there's a big heavy favorite, there's sort of a second horse, and then fringe. This race, you can make case for a lot of them.
We're going to be on YouTube and Fox 1 next. Fox Sports 2 coverage begins at 3:30 Eastern.
Drain the clock, Jackie's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
1,000,001, hit it 1,000,001, 1,100,000, hit it 75,700. Mike, 700,000, 70, 570,000. Thank you.
Kankura or portfolio duration. Portfolio duration. Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. And title roll is in a very, very close photo. King of Gosford. El Cordobés will win the Sword Dancer.
Starlust! Program trading and naval power. What a thriller. Bonus! Blazing Seven. Things starting to get up into the Pacific Classic.
Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes.
$600,000 total. Thank you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Race 2 in the books. Miguel Clement, first-time starter at 15-1. To take this second race on the card, Chief of Peace, Javier Castellano, to fill in number 5,999 in his career. Let's go to Acacia Clement.
And very pleased to be joined by Javier Castellanos. Javier, you just said we're a big prize. Duo is hot, and one away now from that big milestone. Must be exciting.
Very excited. I mean, very grateful to be in that spot. A lot of help, you know, a lot of people put it a lot of into to get to that achievement. It's a great achievement to win 6,000 races in my career, especially in the high level, like here in Saratoga, to compete with the best jockeys in the country and the best trainer, the best horses, the best fan. Yeah, it's amazing to be. I'm very grateful. One away. Hopefully, I can get it done soon.
You know, unfortunately, we're going to be following you every single mount you have now on the cusp of that victory. But talk about this 2-year-old here. You got some room on the rail, but really fought towards the wire.
Absolutely. Very, very smart horse. First time start with the pace was very, very slow. You can see 25, 51. They slow down every quarter race. And he still, the way he finished, come from behind, and the way professional inside in the real, he cut the corner and passed the other 2 horses on the lead. I give a lot of credit. It's a really good horse. I think it's gonna be a horse for the future.
Well, we certainly hope so, and wishing you all the best in search of 6,000. Just one away. Congratulations on the win here.
Thank you so much.
Greg?
What a career that man has had. 4 consecutive Eclipse Awards, his outstanding rider at one point, and now one away from number 6,000. Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Chief of Peace, $33 winner in the second. Race 3, 6 furlongs, allowance optional claiming field. And hot currency, we talked about to start off the program. Linda Rice-Barn coming off an impressive performance big last time out.
Yeah, listen, she's in great form. She's got good speed from the inside. Her buyer figures kind of stand out amongst this group. But I do think she's going to get some pressure early, and from the inside, she's kind of committed, isn't she, Andy?
Yeah, I'm curious. Listen, I've given up trying to predict how races can be run here because the pace projector can tell you only so much. She's not even close to the speed looking at pace figures. Hard to imagine May's not going to go. I thought Chatter was faster, and that's why I'm taking a shot with the 2 Chatter to wire the field. But I've sort of given up on taking strong positions on how paces are going to be around here.
Well, doesn't it becomes a lot more dependent on intention, right?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. But the 2 is a much faster horse, and since when is Kendrick Carmouche rating speed horses? When he starts doing that, there's a problem.
As we've mentioned on our earlier programming, if you were watching on Fox Sports 1, this is happening later today. DraftKings Travers draw probables that will line up. We talked about the Puma. Will that be 6,000 for Javier Castellano? We will see what a group we have to tackle the Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner, including the runner-up on that first Saturday in May, Renegade, who comes off that Jim Dandy win. Mig will have a new pilot, Noah Rat Ortiz Jr., out for the rest of the meet, so Tyler Gaffleone will fill in.
Big pickup mount for Tyler Gaffleone. You know, a huge opportunity. And, you know, I do think as good a rider as Tyler is, though, he's not the easiest horse to ride. You've got to allow him to drop out, and Irad had the confidence to let him drop out as far as he did. So I'm sure Todd Pletcher and Tyler Gaffleone will be having strategy sessions and going over this horse's film.
He was in another zip code in that Jim Dandy performance.
Yeah, I just think that, you know, that Irad has such confidence in them. And also the pace developed a little bit better than we thought because Silent Tempo went in there. Silent Tactic went in that race and ended up being more favorable for him. Obviously, Irad had a lot of confidence in him to get the job done, but that pace was not exactly slow as it had been expected to be.
So how's he been doing since that Jim Dandy victory? Let's go back to Acacia.
Well, we saw him work yesterday morning, Renegade in company with Fastmaster, his regular rider, Norm McCormick, aboard, who works for Todd Pletcher and really does seem to get along quite well with this horse. Renegade was on the outside. He went 48-4. He's never been the flashiest, most eye-catching type of workhorse, but goes out there, does exactly what he needs to do, and finishes up nicely. Now, leading into the Jim Dandy, Todd Pletcher had told me on several occasions that he felt that Renegade was doing better than he had before the Belmont Stakes, that he'd put weight on, that he was stronger, and you really saw all of that when he came over for the Jim Dandy, that he had just been flourishing up here in Saratoga, and I think it's made a big difference. So, seeming like we're going to see this horse continuing to trend in that direction, given that work yesterday and given how pleased Todd was with him before the Jim Dandy. I thought it was a very good performance, and it's a big opportunity for Tyler Gaffalione. If he could get the setup, I'm sure he would love to see this horse win a big one like the Trappers.
It is one of the biggest races in our sport, the unofficial fourth leg of the Triple Crown Midsummer Derby, and we're going to have an absolute loaded field this year.
Yeah, no, it's, you know, it's that kind of group. You also got Napoleon Solo squaring off, the Preakness winners squaring off with the Triple Crown other runners for the first time. There's a lot going on. It's going to be a really fun race, a great day, but a great race.
A big field, which we always like to see, and you know, some lightly raced horses that have thrown their hat in the ring with a lot of ability, like Sea Strike.
Yeah, what's Sea Strike going to do if he runs back to his last race? If you knew he was going to run his last race, he might be the favorite.
And you know, we talk about it too. Second half of the year, things they can change a bit. Golden Tempo hasn't had a chance to get that started yet because he missed the Jim Dandy. That doesn't in any way kind of put him behind the 8 ball a little bit for you?
Oh, not because he's training so well. Arcangelo did it by intention, but he also went Belmont to Travers, and he was able to get it done. So I'm going to trust in Cherie. I'll put it this way. I'm not going to be picking Golden Tempo because I think he'll be an underlay in relative terms, but I won't be picking against him because I'm worried about the layoff. Maybe I should be, but I'm not.
And I've always been of the opinion that closers have an easier time coming off of layoffs than speed types, because speed types have to run more of the race, where a closer can kind of get in a rhythm and come with that one run.
Interesting.
What a Saturday it's going to be. Part of our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. DraftKings Travers this coming weekend, the main event of the summer here at the Spa. We're going to look back to yesterday at a big one in the 3-year-old filly division. The Alabama, everyone thought it would be a coronation for Counting Stars, or at least most of us. Turned out to be a completely different story altogether. Stay with us.
Blazing Salad. Big star to get up into the Pacific Classic.
Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes. My Guns Loaded confronts Counting Stars at the top of the stretch, both very wide, turning for home. My Guns Loaded on the outside, and Counting Stars 3 lengths back. Measure is finishing strongly. They're in the final furlong, and My Guns Loaded and Counting Stars head and head. Measure just keeps coming at them along the inside. Measure, My Guns Loaded, My Guns Loaded, Measure, Measure, or My Guns Loaded. My Guns Loaded, My Guns Loaded has won the Alabama.
You shall receive.
So the coronation for Counting Stars in a championship season, not to be, at least not in the Alabama. My Guns Loaded, and Andy, you like this one coming in, gives Chad Brown his 3rd Alabama victory and first to Manny Franco.
Yeah, and I tell you something, I was saying to Richie, I've never seen Manny that animated.
Yeah,
he was pumped.
Yeah, he's not a guy that, goes over the top with the celebration, but you could see. But that's the kind of meet he's been having. Everything's going right. He's riding tremendously. And he came into this saying last year he was a little disappointed. Only 20 wins. Well, he's on pace to triple last year's number.
No, he's having such a great meet, and it's great to see him finally transfer his downstate performance up to Saratoga.
Summer of his career here at Saratoga. Just sensational what he's been able to achieve. And that's sort of, to win the big ones too. You love to get the wins and be in the mix, which he has done like never before, Mig. But then to get big-time wins like that is huge.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, he's riding for the right people. He's getting the right opportunities. His agent, John Panagot's done a great job. But he's risen to the occasion. He's risen to the level where people have that kind of confidence in him. Manny Franco could ride any horse in any situation, and people are aware of that.
And I agree. And the other thing is, you get those opportunities, the pressure tightens up,
Sure.
That pressure wheel gets a little bit stronger. So it's great to get the chances, but if you get them and you're not up for it, you can look really bad out there. Manny is flourishing with the opportunities.
Second in the standings right now, 50 win mark for Manny and counting.
Yeah, it's just really a phenomenal season and well-deserved. He's a hard worker. You see him out there at it every day at his craft, working hard in the mornings. And, it's an interesting thing. The harder you work, the luckier you get.
Yeah, and also with Jose probably riding out of town a lot of the last week, Manny's going to get some opportunities, so if he can stay within hailing distance of him, it gives him a chance. It won't be easy, but
mathematically he has a chance.
Yeah,
yes.
It's getting like 12 behind or so.
14. It's a bit of a cushion, but very good chance Manny's going to get number 51 here. I know you guys disagree, but he'll be on the even money favorite.
No, he's still even money, whether you want to bet it. It's not I'm against this horse. It's just going to be a short price, and even monies are coin flips to win races. Also, with Irad not riding, there are going to be a lot of opportunities coming his way on very live horses because now Irad and Jose are gone. The 2 guys they're going to covet the most are going to be he and Plavian, so he's going to get those chances.
Could be, very
and he's
productive.
Up to it. He's got the
Way
guy's
to wind
confidence
down
is
this
sky
meet.
high.
10 minutes away from this third coming up. Hot Currency, the even money favorite, the one to beat, and that's the Mount of Manny Franco coming up. Let's go back to Acacia.
We have some interesting layoff runners that will be taking on Hot Currency in here, namely to the outside, the return of Tennessee Belle, making her first start for trainer Todd Pletcher. This was a horse who had a little bit of steam behind her when she debuted as a 2-year-old. She ran into the Todd Pletcher trained Tommy Joe at First Asking, which seemed to be one of the most precocious 2-year-old races of the summer. Then she won by open lengths before running a very disappointing effort at Churchill. She's been sidelined since then. She does make a barn switch coming in here. I watched some of her workouts returning the 1-2 back on August 8th. She was in company with another layoff runner with a Kiss, who is 1-for-1, hasn't run since October, but seems pretty promising for Todd. And I thought that Tennessee Belle was going a bit better than that fellow workmate who's also coming in off the bench. Looking at her, she was always a very attractive 2-year-old. Incredibly fit, very Yaupon looking. She has filled out a little bit as she does come back as a 3-year-old now. I like that they're keeping her at a sprint distance though, especially with the sire and just how quick she can be. I really think that's to her benefit, but strong in her hind end, super coat as is always the case. And like I said, I do like to see that she does seem to have developed coming back this year. The number 4, Vacoma's Diva, not quite so much of a layoff, but hasn't run since May at Oaklawn, and being in Arkansas, on Sawbred. It makes sense that she debuted there, winning at First Asking against State Bred Company. I thought last time out she was out-footed at the start and didn't really look like she was moving comfortably. She was running with her tail straight out. She was a little bit keen. She never really settled, never really got into her stride. So I think it was to a benefit that she was given some time after that May race, especially after a couple of starts over at Oaklawn, where we've talked about it. How do they transfer that form, and especially against Archie Bred Company? But she has been training up a storm here in Saratoga, as her last workout was from the gate where she went 46-4, and she blasted out of there. She showed a lot of good gate speed. I envision her being very quick, though she's quite switched off mentally here in the paddock. With the addition of the shortcut cheater blinkers and just how quick she's been in the mornings, I imagine we're going to see some speed from her, and we'll see how that Oaklawn form does stack up for this lightly raced daughter of Vekoma, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 7 minutes away from this third coming up. Blinkers on, big work out of the gate for the return here off since early May.
Yeah, I mean, I think any handicapper at Saratoga always has to take careful attention to George Weaver's starters. This is a guy who, I think it's 1 year in the last 10 or more years where he hasn't had a sensational beat, especially with getting long shots, high ROI, getting weird horses. This horse is way too slow on paper to win this race. I think we can both agree on that. We like seeing the Archie Bred here, but you know what? This horse is also working extremely well, so probably she's going to run better. Will she run better enough?
There's the 4-5 favorite, Hot Currency. Let's take a look at the most recent effort. Dominant, coming out of a runner-up finish in the Bowery against very talented Veneta.
Yeah, I will say this field today is significantly better than the field and deeper than what she met this day. And so Manny, you know, sort of seasonable by horns and going, he had the fastest horse. He might have to go a little too fast if he's too aggressive, and I wonder if he'll try him from the rail to let her go and get position, Richie.
Well, if she was drawn more to the outside, he could stalk, but the rail is what makes it tricky, right? You don't want to get swamped in there for a horse that looks like she's always done her best running when she's in the clear.
Yeah, I'm not sure how this is going to play out. And that's one of the reasons I got shot with the 2, because I just think Kendrick has got to come out firing with the 2, assuming she breaks, and try to set the pace and steal the race in the front end. She's got at least one race that puts her in there, and another couple that are pretty good as well. So I thought she was a little interesting as a possible upsetter. I know the barn's been a bit cold. When you start worrying about cold barns when they're 10-1, that's when you go, what was I thinking? I just missed a $20 horse.
Here comes our post parade. We'll start here in just a moment with Hot Currency. Odds on here and on a roll coming in. Trying to win for the 3rd time in the last 4 starts. And yet you say this is a tough field. It is.
It is.
She was a long way clear of the rest of that field, though.
She's good. I'm not in any way suggesting she's not the horse to beat. And I think her 4-5 very much reflects the fact that Tennessee Belle is taking, at this point, no money.
Post parade brought to you by the New Belmont Park. Again, opening day, September 18th. Go to newbelmont.com for more information. So here's the favorite for Linda Rice.
She is the horse to beat. Is she 4-5 to beat this field? I don't believe so, and that's why I'm betting against her.
10-1 next door with Chatter.
Speed, just what Andy was talking about, and Kendrick Carmouche knows the importance of speed.
Michelle Nevenbarn, Jose Ortiz, Megs Foxy Gray.
Yeah, she rated last time to win, something she has never done in the past, but now she has to try to do the same thing against a tougher group.
Vekoma's diva, George Weaver, off a short layoff.
Second daughter of Vekoma in here, and she comes in off a sharp gate work that usually hones a horse's speed.
My first dyno went by, biggest price on the board. Here's the 6, Takdir.
Is there a possibility Takdir is part of that pace as well, Andy? It looks like she's pretty quick.
Could be forward. We'll see what's going on in here.
Turf sprint
Is
speed.
Ricardo actually riding this one?
Yeah, we didn't get the memo last race. We'll see. Tennessee Belle, Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, listen, she was impressive last year. Todd Pletcher's numbers. At Naira, trainer switches and dirt sprints. He's just 1 for 14 over the last 5 years. He's 0 for 8 off of 250-plus day layoffs at Naira doing it. And getting it from a trainer whose horses ran very well last year, and things sort of changed after that.
Wager AI putting up a suggested play and giving us the $2 daily double. 1-3 with 3-4-7 underneath in the next.
They are against the number 7 here, and apparently in the next race, they are against the number 5 and 6, the first 2 choices. So they appear to be looking for horses at better prices, I think, are much better value. Those are not handicapping opinions as much as value opinions.
So 4 to 5 favorite. And Hot Currency, we'll see if she can go back-to-back.
And Wager doesn't think that the one's overbet.
No.
And Wager's smarter than I am.
I thought Hot Currency was standout. We will see. Here's the 6. And this one with turf sprint speed is pretty quick. And there is Ricardo Santana Jr.
I was going to say, I'll confirm that that's Ricardo Santana.
Okay, so he is riding that one. Every race now we have to make sure it's Ricardo. Do we need a close-up of him every time when he's in the paddock?
That's what we needed.
We're on it. We're on it for you, we promise. Even on YouTube.
All right, so if this one does put some pressure on the 1, potentially even the 2, who does this set up for?
I'm hoping the 2 is clear of the 6, so I'm hoping it sets up for nobody. That's my position, and I'm sticking with it.
All right, my take is that it's going to set up for the 7, who has fast, buyer figures for a 2-year-old. Should improve those buyer figures, just get, natural maturation. She's well posted, and she gets Lasix for the first time. That's why I'm landing there. I understand what you're saying about the stats.
All of that is very fair. And from a handicapping standpoint, if the assumption is the 7's going to show up, she's very logical here. Though you could say Meg's Foxy Gray, who showed the ability to rate last time, also belongs in that conversation. For me, I don't want the 7 because of the intangibles. I don't like Todd's record off of layoffs, and I don't like the fact that she's taking no money. So setup or not, I'm not interested in her. I get what you're saying, and it's very, very fair. It's just not the way I'm going.
Pick 5 pool up and over $300,000. New mandatory pay pick 5 begins here. Let's go back to Acacia.
And taking a look at your 4 to 5 favorite, Hot Currency, she's warmed up beautifully. I really don't have any problems with her. Now, she has been facing restricted New York bred company, albeit in stakes, and she does come in terrific form altogether. She was beaten 2 starts back in the Bowery by Veneta, who would go on to win again up at Finger Lakes after that race, and it was going probably a touch further than Hot Currency does prefer, and was also reported that after her win back in April, she did develop a fever, so maybe took a little bit of time coming back after that, but altogether she's been sensational. She looks great. Like I said, I have no problems with her. You will have to take the worst of it with the price. I picked the horse I thought might be the speed of the speed in here, but I think a very worthy favorite to the rail, and a horse that has set the pace but has also stalked and been a little bit off of it before. The number 2, Chatter, she broke slowly last time out. She kind of broke out and bumped her neighbor at the start, and then had to kind of rush up and got keen after that. Just not an advantageous beginning for her, for a horse that I think is better and prefers to be forward, if not necessarily on the lead, just given an opportunity to get into the race early on. She's a horse that's been all throughout her career a little bit tough prior to her races, as you do see Kendra Carmouche actually just pull those earplugs out, something I was going to mention. So usually they will pull those earplugs out behind the gate. Sometimes they will race with cotton in, but she's had those earplugs in while saddling. They saddled her away from the rest of the field. She's one that I think is not the best doer, not the easiest keeper, a little bit lighter framed and quite warm under the belly in particular. And maybe some of that bubbles over when we saw that break last time out. Altogether, she seems like she's keeping it under wraps really nicely today, especially from what I've seen from her in the past. And Kendra keeping her with the pony, but I think this start is really the key for her if she can get herself into the race a bit better than she did last time, Greg.
All right, about to load up. Here we go. 4 to 5. Hot Currency looking to go back to back here at the meet. One on August 2nd, 3 weeks ago. But you believe a much tougher race coming up
I think
here.
it's a tougher race near potentially a tougher situation. Linda Rice is good on short rest, so I don't worry when she brings her back quickly.
I thought the tough circumstances maybe with the rail with speed drawn to the outside of her.
But she's a horse to beat.
No doubt.
It'd be
no
foolish
doubt.
to argue that.
Starts again, a mandatory pay, pick 5. Let's send it upstairs. Frank Miramati with a 3rd from Saratoga.
Thanks, Greg. We've got Vacoma's Diva going in. Takdir And that looks like Ricardo Santana Jr. Tennessee Bell to the outside. Going in. All set. And they're off. Takdir had an awkward start. A quick one for Tennessee Bell, but now backing right off the speed, and it's Chatter quickest to the half-mile pole. Bacoma's Diva is a clear-cut second, followed by Hot Currency third. Meg's Foxy Gray is fourth. A gap of at least 7 or 8 lengths back to Tennessee Bell. Takdir is next, and My First Dinah. What a strung-out field this is. 21-4 for Chatter, with Bacoma's Diva on the outside, pressing the issue past the 3/8 pole. It's 5 back, Hot Currency with the Dream set up at odds on, trying to come after them now, and Meg's Foxy Gray is in fourth. Tennessee Bell and Takdir, 44 and almost 4 there at the top of the stretch. Bacoma's Diva wins the battle, trying to win the war now with Hot Currency 3 lengths back still and fully extended in second. On the inside, here's Tennessee Bell coming very fast, and Tennessee Bell set down along the rail, runs right by Bacoma's Diva. Tennessee Bell wrapped up, wins by 4 anyway. Bacoma's Diva second, Takdir ran on very well, then Meg's Foxy Gray.
Tennessee Bell, like the rest of this field, was standing still. Flavien Prat gets number 45 of the meet.
They were flying up front, and there are 2 different analyses. Mine turned out to be completely incorrect, and yours, Richie, turned out to be completely accurate.
Well, she really did get a good setup and a tremendous ride.
But you predicted it, so it's
tremendous ride from Flavien, though. He saved all that ground, and he was patient. He didn't ask her for her best until he was well inside, just about the 3/16 pole before he really set her down, and she came with a really nice run. She was a good, she showed ability at 2, a little older, supposed to get better, and she did.
Yeah, obviously the massive disappointment was Hot Currency, because even though she wasn't making the lead in here, she worked out an absolutely perfect trip, sitting behind 2 horses blazing away. The problem for me with my 2 horse was I couldn't have anticipated Bacoma's Diva having as much speed. Bacoma's Diva ran very well.
She did.
To be second here, improved a lot. That she actually, I don't know that she ran the best race, but it's certainly closer in the margin. The winner got a great trip, but you know what? The winner showed up today. I was banking on the winner not showing up. I was incorrect.
We should note that the 3rd place finisher, Takdir, the 6th, actually ran well after she missed the break completely.
And Hop to the Star was nowhere near where she was supposed to be, near the front.
Might show a little bit just how well the 4 ran, when you consider she held for second in here, and my 2 evaporated top of the stretch, and even the 1 chasing the fast pace, she had nothing.
Yep.
Tennessee Bell, Flavien Prat up the inside, rolling by everyone with that setup at 5-1. Todd Pletcher, Boyd Racing. And the back-to-back Eclipse Award winner's outstanding rider, that man right there, with the victory here again for Pratt, number 45 at the meet. We're going to take a timeout. We will talk more Travers when we return. The fastest race by anyone heading to the DraftKings Travers. Your Curlin winner, Sea Strike. Can a horse, for the first time since VE Day, make an impact in the Travers? We will find out on Saturday.
This is what you get when all your wishes come true.
Cody's Wish right alongside. Down to the wire. Cody's Wish.
The Horse of the Year trophy. Cody's Wishes Horse of the Year trophy. Start the quest for your award.
Cody's Wish has rocketed past. Cody's Wish is drawing away. Cody's Wish.
His first yearlings are selling now.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Up alongside of Knightsbridge, and now these two will turn for home together. Imagination on the outside to the front. Knightsbridge back into second. Tio Elvis, the horse from Japan, has rushed up on the outside, and he has taken the lead. He's taking off. Oh, look at Tio Elvis pull away in the last 16th of a mile. Even business today. Japan's Tio Elvis crushed them.
Elvis is in the building.
Yes, he is.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. Race 3 in the books. It's Tennessee Belle with a 5-1 upset in a 7-4, 6-3 finish. Flavien Prat for Todd Pletcher here. Mig?
And she really ran well. Great ride by Flavien. Great job by Todd to have her ready off the bench, and got a good setup, but boy, she took full advantage of it.
So Tennessee Belle, 5-1, and short-priced favorite for Linda Rice. No response here.
Yeah, she was bad. No two ways about it.
So Tennessee Belle with the win here. Todd Pletcher barn. He picks up number 17 of the meet. Obviously, eyes looking toward what's going to happen with that draw later today. He will send out Renegade. He'll have a new pilot. And Tyler Gaffalione. You never want to make any changes and take you out of your routine heading into a big race like that, but forced to do so.
Well, now they have a built-in excuse. They can blame Tyler.
Well,
Sorry, no pressure.
Listen, it is a
Good to have him out, but
great opportunity for Tyler, and you know he's going to do his due diligence. He's going to watch film. He's going to talk with Todd. I'm sure he'll even confer with Irad, and Irad, the classy individual he is, he'll explain to him how the horse needs to be ridden as well. But not having the same familiarity as Irad can't be a positive.
Tyler's a great rider. Irad's Irad Ortiz.
Yeah.
Let's go to Acacia.
I'm not sure. Very pleased to be joined by the winning owners here, Randy and Jenny Boyd, as we see Tennessee Belle getting back to the winner's circle. She really seemed to flourish coming back as a 3-year-old.
Well, we're trying to set our expectations. She hasn't ran like over 330 days. Just have a healthy race, come out feeling good. She didn't have to prove anything. And when she came around the back corner, she was behind, but she was closed, and we thought, well, she'll be respectable. We had no idea that she was going to do this. It was so exciting.
We are thrilled, beyond thrilled. She had to wait so long to get back out on the track, and we did not know what to expect. We knew she had it in her, so we're so proud of her.
As you should be, and I appreciate I can spot you in a crowd very easily. Of course, your association, absolutely, former president of the University of Tennessee. She's representing. I'm sorry, current.
Do you know something I don't?
Sorry.
I think I'm still president. I wasn't this morning, but
president of the University of Tennessee, but she's representing Tennessee nicely.
She is doing well. We're so proud of her. The whole state's proud of her.
Absolutely. And Jenny, we spoke recently at the sales where you've been very active, both of you. But as Randy said, these wins are what you signed up for getting into the game.
They are absolutely what we signed up for. And she's our first horse, so this is uber special for us, for her to win like this.
She'll always be special. Being our first horse, we'll always love her. We got us started in this.
Absolutely. Well, looking forward to the future with her. Congratulations to you both.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
26th president of the University of Tennessee, serving since 2018. Called it the honor of his life to be able to serve in that role. And pretty nice honor to get to this winner's circle as well at Saratoga.
Yeah, things are going well. Absolutely.
$12.30 for the win with Tennessee Belle as we move on to race 4. Mile out of the Wilson chute. Maiden special weight here. 3-year-olds and up, and even money on commitment fund for Chad Brown.
Yeah, should have won last time, obviously, but is meeting a tougher bunch today, including the one inside of him and the horse outside, who probably will be favored by post time. I just want you to know, I did talking horse with our friend Jackson Muniz today. He does not know who Chili Palmer is. So he's been instructed to see Get Shorty. I
yeah.
envy him seeing it for the first time, but I'm...
So hold on. When I first started working with Andy Serling, we were out in Saratoga. I didn't know a particular song that came on the jukebox.
No.
He grabbed my iPhone and he threw it to the ground and smashed it in pieces.
That would be true.
Please tell me, that's fine if you did, that's fine. You called, apologized, the next day you offered to pay for it. Did you do the same thing to Jackson?
I didn't. If I could have reached his cell phone, I would have. You didn't know who Warren Zevon was. It wasn't that you didn't, not only did you not know Lawyers, Guns, and Money, but you didn't know Warren Zevon, which I think most people watching would agree is a far worse offense than not knowing who Chili Palmer is.
He owned what? There was an 83 hopeful winner.
You're ridiculous.
Watch your phone. Watch your
reach
phone.
for my
Nick.
phone. You're gonna have bigger problems.
You're probably still listening to like Mel Torme or something.
Draw for the DraftKings Travers. Grade 1 biggie, 1.25 million unofficial fourth leg of the Triple Crown at a mile and a quarter. Is coming up Saturday on our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. Golden Tempo, the Derby and Belmont Stakes winner coming back for Cherie DeVaux, but Sea Strike coming out of the Curlin. What a performance that was.
I mean, he in some ways is the most intriguing horse in this race because his 102 or 103 prior, I think it's. I think Further Ado may have run a similar figure when the Bluegrass, but it's faster than these horses have been running. And he doesn't need the lead, but he's forward. You know what Napoleon Solo's doing in this race. Can he duplicate that performance in the Travers? Because if he does, Richie, this field could be in for some trouble.
Yeah, I mean, he was really, really good here. He does, he's a horse that can set up his own trip. He jumped out so well in the Curlin and set up shop just off the leader and just took over at will. This was a really nice performance. Now, listen, it's a big ask because he has a little less seasoning than maybe you would like going into it, but he doesn't lack ability.
No. And let's not forget, too. Yes, third start of his career, first time going 2 turns, but it's not like he beat a typical Curlin field, too. He beat a horse who's a major contender and player in the Triple Crown in Chief Wallaby.
Beat him.
So I feel like that Curlin holds a little more water than most.
He humiliated him, frankly. I mean, and the one thing, obviously the difference, not only the talent, there's pace in here. In all likelihood, he's not going to be opening up 3 or 4 into the stretch. He's going to be having some pretty good horses breathing down on him. Sure. Doesn't mean he can't beat them, and I'm thrilled to see what he can do in that race, but it's going to be a very different scenario.
Yeah, no, agreed. And then, another furlong to negotiate, although the way he won that. We talk about it a lot. There is a dividing line, but it's hard to distinguish if a horse is going to stay another furlong or not, or that they're not going to stay another furlong when they finish like that.
Yeah, he was running through the wire, that horse.
Right, he ran through the wire.
Yeah. Let's go to Acacia.
And it was a busy work morning yesterday, of course, 1 week out from the Travers, so it makes perfect sense. And Sea Strike, another one that did put in a big final work and preparation. He worked solo, though, as he has been doing all along. And he was a little bit keen early on, and the way that he was traveling and the enthusiasm with which he was working was what really caught my attention with him before the Curlin. And I was wondering how he was going to be able to stretch out to that 9 furlong distance. Well, it was no question at all. And looking at how he's training once again, I have loved the way this horse has been working. He just gobbles up the ground. He's so strong. He does not look like he's going as fast as he is to go 48-3. And his rider, Kelvin Perez, who has just 2 handfuls of horse throughout the entire work there. So very encouraging workout from Sea Strike, from a horse that's still very lightly raced, but as we saw yesterday in the Alabama, lightly raced horses for Chad Brown, when he steps them up with confidence, it's usually for a good reason, Greg.
Look at his grade 1 success. Having a, as we always expect, pretty good summer. But look, there's no question. It's a big jump. Curlin going to the Travers against the monsters of the 3-year-old division. But he beat one of the biggies in this division already. We'll see if he can do it. How do you feel about lack of seasoning with him?
It's a good question. I don't know. I haven't really thought about this race from a handicapping standpoint. They'll draw it today. PPs will come out for that card a little later this evening. And I kind of want to go into it, Richie, with a sort of open mind about the whole race and look at them. But I'll tell you right now, I certainly consider Sea Strike one of the main players.
He just elevated in my eyes. That's as good a workout as you'll ever see. I mean, he was in the bridle every step of the way, begging to do more. His enthusiasm and the way he covered the ground. he just really elevated in my eyes.
Really interesting addition to the race with that performance. And again, the fastest speed figure of anyone who's going to line up in that race. We'll see if they can do it, getting the extra ground as well at a mile and a quarter. What a Travers we have ahead. And again, the draw to happen. You'll see what happens on our air a little bit later on this afternoon.
Yeah, no, it's really, you know, you think about last year's Travers. It was sovereignty. I took a shot with magnitude, but it was sovereignty at like 1 to 5. Not the case here. This is a wide open race. There are going to be good horses that lose this race, and there are going to be potentially good bets at decent prices in here. It's going to be a very fun race.
Again, it'll be part of Fox Saratoga Saturday. Coming up this weekend. 19 minutes away, 4th here from Saratoga. Some ominous skies above us. It's beautiful blue skies. Not the case in the distance. We'll be back with more right after this.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
We're back on Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And a perfect segue as I'm pleased to be joined by Matthew DeSantis, content creator for Naira Bets. As, of course, less than a week away from the Travers, that's where all the focus is going to be.
Oh, absolutely. We're going to be doing a live stream right after the draw today to talk about our first reactions to the Travers field. So excited for that. And on Naira Bets for next week, we have a 50% profit boost promotion for those who place a win bet in the Travers on a single horse.
Great opportunities and always great promos going on over at Naira Bets. And you have a pick you like today in the last.
Yeah, I like Miguel's horse in the last, actually. A little bit of a price. The number 9 Tamarin, coming back from a little bit of a layoff, having run at Gulfstream Park, doing the class drop. Miguel, in his career on the turf, doing these class drops at Saratoga, 4 for 6 with a $5.48 ROI. Manny Franco's riding. What's not to like about that?
Well, Matthew, I certainly hope that you are right. Good luck with your pick. And thanks, as always. We look forward to all the Travers content.
Thanks so much, Acacia.
Greg?
All right, we're 15 minutes to post. Race 4 coming up. It will start a middle pick 4. As you see, the 1863 Club. One of the most beautiful spots to watch a race from anywhere in the game.
Yes, it is. Great spot. Should we show the DVD we got?
Oh, did we get one?
Just got a present from a
Absolutely,
customer.
you need to show this.
Customer just came by and
Can we get a
brought
close-up
over
here?
a copy of. We do this here? Anybody?
There's
watching?
Chili Palmer. Can we get a close-up on camera of what? There we go.
No, we got. You want to zoom in on this, Kyle? Get Shorty. Mark Harnett brought it by for Jackson to watch. So Jackson has a job this week to watch Get Shorty. If I had a DVD player, he wouldn't get it. I'd just steal it and watch it at home. But thank you to Mark.
Not just fans of that movie betting on this horse right here, Chili Palmer. This horse has a real chance.
It's got a lot of speed. Tell you that. Could be in front, right? Probably will be in front.
Trained by Chad Summers, who had a moment of his career earlier this year in the Triple Crown, a Preakness victory, Napoleon Solo, who is now headed to the DraftKings Travers, Mig.
Yeah, and he's been training extremely well here in Saratoga. His last work under Johnny Velasquez was eye-catching. Jumped a shadow right at the wire, and he was going fast at it. But he's already a classic winner, and it's great to have Golden Tempo, your Derby Belmont winner, your Preakness winner, Napoleon Solo, and other cast of characters. But he's a good horse. He was the best horse in the Haskell. You know, he was traveling sideways half the race, going in and out, instead of just going forward.
Yeah, instead of taking care of business, was worried about taking care of somebody else's business. He ran the best race of any 2-year-old in the country, I think, in all of our opinions last year. He won the Champagne.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just a good horse, and a horse that broke his maiden in one of the restricted races because he only cost $40,000. The new owner paid a little more than $40,000.
Yes, they did after a Preakness victory.
As they should.
How do you feel about him at a mile and a quarter after what you saw in the Haskell?
I think he's good enough to win this race, but he's got C-Strike sort of near him. Got to deal with him, put him away, and hold off the closers. It's a big ask, but you know something? When you pay the kind of money for him that his new owner paid for him, you're not skipping the Travers because that's the payoff. And the other thing is, if he wins the Travers, he's on very similar ground to Golden Tempo and puts himself very much in the conversation to win that Eclipse Award. And I think he's kind of the only one that can do it. I mean, I understand there'll be some feeling with Renegade, but he's the one who's got a Triple Crown race win, and then he'll have the Travers.
Listen, he's a classic winner already. You're not gaining a whole lot by running in the Pennsylvania Derby, but you got a whole lot to gain running in the Travers.
John Velasquez will take over the mount in the Travers. Let's go to Acacia.
Trainer Chad Brown sends out 2 in here. We'll begin with the one that is taking more money, and that's the number 5, Commitment Fund, who's stretching out in distance. Now, from a pedigree standpoint, this is a horse on the bottom side where it leans a bit more towards sprint. He does not look like a sprinter at all. In fact, first time out, I wrote in my notes, wants to go longer. He was a bucking bronco with riders up, though. He was incredibly green. They've had 2 handlers on him the whole time, and while he is a bit more forward once they've gotten the tack on him, he is so much more composed, which I appreciate for him stretching out in distance. But he's such an elegantly built horse. He's very streamlined, longer in his frame, long legs for sure. I think he is absolutely well suited to the mile distance, and very happy to see a mental progression from him as well. His stablemate, the number 4, Isa Runner, was the incredibly expensive son of Gun Runner, and just as we kind of mentioned earlier, it's Gun Runner with a turf mare. The entire family on the bottom side is turf. Harmonize herself, Grade 1 winner, go in the Del Mar Oaks, multiple graded stakes winner on the turf. This one's the half to integration. Very good turf runner as well. All 3 of the foals turf winners. But with the Gun Runner influence, did debut in what has turned out to be an incredibly salty race, won by Stimulate, who came back to win again yesterday with a 92 buyer. And in fact, all 4 horses who've come out of that race have won. He did debut in a wet track, which I don't think he loved, as he was last early and did seem to be taking a lot of kickback. He had a monster gallop out as well, though. I do wish he had strengthened a bit more in his hind end. That's something you often see with turf horses, but definitely an intriguing horse as they're heading straight out to try and avoid this weather, Greg.
Yeah, we do have some expected weather, some rain coming in, so they're going to try and move this post time forward a little bit. And you see horses already riders up and coming out for the post parade now.
Yeah, I'm not a weather chaser, but
it is a little bit ominous back there behind that shot of the grand.
It's ominous in Saratoga a lot, that's for sure.
Yep.
So Gadget Play, we just saw Stimulate look sensational yesterday, Mig. Source was second to sensational last time out. Stimulate for Mott.
They got a 92 buyer yesterday.
92, wow.
Yeah, proved about 7 points from that win last time. And I mean, this horse is going to be favored by post time. I don't know how he isn't. Having said that, Commitment Fund should have won last time. It was probably the worst ride Flavien Prat's given since he came to New York. And it's noticeable because he's given about 3 of them. So, you know, everybody has their moments, and you try to do something, it doesn't work out. And this was one of those ones where everything he did just blew up in his face. Having said that, the race collapsed. Having said that, the horse who won the race took advantage of that, and he came back and improved his buyer figure 7 points. Third horse improved 4 points. So there are reasons that race is better than it is, and he certainly can win in here. For me, I bet him last time. I'm frustrated about betting him today. I just think Gadget plays better.
Now is a look at the weather that's coming in and expected rain and why we've moved post positions forward here a little bit. So we'll kick things off at the post parade. Veblen, first-time starter, Bill Mott.
Certainly a good weekend for Bill Mott. Not great, though, with firsters. This one has moderate pedigree.
Sidearm, Eddie Barker.
Seems like his turf races have been better than his dirt races, but they stick to dirt.
Claimed off of Carlos Martin. Here's Sir Duke for Ilkay Cantermachi.
Big Stevie Wonder fans horses. This horse, we'll see if Ilkay can move the horse up off the trainer change.
Is a runner, Chad Brown, Manny Franco.
Really resented the kickback first time and the off-going.
The more highly regarded Chad Brown runner, Commitment Fund.
Shouldn't be a maiden, but he is. We'll see if he can stretch out effectively and win his second start after he should have won his debut.
Look out, Gadget Play faced a monster last start.
By Intermissive, looks just like him.
I think 4 horses have come out of that race and won, including the winner. Criteria was third.
And here's Chili Palmer speeding backed up in the debut.
Yeah, I mean, he has speed in here. Whether or not he's good enough to win this race, neither the winner or the second place finisher come back ran very well out of that last race.
So the 5, the 6, sort of as we expected, dominated the wagering here. Let's go back to that big performance on that sloppy sealed track. Obviously, Stimulate coming back yesterday on the Alabama Day card and looking sensational.
Yeah, I mean, this is Commitment Fund's actual race, and you're going to see. So Flavien's behind horses, and he makes a decision. The leader on the inside had drifted. Unfortunately, they both drift in and shut him off. While this is going on, the eventual winner gets a full head of steam outside of him. Now he's completely and totally just buried in traffic, and when he finally gets a seam, the horse does come through, but the other horse has a full head of steam. He's a length and a half in front of him, so while he valiantly tries to get it done, it just wasn't possible. He should have won the race, but he had good circumstance leading in, and he wasn't facing Gadget Play like he is today.
And watching Gadget Play on a racetrack, bowed his head, framed up beautifully. He looks like a coiled up spring. You know how hard it is, though, for a horse to lose the momentum that Commitment Fund lost and then actually find it again within the 16th of a mile. That was even more impressive than I remembered it watching the replay there.
And according to the DRF Clock Report, B+ work in that most recent drill in the morning, August 16th.
Yeah, and listen, Chad liked him a lot last time. I even said it on the air that he liked him a lot despite the price, and then he's liked how he's trained since this race. I can win this race. I'm just not sure he's going to beat Gadget Play. I mean, I picked the 8. I'm rooting for the 5. I'm not betting either one of them.
Sorry, you picked 2?
I picked 6, excuse me, Gadget Play. I picked a 6-5. I think he's a runner, or is he a runner, or whatever, the 4. I don't think that horse is impossible to improve. He comes out of the live race as well, and he feels like a horse that'll improve in his second start in a dry track.
The way the 6 has looked warming up, Mig, his mind is on business today.
Yeah, he's on go. You could see he's got his game face on. Looks terrific. I'm gonna go with the 5 Commitment Fund because of the trouble, but no false illusions. The 6 is going to be a handful here.
Here we go with a 4th on this Sunday Saratoga card. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Loading quickly. Here's Eyes a Runner in the Broman colors. Green and white, very recognizable silks for a long time here in New York. Commitment Fund is next. Gadget Play, one from the outside. And Chili Palmer to complete the line. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. It's a fast start for Sidearm. Along the inside, taking command at once. Sir Duke comes away in second, and Gadget Play 3 lengths back in third, followed by Commitment Fund. Chili Palmer is fifth in the early going, 5 lengths off the lead. The 2 trailers are Veblen and Isa Runner at the back, covered by 7 lengths down the back stretch. And the leader is Sir Duke, who has it a length and a half over Sidearm. A similar margin, Gadget Play and Chili Palmer. That opening quarter went in 24 1/5 seconds. Commitment Fund is inching up along the inside. He is racing in 5th at this point, coming to the half-mile pole. Now just in front of Chili Palmer. The 2 trailers remain Veblen and Isa Runner, 47 4. Sir Duke the whole way. Sidearm in pursuit. 2.5 more. Gadget Play is in third, set down hard, trying to get to the top 2. As Sidearm makes his move on Sir Duke and makes his move and goes right on by. Sidearm is the leader, and Commitment Fund is starting to sprint after him, angled out by Flavien Prat as the field straightens up for home. Sidearm in front by 3. Commitment Fund, nostrils flaring as he closes the gap in second. They're coming to the 16th pole. Sidearm or Commitment Fund. Sidearm digging in. Commitment Fund trying so hard. It's going to get very close. Here is the line. Sidearm held on by half a head. Commitment Fund just missed. Isa Runner a distant third in front of Veblen.
What a shocker here. Sidearm 25 1 to hold off the hard-charging Commitment Fund. Eddie Barker, Kendrick Carmouche.
Boy, was this a different horse. I agree with everything Richie said in the Bow Parade. This is a horse that looked better on the turf than the dirt. I mean, he wasn't far off the pace last time, but he wasn't that close to it, and he had absolutely nothing, and Commitment Fund ran significantly better than him. Aggressive ride with Kendrick really made a difference today. Put away the speed in this race, and Commitment Fund was really running. He just could not get to this horse. Wow. I mean, they beat the rest of the field by a city block. Commitment Fund ran a race that probably wins this race a giant percentage of the time. It's just that Sidearm ran a little bit better than he did. No knock on Commitment Fund. This horse just ran huge. And Gadget Play, you could tell right away he wasn't running. Luis Saez, a half mile to go, was getting into him hard, and he just was not responding. Sidearm, congrats if you had this horse. And if you're a pick 6 player, you're probably glad he's not in the pick 6, because you'd be well on your way to a carryover with a horse like this.
Wow, 25 1. Sidearm here, career start number 7. Gets that first win on the resume here. 2-5, 4-1 finish. And a shocker here in the 4th. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. Eddie Barker, picture time for the winning trainer. And not many had this one. Had to go deep to get it in multi-race wagers. If you did, well done. Still to come, our feature, the Albany. And can one big, beautiful bill remain perfect for Brad Cox here on the stretch out first time around 2 turns? That's still to come.
16-2, a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life. And Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
Coming this fall, the upgraded NyraBets app. Sleeker, seamless, smarter, designed for a better wagering experience, whether you're new to the races or a seasoned horse player. Navigate with ease, get expert picks and analysis, bet over 300 tracks worldwide, and opt into weekly bonuses and promotions, all in one elevated experience. The upgraded NyraBets app. A better way to bet is coming this fall.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. This one a shocker. Sidearm at 25-1, holding off the hard-charging commitment fund. Eddie Barker, Kendrick Carmouche, the adventure continues stables.
Very happy to see my man Eddie Barker get a win up here. It's a hard horse to make on paper, but if you had him at 25-1, congratulations. He did the dirty work and he got it done. Commitment fund ran very well to be second in what's going to come up, I think, a pretty fast race, Greg.
What a performance here. Pick 3, to give you some idea what this pick 5 may be or what you're looking at. $2,417.
Right. I don't even remember. And the first race winner was 7-1.
Yep.
So I'm going to take a look at these pick 5s now. Keep in mind, we do have some weather moving through. So while this 5th is scheduled for the turf, we hope it's able to stay on, but we don't know for sure.
Lowest payoff is $27,900 plus.
Yes.
You have some 6-figure payoffs. Several, in fact.
And of course, if in fact this race should come off the turf, and we're not saying it's going to, but if it does, it becomes an all race. And also in any other pick 4s that go through it. Pick 4s and pick 5s would be an all. Now, the pick 6, you may want to be a little patient here if you're playing the pick 6.
All right, 5.5 on the turf. Allowance optional claiming field for these 3-year-olds and up. And Run Curtis Run, your favorite right now. And the man aboard we're going to tell you more about right now, Flavien Prat, already one of the best riders in the sport when he took a big gamble leaving California and the West Coast to make the move out east with hopes of taking his career to another level. 2 years later, with back-to-back Eclipse Awards, that gamble is more than paid off.
French jockey Flavien Prat has experienced success everywhere he's gone. He had become one of the most prominent riders in California before moving his tack to New York in the spring of 2022.
Flight line is in full flight. Wet pink surging under Flavien Prat. National treasure and Flavien Prat.
Well, living in California was definitely not an easy decision. You don't want to be in the comfort zone and kind of, try to challenge yourself and see what could you do somewhere else. So that was my thought process, moving on the East Coast and riding with obviously a great colony of rider and different tracks. At that point, I thought it was the right thing to do.
Stepping out of his comfort zone is not something new for Prat.
I left home when I was 14 to get to the jockey school. I actually tried to leave when I was 13 and the school didn't accept me because I was too young. I think I cried for a whole day. Never been that sad in my life.
In fact, Prat's first introduction to horse racing wasn't with thoroughbreds.
I grew up in the harness business with my dad, who's a trainer. Now my brother was working with him. Obviously, when you see your dad, working from 5:30 to 1 p.m. and going back to the barn from 3 to 6, you learn what's hard work, and I just think it's an amazing way to live. In France, it can happen where there's a racetrack where half of the car will be harness and half would be thoroughbred. I love to go on the weekend with my dad and see the thoroughbred and then went a few times to Longchamp with my mom and some friends. So yeah, it's always been in the back of my mind.
Vasilika strolls home in the Royal Heroine.
By 2019, Pratt had grabbed some of the attention of trainers nationwide, enough to get the call from Hall of Famer Bill Mott in America's most prestigious race, setting up the biggest moment of his riding career.
Obviously, we had seen that he was doing very well in California and was a good rider, and we put him on, and it couldn't have worked out better. What a great trip he worked out for him. He was 3 wide around the last turn, but he was able to avoid the contact that some of the other horses had on the inside of him. We actually did not get bothered. You know, we took a slight little bump coming out of the turn, but really nothing that would have affected us one way or another. Then, of course, 24 minutes later, they hung our number up and made us the winner.
Winning the Derby was a strange experience. A lot of mix of emotion because obviously you win the Derby, so it's great, but it's by disqualification. There's always going to be some controversy, and yeah, I didn't cross the line first. And then you have to wait. We had to wait a long time before they decide to put Country House as a winner, so hopefully one day we'll cross the line first.
Just at the top of his craft, back-to-back Eclipse Awards. He is an amazing talent.
No, he's a great, great rider, and we're very lucky to have so many good riders here, and obviously makes it a lot easier to try to handicap when you just know pretty much for the most part you're going to get a ride. But Flavien Prat has been nothing short of exceptional since coming to New York, but even before when he rode primarily in California.
Meanwhile, back in race 4, huge upset, 25-1 on sidearm here. Kendrick Carmouche aboard for Eddie Barker. Acacia had the chance to catch up with the winning trainer.
Very happy to be joined by trainer Eddie Barker, the 96th trainer to win up at the Spa this summer. Got it done in a pretty exciting way.
Yes. I mean, this horse, we ran on the grass and he ran decent. He was second actually and third, but the way he's been training on the dirt, I insisted that he runs on the dirt and runs a mile. And Kendrick worked him twice, and he thought the world of him. So, you know, it was a good thing to happen, really, you know. And my exercise rider, man, he gets on him every morning. He can't stop talking about him. So, all in all, it's good to win here at Saratoga, you know.
It has to be really rewarding. And talk me through your emotions in that stretch, as you really had to fight for it.
I sure did. Come on, Kendrick, you know. Yeah, he's a game horse. He's, you know, we bought him on the digital sale. And frankly, I thought he was grass when I got him. And then, man, after he ran on the grass and the way he was training, I said, this horse got to be dirt, you know? And we didn't get a real experience, you know, a good experience the last time. You know, we were chasing the pace, and he doesn't want to be ridden that way. He wants to run against the bridle, and he'll run all day.
Well, congratulations. Thrilled for you to get this win with him here.
It sure is. The 96th trainer, huh? Yeah. Well, that's good. I hope there's 120.
Very good. Love it. Thank you, Greg.
That number, we've been talking about it a lot as we've, you know, crept forward into this meet. We got to do the research. I do not know, but there's a possibility this has been the most trainers ever to win at a meet in the history of the sport.
It's hard to believe that you could get that many. It's just hard to believe that even that many more than 100 different trainers would be running at an individual meet, much less winning a race. And it's a really nice thing to see everybody having a chance to win some races. And I've known Eddie Barker for a long, long time, and Eddie's a good guy.
Well-deserved. We have a chance to get a 97th winner into the winner's circle. 97th trainer, I should say, coming up at the next race. Rain's coming down pretty hard right now, and that's why they moved up post time up for that last race. 27 minutes to post right now for this one that scheduled for the grass, 5.5 furlongs. We'll keep you posted here as the rain pounds down here in Saratoga Springs. We'll be back with more Saratoga Live right after this.
On June 6, 2019, a new chapter began at Alapa when Hillendale transferred its operations to the famed Kentucky Station and Thoroughbred Nursery in Paris, Kentucky, on a farm that traces its origins to 1827.
We're trying to be progressive, thoughtful, and respectful to what's already been here, the intent of the farm, along with trying to become efficient and modern.
The 1,400-acre Alapa is driven by its owner John Sikura's passion to return the landmark farm to its original glory. The extensive restoration includes building a brand new breeding shed out of stone and concrete, matching the training barn that's been converted to be a stallion barn and now houses a roster of world-class stallions. Hillendale also built 8 new barns, plus adding landscaping and building tens of miles of fence, plus adding roads and utilities. Sikura appreciates the daily inspiration the farm gives him.
There's the ruins of an old dairy barn, which is it's like a beautiful relic. It's peaceful and quiet. There's waterfall ponds behind the house, behind the office. There's many unique, peaceful, great parts of the farm that create peace and a sense of understanding where you are and how unique the farm is.
Sikura is now focused on making new history at Alapa.
When you think of all that living history, it makes you respectful of the barn and who's been housed there, and then also a responsibility of trying to keep that same standard and try to move it forward and be historic in what we do, so that when someone would look back 50 years from now, they have a feeling of obligation for them to do the same here.
Celtic Dawn and Greyjoy, the first two out of the gate. Greyjoy, who broke so swiftly, has settled now 3 lengths off the lead. Celtic Dawn with a 2-length lead. Greyjoy chasing with determination. Greyjoy wins by 3. Chummers is 5th, 7 or 8 lengths off the runaway early leader. At the rail, Chummers is in 4th. Chummers is closing in, taking 2nd. Here comes Chummers! And Chummers will run him down. Iron Orchard is the quickest early on, gets over to the rail in a hurry. Iron Orchard now tries to sprint clear, has it by 2 lengths. As Iron Orchard basically walks home and still won by a block. One more time is the fastest out of the gate. And one more time, 3/4 of a length. One more time, Scampers clear by 3. And one more time, fended them all off. My Guns Loaded comes away in 3rd, and My Guns Loaded kept in the clear while 3rd. My Guns Loaded confronts Counting Stars at the top of the stretch. My Guns Loaded and Counting Stars head and head. Measure just keeps coming at them along the inside. Measure or My Guns Loaded. My Guns Loaded. My Guns Loaded has won the Alabama.
Great week of action, and the reputation of this racetrack striking again in the Alabama. Counting Stars does not run her race, but My Guns Loaded. Huge performance. Chad Brown again his 3rd Alabama victory, and we'll see now where she fits into this 3-year-old filly division.
I mean, she's had 3 starts for Chad Brown. Every single one of them has been a 90-plus buyer. She came to him as a maiden. It didn't run well in her first race. She's now probably worth $3 or $4 million after yesterday's win. She has blossomed in that barn. That was a huge win for Chad and a huge win for Manny Franco as well.
And, obviously, the stablemate, the Kentucky Oaks winner, we'll see here in the Cotillion next. And then after that, it's jumping in, facing older company.
Yeah, I mean, you'll have to decide what you're going to do. And obviously, Nitrogen is out there, and she is a force to be reckoned with. But when it comes to the Breeders' Cup, all bets are off. You've got to run in those races. And listen, at this point, My Gun is Loaded is kind of, it's all gravy at this point. But she could have a big career ahead of her. Counting Stars will be back. I mean, she didn't run her very best race yesterday. Was the distance? Did Jose kind of give her a lot to do, being so wide all the time? Was he a little overconfident? I don't know, but she's a very good horse, and she's going to be back to fight another day.
No question. And still, yeah, as you said after our program yesterday, you believe off those back-to-back Grade 1, still the leader of this division?
I think she is. I mean, listen, if always a runner wins the Cotillion, now it's 2-2. Counting Stars is still in front 2-1, so she slightly has the edge there. We'll see. There's still some big race to be gone. I guess if, let's just say, for argument's sake, always a runner wins the Cotillion. And I won't be surprised if Mark comes back in that race, because Mark doesn't miss dances. if they both come, but let's say always runner wins. Now it's 2-2. One of them runs second or third in the Breeders' Cup, they might have the edge, right?
Yeah, yeah. By the way, real quick, and you said this may be the case with the weather we got, we are now off the turf for all races today. So this 5th race comes off the grass.
So all pick 4s, and now we had a pick 4. Let me just go looking through to get this. It's an all in the pick 5. It's an all in the pick 4. That's an absolute. Now, I think we had a pick 5 that started in race 3. Is that true, Greg? I'm trying
yes, race 3.
We're on YouTube. We can be a little informal here. So that pick 5, this race becomes an all, as does the 7th race. They're both alls. The pick 4 that started in race 4, same situation. I believe we'll pay, I'm not 100% sure. If you ran 2, you got 2 of them in a pick 4. I don't want to give an absolute on that. Keep in mind, though, the pick 6 also starts here.
Can I get all in the pick 6 to start off?
No, you don't. So if you're betting the pick 6,
it starts here.
As far as I know,
yeah,
you know, you're going to be getting whoever you use here. Now, listen, doubles and pick 3s, you got the fuzzy end of the lollipop. That's the way the rules are written, and you've known it before, and that's the way it works out. I will say, Greg and I are going to do a little bit of handicapping here since we have a little time to kill.
Yeah.
And let's talk about this race as a dirt race because it's a totally different race. The 9 was the MTO. That horse came out, as did the 8 Voltage.
Yeah.
So I think the 7 Antares would be my top choice in here. My picks with the scratches, with the race off the turf that I'd made, would be 7, 5, 3, 6.
Yeah, Alder becomes interesting, the 3, right?
I totally agree. Alder has good dirt races.
Gold Luck.
Gold Luck certainly is a dirt horse trying the turf in this race. I think Antares is very, very interesting, especially because the one wet track race was extremely good, and that was the horse I had picked on top. So 3, 5, 6, 7 would be the ones I'd look at.
All right, let's pause real quick and go to Acacia, get an update with what's happening.
And we're still in a holding pattern here in the paddock. Greg, as you mentioned, all races have been taken off the turf. This race will still be run at 5.5 furlongs. And because horses were already in the paddock when the race was officially taken off the grass, paddock judge Patrick Davis has been going through, checking with each of the horses' connections to confirm they still want to run. As of now, the number 8 Voltage is the only one that has scratched and is coming out requesting not to participate with the surface change. They are still confirming with a few other connections. So any additional scratches before this race, I will update. But as of now, like I said, still in a holding pattern. We still don't have any tack or sighting of valets coming out. So still waiting as the rain comes down in the paddock for this upcoming 5th race.
All right, so holding pattern here with this weather delay. We do know off the turf the rest of the afternoon. Races 7 and 10 will now be at a mile distance.
Right, and this one at 5.5 furlongs. Now, as of now, all 1 through 7 are running. Is it possible somebody will come out? Absolutely. Now, listen, Run Curtis Run has won 2 races on the dirt. He's even won on a wet track. So I could see them leaving that horse in. Twisted Filigree has run once and not run well. That horse is one of the favorites. And this is a dirt race, and it's off the turf, but don't give up, because this board may offer some value because there's going to be money in the pools, and there's going to continue to be money in pools that aren't paying attention, and a horse player's job is to pay attention. And this is a dirt race now, so handicap is that, and maybe you find some value on the board. We saw one a couple weeks ago, right, when Katie Davis and Nick Zito had a win with a horse that we all thought could have been favored that paid $13. So keep an open mind about these races and look for some value.
All right, and then, I mean, we'll be awaiting more information with race 7. And when we get what's going to happen in that race, we'll maybe try and handicap that one for you a little bit as well. The Albany, the feature, and Talk to Me Jimmy, morning line favorite at 8-5, has certainly not been on a track of this condition before.
No, he's not. And, you know, let's take a look at that, right? Let's sort of ask ourselves, is there anybody that kind of moves up? I think with Talk to Me Jimmy, the fact that he has speed kind of mitigates that. You know, he's not going to be a horse taking a lot of dirt in this race. And even if the one tricky business goes, he'll be sitting outside of that one. So I don't expect it to be a big problem, but you never know. And he has run his best race, arguably, on a good racetrack, right?
Yeah. That was the Peter Pan that had some moisture in it, labeled good that day. ran second behind Growth Equity, but very different conditions we're likely going to have here this afternoon. Sloppy, this rain still coming down as we're in this holding pattern and this weather delay right now. We'll see. Just about everybody in this field really not. Couple have wet track experience, but
minor
not this kind of wet track.
but not. And you know, and also the rain is supposed. The thing is a very thin band that should be moving through in about 10 or 15 minutes, and we'll get back to having a nice day. Unfortunately, it's kind of spoiled the racing going forward, but that's what happens when you play a game outdoors. And listen, it hasn't happened as much this summer as it's happened some other summers. I'll tell you that. We've been blessed with, for the most part, extremely good weathers, but when you're up here in the Adirondacks, crazy things will happen.
Yeah, and I'll say in the last, right, if you are playing this pick six, holding power came out, but the 14 and 16 main track onlys were still in as of this point.
And the 14 is going to be an overwhelming favorite in there. You're talking about horses running 90-plus buyers for Linda Rice. I have an idea, and the 16 could certainly win for Chad Brown. I'm a little interested in the 2, Visible, who's won dirt race, albeit on a sloppy track. But that was last year as a 2-year-old. He took some money that day. He didn't run that badly. I thought he could be a bit of a fuzzy, and maybe he could be the 97th trainer to get a win here, as Danny Gargan has obviously not won a race. I don't think Danny Gargan has been firing a lot of 3 to 5 shots that were supposed to win. I don't think his horses are running badly. I just don't think he's running many live horses.
Yeah. All right, so yeah, again, when we get updated changes for some of these races, we will certainly pass those along. Let's get back to the Albany again and talk One Big Beautiful Bill. Comes in undefeated, 2 for 2, 6 furlongs. Stretched out to 7 furlongs. Got a neck victory over Tricky Business, and now comes the 2-turn debut.
I have no interest in him in this race. I actually picked him third. I shouldn't be like that. But I got the money with him last time. I don't need him at a short price, trying to stretch out just 2 weeks after that race. I'm not sure the horse inside of him is every bit as dangerous because he's inside speed in this race, but he has to deal with Talk to Me Jimmy, who's got a take no prisoners attitude. I am interested in the 3 Minor Inconvenience. Could the number 4 One Big Beautiful Bill win? Of course he could win this race. I just think he'll be an underlay. He's 3-1 in the line. I'd rather bet Minor Inconvenience.
All right, look forward to it. That one to come later in our coverage as we again are in this holding pattern. Albany, the feature, 5:55 Eastern start time. You and I are about to wrap things up. Hand it over to the next crew here.
There's a rowboat actually coming out, a covered rowboat, which will be taking Greg and I back to safety. Unfortunately for you guys, you do have some able-bodied people coming up, but I just want to reiterate that. Look at these races for dirt races. Keep an open mind. Don't just throw in the towel, because you might see a 3 to 5 that's a logical winner, but you might find some hidden gems. We've done it in the past many times.
Happens a lot. People miss handicap when these races are taken off, and it provides opportunities.
Absolutely. Remember something. You're handicapping this race as a dirt race. There's going to be a lot of money in the pool. Even people betting now that aren't paying enough attention or are married to their turf picks, these are opportunities at the racetrack. Be ready to seize every single opportunity.
Deal the hand you're given and try and take advantage. Good luck to everyone. Pick 6 is next, but still in a holding pattern as we get set to kick it off of the race that does come off the turf. So all these races off the grass as this rain continues to come down. We're going to hand it over to the next crew, Lafitte Pinkai and company, right after this.
Arcangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
Further ado, a magnificent run.
Olympiad gets the gold.
Magnitude to the top of the class. She's so speedy in the sprint. Tap it twice. Tap it twice. Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Golden Tempo has won the Belmont Stakes.
Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Golden Tempo faces Kentucky Derby runner-up and Jim Dandy winner Renegade in the DraftKings Travers.
Renegade storming down the center of the racetrack.
Golden Tempo meets Renegade for the third time this year. The DraftKings Travers on Fox Saratoga Saturday, brought to you by Oceana Cruises. Join us 5 Eastern on Fox.
There's nothing like being there at the race and having the horses go by and your horse is at the front of the pack. Nothing better.
We provide an inside look at the game. If people were to do this on their own, it would take years to develop the kind of relationships that we have with Hall of Fame trainers and horsemen. Here, you get to cut the line, so to speak, and you are in the thick of it at the highest levels of the game, and that's something that we really want for our partners. We want them to be dealing with high-class horses, have the chance to run in really big races, and we take care of the rest.
I look at spreading our placement of horse equine purchases as just a wise investment. They don't all work, but you're going to have ones that work because of the caliber of people at West Point that go through the horse selection vetting process. It's very thorough, super impressive.
Everybody here at West Point strives to provide a really comprehensive educational experience. We want you to be behind the velvet rope. Our partners get to know the trainers, the jockeys, obviously the horses. This is a real immersive experience to really get your feet wet and just feel like you're part of the action at the very front row.
I think it starts with the top, Terry and Debbie, ethics, this industry, having the right leader sets a tone for an organization. And they bring all that in every interaction, as does the entire West Point team.
You know, there aren't that many investments where you feel like part of a team, part of a family, but that's really true here, and that's what makes West Point Thoroughbreds so special.
Racing returns to the brand new Belmont Park this September. Get paid to bring new horses to New York with the Big Apple bonus. Each horse can earn up to $8,500. Bonus eligibility based on the horse's prior start or workout location. Both new and existing owners and trainers are eligible. With overnight purses increasing this fall by 15%, there's never been a better time to race at Belmont Park. Take a bite out of the Big Apple bonus. For rules and eligibility requirements, visit NYRA.com/Big Apple bonus.
And they're off at Saratoga.
Hashtag not ideal. Welcome back. Saratoga Live. Skies opened up. Heavy, heavy downpour over the last 20 minutes or so. Welcome. Just outside. Yeah, the paddock. Paul, Tom, I'm Lafitte. Paul, all the years you played in the majors, you'd have rain delays, and you could, like, go back in the clubhouse and play cards, right? That we might get to that point here. We'll see. We're in a delay. Tom, in this moment for trainers, like what's going on right now with the trainers who are supposed to have horses running in this upcoming 5th race?
Well, the horses are in the paddock, I believe. I didn't check behind me, but the horses even made it over yet?
I don't think so. In the stall, yeah.
So the horses have made it to the paddock, and right now as a trainer, you're just trying to keep your horse quiet and settled. Look, they know the game is on. They're waiting for that tack to be put on to go to the track to get in the starting gate. Keeping them calm and relaxed is everything right now. You have to be talented to win as a racehorse, but you have to be mentally right to win as a racehorse. So we're concentrating on that right now.
Paul is a handicapper, all right, so you have a little more time, right? So what adjustments are you making for the remainder of the program, which, by the way, all turf racing has been canceled. It'll take place on the main track, the remaining turf races.
Well, it's tricky, right? Because a lot of the MTOs are out. But you look in the last race, it looks like 2 horses are going to dominate that race. It looks like a horse is going to be, I would say, 4 to 5. No, horse is going to be like 6 to 5. So it shortens other races. It makes it a little difficult. Like this race right here, when you look at race 5, it's been taken off the turf. 5 is 6 to 1. This horse is not going to be 6 to 1 by post time. The horse has got a monster number, an 88 buyer on a sloppy racetrack. So it's going to completely change hopefully Tom and I will guide you to some winners.
Yeah, the uniqueness of what's happening right now, though, is these horses have already made it over to the paddock, and they did that thinking this race was going to be on the grass. So now trainers have a decision to make. Do I give them a race over the course on the dirt, even though it's not their best surface? As opposed to the later races, you're back at the barn. You have time to converse with your owners. Hey, let's save this horse for another day. I see a lot of scratches in the 7th and the 10th that are upcoming, but maybe not so many here.
Let me ask you a quick question. I know a lot of these horses have already been administered their LASIK shots. That's part of it, too, because a lot of people will be like, you know what? Still want to run the horse and see what we got.
That's a thing as well. We welcome Megan Burgess to the broadcast. Staying dry, there she is. What can you tell us? What can you tell us?
Sort of staying dry, Lafitte kind of rushed into the paddock to take over here this late show. But as far as the 5th race is concerned, has been taken, of course, off of the turf. The number 8 has scratched, elected not to participate, as paddock judge Patrick Davis is still communicating with trainers and their connections to make sure they have the option to either scratch or choose to run. We have not gotten confirmation from the entirety of the field as to their participation, but I will let you know as soon as we do here down in the paddock.
Megan, thanks so much, and good to see everyone staying composed. And I guess that's half or 3/4 of the battle, Tom. Just letting the racehorse know, the thoroughbred know that everything's going to be a-okay.
Yeah, no, that's indeed what it is. We're looking at a thoroughbred. I don't know which one it is. You see he's got that leather lip shank on. That leather is not hard on his mouth at all. He's just smiling, letting you know, I like the rain. I think he's telling us he likes the rain. But no, seriously, that doesn't bother the horse at all.
Yeah, you think he just got done wearing Invisalign.
Track side, it's like invisible in the
Mr.
midst
Ed.
of this weather delay. And yeah, we will keep you posted. We'll step aside as the coverage continues. Eventually, the racing will resume from a very wet Saratoga racecourse, winding down Alabama weekend.
Kankura or portfolio duration. Portfolio duration. Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. And title roll is in a very, very close photo. King of Gosford. El Cordobés will win the Sword Dancer.
Starlust! Program trading in naval power. What a thriller. Photo!
Untouched by the passage of time, Clare Court is nestled in the southern corner of Saratoga Racecourse. Constructed by August Belmont II around 1901, Clare Court, originally known as the Surcingle, was built as a private training center. Named after former track superintendent Thomas Clare, Clare Court was first recognized by its new name in the Saratogian after his death in 1940. Equipped with its own training track, the area's barns stabled such equine greats as Man o' War, Equipoise, Citation, and Whirlaway. Known for its beauty and privacy, Clare Court is also the final resting place for 4 horses that were near and dear to the Saratoga faithful: 4-Star Dave, Quick Call, A Phenomenon, and Morjane. 4-Star Dave, or the Sultan of Saratoga, won at least one race at the Spa for 8 consecutive seasons. In 1996, the Darrell's Joy Stakes, which the gelding won twice, was renamed in his honor. The race is now a Grade 1. Quick Call won 9 of 17 starts at Saratoga, including the Forego twice. Morjane and A Phenomenon were multiple graded stakes winners on the New York racing circuit. Morjane won the 1986 Darrell's Joy and 1985 Kelso Handicap. A Phenomenon won the Jim Dandy Stakes and the Vosburg in 1983. The backstretch is a side of the track many people never see, but a trip to Clare Court provides a unique perspective of America's most historic sports venue.
Part of what makes Saratoga, Saratoga. Clare Court, Tom, around every corner here, another piece of racing history.
It's not only racing history, Lafitte. So, you know, here in the United States, at most racetracks, we have a main track we train over on a daily basis, mile oval on the dirt, and it can be, it's very hard to get creative with thoroughbreds when you only have the same thing you can do over and over again. In Europe, they do all kinds of things over their gallops. They can set them up differently, bring those horses through the trees. Horses dig that. So Clare Court gives us an opportunity to be a little variation in our training, and I can't tell you how many older horses that have been playing the game a long time can go to Clare Court and really find a rejuvenation, a new life when they come to the race in the afternoon, training over that wooded area and that half-a-mile course they have there.
Legends that have been laid to rest, some of the most popular thoroughbreds that competed here over the years at Clare Court. Here on this Sunday afternoon, on this day after the Alabama, a weather delay with horses in the paddock and no turf racing the remainder of the afternoon with a heavy downpour that's lightened up a little bit. The sky's not as dark or angry, so hopefully this will eventually clear out and we'll get things back on track as we check in with Megan Burgess.
Thanks, Liffy. And it looks like the rain is clearing up. It was kind of that individual isolated cell here. So we're hoping to get things moving. The saddles are coming out. The horses are kept moving here. They were all very professional, and nice to have these older horses in the paddock of these kinds of circumstances because they are sturdy types that have been through the motions before. As you can see, the tack is being brought out. We will be hopefully on our way shortly with riders anticipating them to come out here as well. Just precautionary to ensure the lightning has cleared the area from that stronger cell that did pass through here, as we do hear some claps of thunder, but no other scratches as of now. Paddock Judge Patrick Davis has communicated with those connections, and as of now, looking at the tote board, everyone will participate. Lafitte?
So this race intact. We've seen that before, Paul, where it's been raining on one side of Saratoga and the sun will be out on the other. Life in the Adirondacks.
Yeah, it's just true. I mean, Mig says this all the time. I know he lives up here full time, but it's just between these mountains, you can get just a ton of rain. And, you know, I was kind of sitting in the parking lot. Everybody said, oh, there's a couple cells. Then, boom, it started coming down and just thunderous rain. And it looks like it's gone away. I will say the 8 was in this race. He was scratched by the time we got to the set. Because I used him in the pick 5.
Mm-hmm. So, again, things clearing up. There it is. If you took a nap, right? You stepped outside, you see that. What rain, aside from the lake that is the main track?
Hey, Tom, you don't like my idea of the racetrack tarp?
I love the idea of the racetrack tarp for the for the picnic area. We'd have everybody still here if we were doing that.
Humming yesterday. Humming, the picnic area.
Oh, yeah.
Alabama Saturday. You saw those images where the fans are here before sunrise and they storm, they rush the picnic area to get their stuff on the preferred picnic tables. And we'll see a lot more of that next Saturday, 6 days out until the Travers.
They got treated to a great day of racing. And if you follow the adage that Saratoga is the graveyard of champions, we saw it happen in the big race, the Alabama, and we had a big favorite go down in the race before in the Boston Spa as well.
Still got some good troopers out there covering their food, waiting
Those
for
are
the
my
rain to
kind of
go away.
guys right
Yes,
there.
I agree.
When you were walking in, people were more huddled from the rain as opposed to leaving the track. Like the fans here, like they know how this works. They'll wait it out.
That is true. I mean, Saratoga does have the loyalist fans. And, you know, a lot of it has to do with a lot of these people are down here for the weekend visiting. So they're not going to waste any more time. They still got 5 races or 6 races that they can wager on. That guy's got a lot in his pipe, and he's going to smoke it, too.
Yeah, I'm sure that's
smoke if you gotta.
The regular tobacco.
We have time.
But, you know, we're right to the left of what you're looking right now. And you see that path is usually overlooking all the horses in the paddock. But I'll tell you right now, as soon as the sun comes back out, you'll see people back on the paddock rail.
Oh, yeah.
Flavien Prat.
Game on, fellas.
That's right. Riders showing up can only be a good sign. And we're told, what time's post time? About 10 minutes to post as we get this thing back on track for race number 5 in the pick 6 getting started here. The multi-race wagers, Jose Lascano. What's the story? How does this impact the multi-race wagers, Paul, with the turf racing being moved, switched to the main track?
Well, the first 4 races, you got a lot of prizes. If you're alive in that pick 5, you might be happy, unless you had all, but you're going to get all in this race because it got transferred to the dirt. Now, the pick 6 and the late pick 5 and the late pick 4, you got to check your scratches. You got to go through it because they're all going to be running. Hopefully, they'll have the scratches in by the start of this race. I believe they do. You got to look at the main track onlys. I think at race number 7, Tom and I were looking at race number 7. The 2 main track onlys are going to be tough. The 9 and the 10 in there for sure. The main track onlys in the last are going to be very tough. The 14 and the 16. So I think you got to navigate through all that. And this race is tricky too, because you do have the one that does have a win on a wet surface. It doesn't appear on your PPs. The 2 Twisted Filigree. His father, Distorted Humor, actually produces horses that do like mud, but he's never raced over it, and facing some horses that have been okay over dirt.
Coverage moving to FS1 in about 5 minutes. This 5th race, again, about 9 minutes until post. And I thought Andy and Greg having a conversation that's important, significant, and the opportunities that races like this present, Tom, that so often the handicappers will continue to bet on the race as if it's still on the grass. You have the surface switch and the value and opportunities that can create.
Yeah, and it goes a step further than that. So oftentimes with the young horse races that we have, these maiden races that are on the turf, none of them have any experience on grass, so we look at their families. Well, now we have horses with just about no experience on the dirt. They've only run on the turf. So go to look at those families, those first families, siblings, mother. If they've had experience and had good success in the dirt, you've got to keep them in your ticket.
Michael Dubb colors there, Flavien Prat. What rain?
Wow, it's beautiful out now, right?
Sun's out. Another picture-perfect afternoon at Saratoga. So much coming your way. The remainder of the program, pick 6 getting started here. The Travers draw a little bit later on.
It's going to be exciting.
As always, the
Nobody's
centerpiece.
backing out. Horses keep entering, right?
No, man. No, everything you could possibly. There's, aside from Commandment, who ran 2nd in the Belmont, I don't know that there's any horse who's been entered for the Travers. You look at the and say, oh, I wish such and such
Yeah.
was here.
Right.
Aside from Commandment, everybody you want to see run is there.
Of all the Triple Crown races, Derby, Preakness, Belmont, you have the Haskell winner, you have the Jim Dandy winner, the Indiana Derby winner, the Curlin winner. I mean, this is the best assembled group of 3-year-olds going long in the United States.
The draw around 5 o'clock. You'll see it on Fox Sports 1, and you love to see that. Love to see that with riders up. And this 5th race off the turf for the main track. Main track sloppy, and now another adjustment, obviously, Paul. The switch now a mile in from the Wilson Chute.
Yeah, so now those races are going to be miles. You see the sky. It's beautiful sky. But yeah, we'll be fine for the next 6 races. It just shows you 30 minutes of a downpour. But you still got about, what, 10 minutes to get to your NYRA Bets account. Get a pick 6 pool that could have some dead money in there.
Pick 6 upcoming. We'll meet the field. Yeah, one side, a Saratoga, a little bit darker than the other, but the racing about to resume on this Sunday afternoon. And these $55,000 maiden claimers, 1 mile in the slot. There's Flavien Prat. We're going to introduce the field to the viewers on YouTube or hold off and wait until FS1. We're going to stay right here. It'll be tight. We'll stay right here. Post-parade ensuing with Private Property, who is the favorite, currently 5-2 for trainer Michelle Nevin. Saddled the winner yesterday. Kendrick Carmouche to ride. Private Property, the favorite at 5-2. Run, Curtis, run. Yeah, I'm all upside down. There's Run, Curtis, run, and Flavien Prat.
Yeah, you know, this horse is a horse that hasn't seen the dirt in a long time, but his dirt record is 2 wins out of 5 starts. He needs to be included.
Twisted Filigree and Manny Franco.
I mean, it was decisive speed on turf, and usually turf speed does do okay. I think this is the horse to catch still.
Alder, Mr. 4000, Luis Saez.
Yeah, 2 wins on the dirt. Consider him.
11-1. Billionaires Row, Edgar Zayas.
Yeah, okay, Cantramachi claimed this one last time out.
Currently 6-1. Dylan Davis and Gold Luck.
Yeah, look, is this a horse you can accept the layoff? This is the best horse in the field.
Cold Feet. Is he the one to catch?
Yes, definitely the horse to catch near if the 2 doesn't go.
We are going to pause and welcome in our brand new audience on FS1.
And they're off at Saratoga.
Winding down Alabama week at Saratoga. Sunday feature still ahead. Enter Talk to Me Jimmy, New York Derby winner at Finger Lakes today. His Saratoga debut while favored in the Albany. Ridden by Manny Franco, Alabama winning jockey Manny Franco triggered the upset in yesterday's main event at the expense of Jose Ortiz. Denied on Counting Stars. Can Ortiz return the favor? Aboard Sunday Boy, rapidly improving colt, primed for the upset. Speaking of which, 23-1 Kentucky Derby winner Golden Tempo, now he's the one to beat in the DraftKings Travers. On this day after the Alabama, after an absolute downpour, the rain has stopped. We welcome you to Saratoga Race Course. Also happens to be 6 days until the DraftKings Travers. From the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Lots going on this Sunday afternoon, including the weather. Again, a downpour that just cleared up moments ago. The turf racing has been canceled. Those races have been moved to the main track. We still have the Pick 6 coming up. Horses on track for the 5th race. Included is the featured event. It is the Albany for New York Reds. Plus around 5 o'clock, the draw for the Travers 3-year-olds in the Midsummer Derby in 6 days. There's the field for the Albany, 1 1/8 on a sloppy track, $200,000 purse. Talk to Me Jimmy, 8-5 favorite, 7 strong. That's the feature a little bit later on. Now joined by 4-time Major League All-Star Paula Duca, multiple Grade 1 winning trainer Tom Amos. Guys, we'll get to the Albany, but first with the Travers in 6 days, that draw coming up, Tom, of the main contenders going in, who will that draw be most significant for?
Well, I think probably I would say Napoleon Solo, because he's a horse that wants to control on the front end. There's a long run to the front end going 1.25 miles in the DraftKings Travers, so I don't think it's really hurting anyone specifically, but he would like to have a spot to get clear early and try to get in front of the field.
You know, I think with the long run, anything inside is good. I mean, you know, you don't want to be outside. It's going to be a full field, but not a complete full field. And like Tom said, you got a long run up in there. So I think you want to be drawn maybe to the first 4 so you can save some ground, whether you want to go to the front end or not.
Again, the draw around 5 o'clock. As for the feature, the Albany, Talk to Me Jimmy, the favorite coming in. 1 1/8 the distance this time. Talk to Me Jimmy. Tom, what do you make of his chances? What did you make of this effort in the New York Derby?
Well, he's going to get in a speed duel with the horse to his inside, and this race is going 1.16 miles at Finger Lakes. they're well ahead of the rest of the field. It's a 2-horse race, Paul, but I mean, literally, you could probably time this last quarter of a mile with an hourglass. I mean, this is a stagger fest to the wire. So talk to me, Jimmy. Although the most accomplished in this field, getting another 16th of a mile in today's race, I believe there's a question to be had there.
Well, he's had experience at the mile and eighth, right? So this isn't the best replay to watch, but he gets the job done. And like you said, they went really fast early in that race. He's the one to beat, but that horse with 1 star tuning in on the outside, I think he's got a big shot and one big, beautiful bill. Especially with the race coming down, it really closes that gap.
And now in the slop, that Albany, the Sunday feature on this day after the Alabama. Today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well as promised. Pick 6 coming up, race 5 in moments. Featured event, the Albany Race 9 coverage move right here on FS1. The draw for the Travers at 5 o'clock. Main track sloppy, no turf racing. Temperature around 77 degrees. Travers Week. If you haven't signed up, now's the time to do so and take advantage of the incentive, that $200 deposit match bonus. Use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now at NYRABets.com. Field for the 5th race. $55,000 allowance, optional claimers. Off the turf on the main track. Live look there at Alder. Run, Curtis, Run, the 5-2 favorite. As we welcome in Megan Burgess to the broadcast, standing by trackside. Hey, Megan.
Hey, Lafitte, as the rain is now away from us, and it's pretty incredible. It's nice and beautiful and sunny after that downpour, but of course off the turf in this 5th race. We'll start with some horses with that dirt form, including the number 3 Alder, whose last victory came in this exact type of condition, a wet, sloppy track. And this horse looks tremendous. A very good race is obviously 1 for 3, always hitting the board on a wet surface. It is a sloppy surface as of now, and one I think he will do just fine upon. Very strong, robust, and well meant for David Jacobson, looking to get his first win of the meet from a small number of runners. The number 5 Gold Luck also is strong over the surface, has a win over the wet going for Rob Atras, first off of the claim. And typically on the turf, when this race was originally supposed to be run, he doesn't have the best numbers, but I'm very interested to see him as well. Run, Curtis, Run, the current favorite, getting over the track pretty nicely, Lafitte.
7-year-old Run, Curtis, Run at the gate, gentlemen. Final thoughts as we get set to kick off this pick 6.
Well, they got to seal this track, and you can see how it's smooth all the way across. The rain kind of runs off of it. We hadn't had any traffic over it. I'd play this race like I'd play a fast track, Paul.
I think the 6 and the 2 got a huge advantage. A lot of these horses are not good gate horses. The 2s are rocket ship, but first time on dirt. The 6 should be sitting right in the golden spot.
Sprinting in the slot, wide open. Run, Curtis, Run. 3-1 at post time. Frank Mirmati with the call. The 5th from Saratoga, live on FS1.
Lafitte, we've got just a couple left to load. Cold Feet, the gray, and then Terry's to the outside. Moving in. They're all in line. And they're off. Twisted Filigree is very fast out of the gate. So is Cold Feet, and Billionaire's Row is in between them and faster than both. Billionaire's Row to the front. Cold Feet presses a length back second, 3 in front of Twisted Filigree third. Then Gold Luck and Terry 7 off the pace. The 2 trailers, Run, Curtis, Run, and Alder. Billionaire's Row into the far turn. The opening quarter went in 22 seconds flat. Billionaire's Row leads it by a length. Cold Feet is second. 2.5 more. Twisted Filigree racing on the inside of Gold Luck at the quarter pole. And now Twisted Filigree losing ground steadily. Angling out for the drive is Run, Curtis, Run with the pink cap, and even wider. Alder is finishing well. They have to get to Billionaire's Row, who has a 3-length lead. They're lined right across the track coming after him. Alder is picking it up very dangerously. Here comes Alder. Billionaire's Row or Alder. Billionaire's Row, Alder. Here it is. Photo finish. That is very close. It's either Billionaire's Row or Alder. They hit the wire together.
Dramatic stretch drive. Alder, Billionaire's Row, Eagle-Eyed Polly, we need you. Who was it?
That's a lot closer than it looks. The 4 with the clear lead just running around the racetrack, and Alder's gonna leap at him here late. And I originally thought the 4, when I watched the replay, man, the 3 got a tremendous bob right there. That is very tight. They've been hanging up dead heats a couple times this meet, and I want to say the 4 is physically in front. The 3 gets the bob and take another kind of tight look at it again. Oh, wow. Cut us off. Now, the cameraman has it on the 3. I think it's a 4 or the dead heat.
That's how tight it is. Frank Miramati will call it and doesn't miss. This one, he even said, like, too close to call. These two slow it down. Alder outside, closing with giant strides. Billionaires Row inside, reaching for the wire.
I'm going outside.
It's really tough, right? You kind of have to do that still frame right at that gap, right? God, that is close. You know what? You kind of might be right. More, look at it. That might be a dead heater. It's just a wicked bob for the 3, who just started rolling in the middle of the racetrack.
Yeah, they went fast up front. I mean, Billionaires Row did all the dirty work up front in this race. And it set up for a bit of a close. This time for the racetrack was very quick for a final time, going 5.5 furlongs. But like I said, they just sealed the track.
3-4. 3-4. 3 got there.
3, 4, 7, 1. Alder by a flared nostril, and Mr. 4000 Luis Saez.
If I tell you it's Easter, Paul, just go color your eggs.
You know what? That's what show you right now. When you look, you go back and look at the form. It's a good pick by Megan. If you look at this horse, look at Alder. Nowhere to be found. Then a sloppy racetrack at Churchill, broke right on the butt and wins. Obviously a horse that likes the mud, and you can see the mud in the face of Luis Saez, and he's been riding really well of late.
Millimeters. If you had Billionaires Row, that is a brutal, brutal beat.
We've all been there, but I feel for you.
What a race. Thriller in the slop, and in the end, by that much, Alder in the 5th to kick off the pick 6 and wrap up the early pick 5 here at Saratoga. Alder, 3-4, 7-1. Yesterday's Alabama not nearly as close. The upset, my guns loaded. One of the brightest moments of Manny Franco's career, denying counting stars. A recap of the Alabama. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Back at Saratoga. You're watching Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Travers Canoe donning that Godolphin blue for a few more days. And in this fifth race to kick off the pick six, a dramatic finish with the long shot. Billionaires Row trying to hold on. Paul Alder and Louis Saez had other ideas.
Yeah, got the job done here. And now 2 out of the 5 lifetime wins have been over a wet surface. So Alder didn't mind the range at all. Hard spun gelding having lucid quality mirror Arbo. If you just joined us,
man,
there is the picture. Oh, wow, that was really close. If you just joined us and you were looking for something in the pick 5, it was an all. So go look at your Naira Bets account. You might have something special in there.
There you go. Louis knew he had it all the way. Standing by live with Megan.
That's right, Lafitte. Covered in dirt, but it was worth it. You worked for that one with the closer in Alder who came off of it in those close finishes. Did you find you had it? Talk me through that latter stage of this race.
Yeah, I was a little tricky. It was a tight race, but I had a feeling that I get the last jump. It was a good race. A horse that he liked to run in the slappy. So when we saw the race came off the turf, so we knew we have a chance to win the race.
Well, our thoughts are obviously with Irad Ortiz Jr., who will not be returning to Saratoga this summer. News was released. You will be taking over for him on One Big Beautiful Bill coming up in the Albany. Another closer might get some more dirt in your face. Have you gotten a chance to look at those replays of him?
Yeah, probably. He's a horse that he likes to come from behind. I was looking the race. They see they have 1 or 2 speed. I think we're going to be in the great spot, and hopefully he come close and get the job done.
Congratulations here.
Thank you so much.
Gonna go clean up and get ready for some more action. Luis Saez, or should I say Lafitte, Mr. 4000.
Working on the next 1,000, Megan. You know it's close when you have to remind yourself who actually won and you're staring at the photo.
Yeah.
Wow. That's when you know it's close.
Right. That's right. You know, it's really a question of one horse's head up on the inside and the winner's head just down at the right moment. You can't time that as a rider, but if you could, you'd win more races.
You're going to see the multis. 8,900 for 4 out of 5 or an all. So if you have an all, so if you had 2 horses in the pick 5, you're going to collect 17,800.
That's for you, David Wheat.
That will work. Fifth race in the books. We turn the page for the 6th race scheduled for the main track. Now in the slot, 7/8 of a mile, $62,500 claimers. As you look at the field, 4 to 5 Barb and number 7 Lunar Module, trained by Joe Sharp. If you follow Saratoga racing, if you watch the show, you know about Joe Sharp, Kentucky-based trainer, making his presence felt at Saratoga. Once again, top 10 trainer in the standings. And while a life at the racetrack was always in the works for Joe Sharp, training thoroughbreds, it wasn't always the plan.
My earliest memories on the racetrack are probably, I remember sleeping in the back of my mom's Honda Accord while she galloped. I wait until I could see the assistant come back and I could go into the barn and walk up and watch sets. My dad training at Charlestown, we were stabled at Shenandoah, and some of my earliest, most fond memories are probably those at Charlestown, Penn National, places like that, shipping around, and then just kind of growing up between there and the backside at Keeneland. There was nothing else I ever wanted to do. Although I always said I never wanted to train horses, I only wanted to be a jockey. My first race is at Canterbury on a quarter horse named Don't Bug Doug. And I dropped my whip in the starting gate. They wouldn't give it back to me, and I ran somewhere mid-pack. It was one of those things I always say, like, I'm really, really grateful that I was able to do it because it was a lifelong dream. And I was never left with that craving of, like, what if? I went to work for Mike Maker. I had a lot of freedom in that job, and I remember having the conversation with him. I said, do you think it's time that I put in my own stall application? And he looked at me and he's like, well, you have a whole lot more support than I did when I started. He goes, I'd go for it. So I drove to Nicholasville the next day, and I met with Mr. Ramsey. I was so nervous. And I remember he looked at me and he goes, so how many do you want? And I was like, oh no. He answered it for me. He said, we're gonna start you with 10. Rosie and I talk about this all the time. Thank God we were young. When I went on my own, she had gotten pregnant, announced her retirement that fall. I started training at the same time. It just had to work out. 2019, I was diagnosed with a brain tumor. 2020, I had brain surgery. I was very grateful. We had a really good group of owners that stuck with us through those tough times. I remember being back to the barn 9 days after brain surgery. And then when I won my first race after the surgery, I don't remember which one that was because I was probably still not extremely mentally present, but no matter what level we're racing at, I get butterflies when I'm at Saratoga. I still get nervous. I still get excited when we win. And I hope that never changes. To look at it now and see where we've come in the last 6 years, it's really special. It's a testament to hard work and to a great team and a great support system. I always say, Rosie, when she said I do, she meant it. We've built a hell of a life together, and that's really cool to step back and look at, and I don't take it for granted.
Celebrating a win here at Saratoga with wife Rosie and the boys. Based in Kentucky, Tom, you know what that's like. Being in Kentucky, bringing horses here to Saratoga, competing at this track, the most competitive individual race meet in North America. And like yourself, Joe Sharp, especially the last couple of years, lots of success here.
Yeah, it requires a lot of hard work, and Joe has definitely put the time in. And to get to a point where you're playing with the big boys, oftentimes it requires you to play at the lower levels in the claiming ranks, which Joe is very, very good at. And with wins, better horses will come, and that's what we're seeing happen right now for Joe Sharp. He's transitioning into that upper level and getting really nice horses.
And Barb, for example, Paulie, who you're looking at, trained by Sharp. Why such a standout?
Well, the horse's last win was over a sloppy racetrack, probably the same conditions, right? And he ran pretty fast, 122-4. He was able to beat two horses that were right behind him that dead heated. But that was his first start on dirt since March, and he might have needed that race, and he's got another race where he ran a 92 buyer, so he might be really tough in here at 8-5.
For those playing the late pick 5, some changes throughout the remainder of the program naturally with the surface switches. For example, race 7 is now no turf racing remainder of the afternoon. On the main track from the Wilson chute in the slop, scratch numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8 out of the 7th race. Here's the field. 1, 2, 3, 4 out, 7, 8. Mile from the Wilson chute.
Important to note those last two horses, the 9 and 10, were entered main track only, meaning they were counting on the rain to come and for it to come off, and that's why they show as big favoritism. They have an advantage. They're very good on the dirt, and they were entered with hopes that this would happen.
Yeah, there were the 2 grass races remaining. That one that you just looked at, and then the nightcap as well. Race number 10, we have the changes and defections. As expected, the race looks a lot different now. You can take out numbers 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 15. All out, now to be run on the main track in the slot from the Wilson chute.
And again, the 14 and the 16 were entered in hopes that it would rain and come off the grass into the main track. That's why they're showing favoritism, and they do look like they have a hammerlock on the rest of the group.
The 14 in the last race has run 95 buyers and is still a maiden. That was going to be 3-5 in the last one, 4-5. The 16 probably going to be 6-5 or 7-5.
Salvation. All right, so we still have the late pick 5 coming up. The featured Albany, and around 5 o'clock the draw for the Travers, the DraftKings Travers, a little bit later on. First things first, Barb for Joe Sharp, 9-5 there he is. Riders up, post parade, and he started the late pick 5 in about 15 minutes. You're watching Saratoga Live. Sun's out.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
He looked like a horse that breeders would love. He's just that perfect silhouette of a horse.
Citizen Bull, his speed is his weapon.
Citizen Bull in gate-to-wire fashion.
When the real running starts,
And he kicks away.
you need that brilliance. You need that speed to carry you on.
Citizen Bull to win.
To me, the best sire is a miler. I want a sire that's a miler.
Citizen Bull leads them all the way.
Is a colt with every single ingredient you want in a stallion prospect.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
At Saratoga Racecourse, the history runs beyond the racetrack itself. Behind the grandstand lies the backyard. It's a shaded area filled with picnic tables. It's been a fan favorite for generations. Early morning, the ritual begins. When the gates open, fans rush inside, not for seats in the clubhouse or the grandstand, but for one of these 700 picnic tables throughout the backyard. Tablecloth, a blanket, even a chair thrown on top is enough to claim it for the day. Shortly after the gates open for the races, the backyard is buzzing. The tables are ready for the action ahead. They're filled with families, friends, and celebrations galore. Now, as post time approaches, fans make the short walk to the paddock to see the athletes prepare for their chance at history. The gates open, the backyard comes alive, and cheers move through these hallowed grounds. The backyard isn't just where people watch races, it's where they build memories. At Saratoga, the backyard is more than tradition. It's home.
Welcome to Saratoga!
It was buzzing yesterday. It'll be the same case next Saturday for the Travers. And you see that? These fans, they're accustomed to this. That image, you wouldn't know it, but there was like a biblical downpour happening about 30 minutes ago. They didn't go home. They sought shelter. They're going to be here for the remainder of the program.
You know, I've been in every part of this racetrack you can be in, from the higher echelons to the backyard picnic area. That is my favorite place to hang out. You're with 5,000 of your closest friends. Everybody's in a great mood. It's BYOB. Everybody understands horse racing. You will have a fabulous time if you come here and do that, and you would have even a better time if you have never been to a racetrack before. This is the place to go.
I tell you what, and you can insert yourself in about 3 or 4 wedding parties too as well. Hey, you know, they had a movie called Wedding Crashers. They should have something like that in here for people around Saratoga.
Yeah, you'll feed off there. What if we're a little bit sluggish, right? After an Alabama, after a trade, you go out through there, you feed off their energy.
Well, not only that, you feed off their ice chest, because they do offer you a drink.
That is true. There's a lot of people offering alcohol. Luckily, we don't really drink before we go on air.
But not afterwards when we left.
Afterwards, yeah,
not,
but there's
not,
a lot of people
usually.
with their own concoctions too as well. I feel like I'm back in the desert in Arizona drinking out of a lined garbage can.
This needs to be added to the end of that feature. Saratoga traditions in the backyard. The horses are right behind us. 11 minutes out until race number 6, start of this late pick 5. Megan Burgess standing by with this race 6 paddock report. Megan.
I am cracking up. I love how Paul says we don't really drink before we go on air. Paul, we don't, none of us, I find that was just very funny there with the Paul LaDuca and the number 4, Barb, an individual who is taking some money for trainer Joe Sharp, and he looks fantastic. And one thing to note about this race is when you have these kinds of days where the rain comes down, and it's nice to get a race where it hasn't changed a whole lot, and that is certainly what you'll find in this race, going 7/8 on the main track. And typically you find horses that maybe didn't like the wet going or didn't quite want to go on to this surface. Well, every single horse in this race has gotten a victory over the wet track, starting with the number 4, Barb, taking some favoritism now. Joe Sharp, I will say this, is a very shrewd barn. We got to see that lovely feature. But first off of the claim in Saratoga on the dirt the past 5 years, he's just 9% with a negative 65-cent $2 ROI. So he's 2 for 23, just something you want to note if you are accepting that shorter price on this guy. And he looks fantastic, incredibly strong. He actually comes off of a really tenacious victory last time out on the wet going. And he does have that kind of streamlined build to get over this surface. Just very well meant, well put together. I like what I see from him, albeit I do find this is a tougher group than what he faced last time out. The number 5, Reddington, ran a hole in the wind last time out. Off of the bench, he does run protected in for the waiver for the second time now, second off of the bench for trainer Michelle Giangiulio. And last time out, he was so impressive because it was a closer flow of a race, and he really held his own on a pace where they went quick early, and he was also contending with a pretty sizable layoff, having not been seen since August of the prior year. So really held his own in that race. I thought he looked very fit last time out off of the bench at a bigger price than what you'll be getting today, and he's a very fit and defined individual yet again in front of me. But the number 3, Two Eagles River, another one first off of the claim, this time for trainer Gustavo Rodriguez, who has done some phenomenal work with these types, and he's one that's a very typical 7/8 type. He has gotten a win and hit the board 3 times with the wet track situation, but I wonder with him if he's ultimately going to be perhaps sent to the lead. We'll see. He does do better when he has that speed. 24 Mama, the inside runner coming out, kind of opens things up from a pace perspective, Liffey. I thought this was a highly competitive 6th race.
Two Eagles River, Megan. Flavia and Pratt to ride, currently 5-1. To the outside, towards the outside, Emirates Road, number 6. This is Tom's top selection. For trainer Linda Rice, Emirates Road, latest conquest last month. A little bit longer race, a mile with Mike Maker at the time. Tom, Emirates Road swings wide and is on the attack.
Yeah, he is on the attack. He had some speed to run at. He's well off the pace early in this race. Moves to the outside, has a great finish. You know, the scratch of the one horse in here, 24 Mamba, who was the speed, changes the whole complexion of this race. There's not a lot of speed in here, but this horse definitely can get it done finishing to the wire.
You know, he had kind of an inside post on the day when he won that time. You know, I think when he has an outside, you look when he has an outside post, Emirates Road, he has shown a little bit of pace in the past. I think he's
going to need it.
He's closer up. You know, the 2's the interesting horse in here because Paradise Valley, Tom and I were just talking about this, coming back in 9 days, but it seems like he might have got his fastball back in that last race. At least he broke a lot better. He's got to bring pace to the party.
If he brings pace to the party, he is the pace from that inside post, and that's got to be the intention from being down in there. It's a muddy racetrack now. The track was sealed, but now they've gone over it once for the main track race. It's going to be a little bit beat up. Paradise Valley, I think, sends from the, for the inside.
Every runner has one win. One win on some sort of wet racetrack. And these veterans, these warriors, Tom, you're talking about what? A field of 6, like 164 combined starts. And that's without 24 Mamba, who is going to make lifetime start number 47. Veterans, warrior sprinters.
And they've been trading hands a lot. So every horse in this race was either claimed 2 starts ago or earlier, or tried to be claimed in the case of Reddington, who the claim was voided on 2 back, except the 2, Paradise Valley, who was claimed 4 back. But they've changed hands a lot, these horses.
Barb and Jose Ortiz, a date with Golden Tempo next Saturday in the DraftKings Travers. Board the favorite here, Barb. We meet the field. 24 Mamba out. Paradise Valley improved effort 11 days ago.
Yeah, this great gelding by Looking at Lucky has never missed a board on a wet surface. And if he can get out of the gate, Edgar Zayas almost got Billionaire's Row home last race.
Just
I think
missed.
you're going to see the same thing in this race.
Two Eagles River and Flavia and Pratt.
Yeah, this horse was claimed out of his last start and was second after making the lead at the top of the stretch.
Barb, the favorite, first to 2 for Joe Sharp.
Yeah, winner last time out. Kind of the same conditions, goes up in class in here, and currently your favorite.
8-5. Then number 5, Reddington, typically involved early.
Typically involved early, and although this is a claiming race, there's an exception, and Reddington fits it, so you cannot claim him.
Emirates Road, Tom's top selection, claim from Mike Maker by Linda Rice.
I thought this horse would be your favorite. 2 for 2 here at Saratoga. It probably needs a little pace, but has the best figures on a wet track.
Lunar Module, make the ride to Luis Saez. Saez looking for back-to-back winners.
Yeah, here's a horse that's won at this level already, and then they claimed him that day, ran him at a much higher level, didn't run well. He's back with his friends and back at a level he has won at.
Veteran sprinters, 6th race, 5 minutes, time for the late pick 5. Here at the Spa, of which you can play on that brand new Naira Bets account. Get involved, sign up, take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus. Use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now at NyraBets.com. Another look at Barb. 8-5. His most recent, late July, on a sloppy track with Mike Maker at the time here, Paul Barb, and a tight hold throughout.
And he got a good trip. I mean, most of the time you don't want to have kickback, right, when you're on the muddy racetrack, but he kind of just liked it, right, with those big blinkers, the pink blinkers, and he's going to go right through. It's a good effort, and he kind of gets the same racetrack. You look at the moisture on the racetrack on that day, it looks very similar. He was very courageous in between horses. The worry for you was this race, the two horses dead heated behind him, bunched up race. Is it a good race?
And then another thing, that race was a condition race. Non-winners of 3 lifetime. No one could have won 3 races that was in that race. Barb wins that race, steps out of those kind of condition races. Now he's facing multiple winners. So this is a step up.
8-5, Barb. Paul, you're going with Reddington.
Yeah, I thought he was good, 3 back on a sloppy racetrack. In his last effort, he needed that start. He hadn't been out in 11 months, and Michelle Gangulio been doing a good job with him. I think he's been working well in the morning. You get Kendrick aboard. He does have 2 wet surfaces races. He does have a win in a third. But if he can get back to where he was, he's by far the best horse in here, but just worries he's been off a long layoff and second one off the layoff.
Let's talk about a recent new rule that's come into the claiming business, which Reddington falls into. So if he's claimed, which he was back in August of 2025, and he's off for a period of 4 months, when he comes back, he can come back at the same level and waive the claim, meaning that he doesn't have to run for the claim even though he's running against those kinds of horses. Reddington did that in his last start, his first start since last year as a 7-year-old. Ran a respectable race. You get to do it twice if you don't win that first time back, so he's back in again as a waiver claim. This horse is being protected when the rest are for sale for $62,500.
Megan, Paul going with Reddington. Megan, but with more on Emirates Road and Manny Franco, currently 7-2.
And it seems is the summer of Manny Franco getting his first Alabama victory yesterday. Quite a special moment. His second grade 1, of course, of the meet with the Christophe Clement turf. But as far as number 6, Emirates Road is concerned, first off of the claim for trainer Linda Rice for herself, and just been a complete, consistent dude throughout his career. He did have a bit of a, you could say, a wrinkle in his form 3 back, but didn't really stand a chance that day. And I thought he ran very well last time out, went in for $45,000, clearly taking a step forward, but his form merits it. Now, he does have that win technically over a wet going, but when that was when he got back to that muddy sealed surface all the way back on April the 26th, he didn't quite fare. And when looking at him, he's that really burly, robust type of individual. And when those heavier bodied sorts might not kind of get over this surface quite as efficiently, is my only concern with him, but he looks fantastic. He's kind of put on, since being in the Linda Rice barn for about a month, that weight and conditioning that you would see, but he always is a good looking sort and very consistent, and against the racetrack, you could say, and that chase mode position 2 back when finishing second as well. The number 7 Lunar Module, as mentioned, Luis Saez aboard, another closer in this one, getting the victory in the last. He's got that sprinter type build, a little contradictory of his stablemate that has a little bit more scope and range, but he's getting over the racetrack extremely well. Handled a lot of wet surfaces, a lot of different kind of wet surfaces very well throughout his career. I really liked what I saw from him and think that he's going to particularly relish cutting back in distance. As last time he tried to get to that mile at Ellis Park and it just didn't quite work for him that day, but he definitely seems to be doing today what he does best. The number 2, Paradise Valley, was a scratch a couple of times throughout the summer on July the 10th and has come back and run well since. He is wearing those wraps on all 4. Just something that I always like to note, that obviously we're getting these kind of different track conditions and it kind of protect themselves, have the friction, but just something always like to note. But he does have that kind of refined build of you would want to see of a horse getting over the surface for the first time up there at a big price. Lafitte?
3 races on wet racetracks in the money in each of those with a victory. Paradise Valley, one of several, Tom, that like to mix it up early.
They do like to mix it up. I think you got some pace in here between Paradise Valley, as you mentioned, Lafitte, as well as the 4 Barb, who we just talked about, and Reddington, the 5. I think that's where your pace comes into play. And for Emirates Road to be successful, the 6 horse, he needs that pace up front. He needs horses to use energy and set up for his late close.
You have a racetrack like this, Tom. do you feel like your horse has to be a little bit fitter?
That's a good question. You know, because they sealed this track before it rained, I wouldn't call this a traditional muddy track that's actually deep and makes horses struggle a little bit through it, even though it's safe. So I think it remains to be seen, but generally speaking, yes.
For an audience that might not follow on a day-to-day basis, can you expand on that a little bit, a sealed racetrack?
Yeah, so when we know the rain is coming, they'll actually try to pack the racetrack down. You can kind of see it a little bit under the odds board there that it's not there you go. That's a good view. And it almost looks like a highway. And all they've done is pack the dirt down so the rain runs off. They were able to do that before the rain came. So our first race over the track with the rain was this past race, going 5.5 furlongs. Time held up very well. And the horse that made the lead just got beat right on the wire, going very fast early. So it's played like a fast track to this point.
Changed over the years. Way back when, you would have those heavy, bottomless, muddy tracks that was like quicksand. Now, it's still a very firm surface, as you mentioned, with just water sitting on top.
Yeah, and it's a credit to the crew here at NYRA. They do a wonderful job maintaining the track.
They never used to seal the track. I remember as a kid, Turf Paradise, when it would rain, they'd move to the turf.
How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Things have changed a little bit. Here, the racing has changed on this Sunday. No turf racing. This one scheduled for the main track all along. Extended sprint, 7/8 of a mile, and ready for the late pick 5 day after the Alabama. Barb for trainer Joe Sharp. 8 to 5 at post time. Here's Frank Miramati.
Two more. Emirates Road. Lunar Module completes the lineup. Goes in. They're in the gate. All set. And they're off, and it was a very even start. Paradise Valley along the inside is flashing plenty of early zip and up to take the lead. Reddington is right there with him through the opening furlong, and those two are head and head. It's another couple of lengths back to Lunar Module in third. Two Eagles River in the pink silks along the rail, and Barb is in between those two. Emirates Road is at the back of the field. So it is Paradise Valley showing the way, has it 3/4 of a length. Now lets it out a notch and opens up 2. The opening quarter went in 22 3/5 seconds. Reddington is in second, now 3 lengths behind the front runner. In behind that, Barb is in between horses. Two Eagles River is down at the rail as they come toward the 3/8 pole. And then on the outside comes Emirates Road. He's got a lot of ground to make up. Hard ridden through a half that went in 44 4/5 seconds there at the top of the stretch. And the gray Paradise Valley is hanging tough. He's got a 2-length lead at the rail. Two Eagles River is starting to bridge the gap in second, and Reddington is in third. Two Eagles River grinding away at Paradise Valley. He gets him at the 16th pole. Company on the outside from Reddington and Emirates Road. It will be two Eagles River to win. Reddington was second. The battle for third between Paradise Valley and Emirates Road.
Jake Provenzano, Flying Peace Stables, two Eagles River, and Flavia and Pratt to kick off the late pick 5 at Saratoga.
Yeah, they went quick early. I mean, they left Paradise Valley, the gray, alone, the 2-horse, and he made a big race of it to the wire, but the finish up from two Eagles River was just too good. As for our favorite, it's really, really difficult for Barb, coming out of a non-winners of 3 claiming race, to run against these tough, hard-knocking old-timers.
The 2 went fast, 109 and 2 for 6 furlongs. So you got a wet sealed racetrack or sloppy racetrack, but it's playing fast. And Flavien Prat did the same thing he did in race 3 with Tennessee Belle, just laid back. Everybody else wants to go outside. He kind of went inside, had the best trip for two Eagles River. Congratulations to Gustavo Rodriguez, and Flying Peace 6-1 on this horse.
Two-time Suburban winning trainer, Gustavo Rodriguez. First half to the claim, Edgar Zayas, not as heartbreaking as the last, but trying to steal. Denied late, up the inside, two Eagles River. Flavien Prat going to work. 44 wins this summer for Flavien Prat. That's a record. The most he's had at Saratoga, 46. 46 wins this summer, a record for Flavien Prat. A couple of years ago, it was the stakes records he was shattering. He won 7 Grade 1 races. That's a record here at Saratoga. But the most in a single season, 46 wins for Flavien Prat.
Look, he's a great rider. I mean, look, in a race like we just watched, Paul, where everyone wanted to be off the rail for whatever reason, and I'm sure these jockeys know the track very well, it's Prat that goes to the inside to get the win.
I tell you, when he came over here, obviously everybody was thinking, okay, he is a phenomenal talent, and he's going to be great on the turf. I think going out to California, the way those horses run in those sprint races, a lot different here, a lot more speed. I'm not saying they're better horses, but to learn how to ride on the dirt, a lot more difficult than you think. But him being aggressive makes him a great dirt rider, makes him a great rider, period. But he just was just meant for here as soon as he kind of laid his feet in the United States of America.
You see him putting 3 sets of goggles back over his head. So those goggles are that they literally sit on top of each other, and oftentimes for a really muddy track, they'll put a little saran wrap between them, and so their goggles are constantly fresh from taking all that dirt in their face. As soon as they get dirty, they'll pull one down, they'll pull a saran wrap off to make a new set. 3 sets for Flavien Prat brought him to the winner's circle.
Another rider having a next level meet, Manny Franco yesterday. My gun's loaded for Chad Brown, the upset in the Alabama.
Blazing 7. Big stone to get up into the Pacific Classic.
And Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes.
$600,000 total. Thank you.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live on this Sunday after the Alabama action. We had a downpour, but it is bright and sunny here at the spa. Brought to you by Gainesway Farm. Power, passion, performance. And Flavien Prat, no stranger to the winner's circle, gets it done yet again here with 2 Eagles River. And quite the performance. Was able to kind of run down a horse that surely looked comfortable on the front end.
Yeah, I mean, Gustavo was very confident that he was going to run a good race, and he sure did today.
Judging from this track, obviously the rain has come down. Do you find it made the difference getting to the inside here?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, it's just the way the race unfolded, but I mean, the track seems tight, and he sure didn't mind it today.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Megan.
Lafitte?
Megan, with Flavien Prat, new single season high at Saratoga. 46 wins going to work, 2 Eagles River, and in 6 days, Tom, a live Curlin winner to ride in the Travers based on that last effort. Sea Strike rapidly improving, lightly raced, improving.
Lightly raced, and that specific race you're speaking of, Lafitte, was a restricted stake, so these horses are a lot more accomplished, but his effort in that race and his speed figure, no matter what sets you're using, was very, very good. Makes him a player.
Big step up. That was promising. The draw is going to happen after the 7th race. The 7th race in about 22 minutes. Lots of changes. Off the turf for the main track mile. Wilson Chute, sloppy track. Take out numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, and 8. The 2 at the bottom entered main track only. Nina Kay and Royal Bobby. Paulie, who's it going to be?
Well, I thought the 2 outside horses would be tough here, although the 5, Jose Ortiz, does stick. And a horse that has a couple wins, or does have 1 wet track win, but I thought the 10, Royal Bobby. In a 4-horse field, you want a horse with the most fitness. I think that horse has the most fitness in here.
Late pick 4, race 7, 22 minutes here at Saratoga. So we have a few moments to recap yesterday's main event. The 3-year-old fillies taking center stage in the Grade 1 $600,000 Alabama. And with all eyes on Counting Stars, who had won the 2 straight Grade 1 races here at Saratoga. This is why they run the races, and my guns loaded. This was no coronation for the heavy favorite.
Yeah, Counting Stars in the yellow and black silks makes the turn, angles out to do all she can to stop the momentum of the eventual winner of this race, but it's just too much. And for Counting Stars, a big heavy favorite coming off of 2 Grade 1 stakes wins, she just wasn't right yesterday.
You know, it's the same worry that I have with Renegade, and I kind of should have applied it here. She's danced every dance. At some point, is she just a little bit fatigued, and maybe it just caught up to her in the last, I would say 330 yards.
You know, 2 things can be true at the same time. Yes, it sounds trite, but another example that no, they're not machines.
Yeah.
And you're not going to see, like, the best pitcher in Major League Baseball isn't going to throw a shutout every time he takes the mound. She ran fine. She ran well. That was her 11th race in 11 months, Tom.
Yeah, and so it'll be interesting to see where she goes from here. There'll be some sort of light freshening, but we'll see how that goes. But Lafitte, you're right. You can't be at your best every single time. That's why some of these thoroughbreds that really are the secretariats of the world looking back in time, you know, they're just amazing athletes, and you have so much respect for them.
And because we spent so much time focusing on Counting Stars, and rightfully so, going in, that becomes almost the headline. Not to be lost in all of it is how good My Guns Loaded, Paul, just might be.
Yeah, she's really good. Obviously, she's been in the morning out working the Kentucky Oaks winner and always a runner, and she showed that she can do it in the afternoon. That was a giant race. She's only had 2 races. Then she went 1.25 miles. And let's not forget, she beat the other Cassie runner who was closing up on the inside.
Measure ran really well.
Yeah, Measure ran giant. So you beat 2 really good horses. Chad's got to be happy with Sea Strike and this horse just peaking at the right time.
You're looking at a horse that ran once for another trainer, didn't run any good,
Yeah, for Steve,
moved to
yeah.
Chad Brown's
Yeah.
barn, and is now 3 for her last 3, including a Grade 1 victory in the Alabama.
Chad Brown indicating next stop likely against older mares in the Beldame or the Spinster at Keeneland. Megan, your biggest takeaway from yesterday's Grade 1 Alabama?
I thought it was a tenacious victory. Lafitte, as My Guns Loaded, was certainly not the stakes battle type, as she had to really measure up in terms of that experience in this field with Counting Stars. As we take a look back down memory lane yesterday, you know, looking at her, she's not the type that immediately strikes you as a horse that wants to go this 1.25 mile distance. In fact, she did do it yesterday, but her stride, the way she extends herself, is really key, and to me what has allowed her to progress. Now, she only earned a 90 buyer speed figure for her effort yesterday. That's a 4-point regression from yesterday, Lafitte. It's going to be interesting to see how she continues to move forward. I do think she is a talented type, as she is undefeated in the Chad Brown barn, as he's breathing some pretty rare air this year, as he is just the 2nd trainer since D. Wayne Lucas in the 80s to achieve such a feat, winning the Kentucky Oaks and the Alabama, two marquee races, the most prestigious in the game for 3-year-old fillies, and being able to do it with 2 different runners. The sky's the limit, it looks like, for this talented daughter of Gun Runner, as we also got confirmation from trainer Mark Cassidy, Lafitte, that measure will likely point against the boys in the Pennsylvania Derby, as he has no plans, Lafitte, of cutting her back in distance.
Lots of contenders, lots of options. Another look there, counting stars. And guys, so yeah, yesterday it felt like if she won, that the chase for a 3-year-old filly championship was all but over. As it stands, and with that result, my counting stars defeated by my guns loaded. Now, where are we in terms of top 3-year-old filly in the country and top 3-year-old filly honors?
I think she's still the top 3-year-old filly in the country, but she's now vulnerable, whereas before yesterday's Alabama, she was the one. She was way ahead of the group, and a win there would have sealed her championship victory, as it did for Mark Casse and Nitrogen last year when Nitrogen won the Alabama. But now things open up, and you got some new players in the game. My Guns Loaded, we just mentioned, is one of them, and it's going to be interesting to see how the last half of the year plays out.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where I think she still is the leading filly in the clubhouse, but where's she going to go next? Obviously, Mark Cassie's already said that the third-place finisher Measure is going to go to the Pennsylvania Derby. That's obviously a great sign, but Mark was so bullish. He was so confident about counting stars, and sometimes that will backfire. Maybe just take her back a little bit, freshen her up, and maybe she's a horse that just wasn't. I don't want to see open spaces. I think she wants cover.
You heard Megan reference the buyer speed figure, the analytics determining how fast the race actually was. It wasn't a mile and a quarter. They had never raced that far, and they'll never race that far again. Likely a mile and a quarter. Maybe Measure will. We'll see. Because it's slow-ish by Grade 1 standards, Tom, how much do we read into that, the speed figure in the end?
Well, I read into it as it pertains to Counting Stars. And so Counting Stars is much better than that. She didn't have her A game. It was an interesting race. She broke from the gate. She was a little wide around the first turn, wide down the backside. But when they got to the 3/8 pole, 3/8 of a mile still left in the race, she was all in. Her rider, Jose Ortiz, was pushing on her. She wasn't going forward. It was just not the Counting Stars we're used to seeing.
She was ridden like a 3 to 5 shot. Now, everybody out there would say, oh, you know what? He kept her out of trouble. If she wins, there'd be no complaints. But the way she was ridden in the 4 or 5 path, staying out of trouble, did it cost her in the end? I don't know. If, you know, My Guns Loaded runs like 102 buyer and she runs like 100, you might say so. But you see in that figure, now Counting Stars ran like an 86. I'm with Tom, she just didn't have her A game.
And again, keep in mind the distance, mile and a quarter. No one's assessing blame. Not her regular jockey. A star jockey, Jose Ortiz, in the saddle, not her regular pilot, Rod Ortiz, who will be sidelined for the foreseeable future. All right, so that's the Alabama. We have the Travers coming up. The draw right after this 7th race. With horses in the paddock, we're about 15 minutes out. Start of the late pick 4 off the turf on the main track. You're looking at the favorite, Sweet Anniversary, 9-5. That's next. Riders Up post parade in the 7th of 10 from Saratoga on this Sunday after the Alabama.
Blazing Salad. Big star to get up into the Pacific Classic.
Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes.
$600,000 total. Thank you.
We're going to talk about bits because they're important. Obviously, they're the steering wheel for the jockeys and the horses. But looking at different bits in the paddock can give you a good clue about a horse's certain behaviors. Horses have what we call bars in their mouth, where they don't have any teeth, and that's where the bit lies. And those sensors in those bars they give us the control that we need. Boo here is wearing about the kindest bit that you'll find. They're called snaffle bits. Snaffle bits are the most common. They have that break in the middle. They're usually a D bit or a loose ring snaffle on the side. They're very kind bits and what most racehorses wear. Ring bits are snaffles, but with that attached ring part that goes under a horse's jaw that just gives the rider a little bit more leverage. It's also good for steering. You know, that ring will apply pressure to one side or the other. It's a good all-around bit for a horse that is a little bit more aggressive. This is what we call a cage bit, or sometimes referred to as a Houghton bit. Cage bits are used for horses that have a propensity to lean in or lean out, might not have the best steering in the world. It's not great for horses that really want to pull, because putting too much pressure, as Boo just showed us, on this bit for a horse that's pulling really hard, they're likely to throw their heads up in the air. Example A. This is what we call an extended cage bit or a run out bit. The extended cage bit is the most severe bit that you will see on a racehorse, and they're for really bad lugging in or lugging out horses. Bits can tell you a lot about a horse and what their behaviors are. Usually these types of bits say bad behaviors, beware. Just a normal D bit, good to go.
Great stuff, those paddock pointers. And that steering, the power steering for some of these thoroughbreds necessary. Keep them straight and true as possible. As we get ready for this 7th race and start of the late pick 4 here at Saratoga, over to Megan in the paddock as we stare at the 8-5 favorite. Megan, sweet anniversary.
That's right, Lafitte, a horse that's surprisingly not a main track only entrant for Linda Rice, taking favoritism as those horses certainly logical, and a 4-horse affair as well. Different configuration these ladies will have to deal with, though, as this race was originally scheduled for that 1.16 miles on the turf, and now they will run from the Wilson chute that mile distance on the main track. And Sweet Anniversary certainly looks like the kind, as she is 1 for 1 on a wet going. She has that more dirt form than turf form, as she ran well on the turf last time out, but she's really got that leggy, refined frame. She's got some scope to her. I honestly trust her a little bit more at this distance, as she's been sharp and forward, wearing that Shadow Whirl hood and blinker, and she looks fantastic, very fit for the task. Like I mentioned, I really love her at this distance and find she certainly is the right fit. As for the number 9, Nina Kay for Linda Rice, she's one that has been really kept sprinting, and she'll try to get this mile distance in here, as she certainly reads like a type that's that shorter coupled sprint build. She's pretty burly and robust, as technically she does have those 2 wins from 4 tries on labeled wet track. And I just wonder, Lafitte, ultimately if this is the distance that she wants to go. And as far as the pace is concerned, it's certainly you can hypothesize how different it could play out given the short field size.
Linda Rice poised and ready to pounce. 2 entered main track only, Nina Kay and Royal Bobby off the turf on the main track for the 7th race, late pick 4. We have a few moments, so we had a chance to recap yesterday's Grade 1 Alabama just prior, a Grade 2 event and a wild one on the lawn. The Ballston Spa picking up the action, turning for home, and one more time in front. And then what happens, Tom?
Well, in front, made the lead out of the gate, kind of took the 6, the heavy favorite Suggested, out of her game by breaking outward, and making the lead by herself allows her to kind of control things. You'll see she starts drifting despite being hit with a right-handed crop, and drifts out enough that there was a claim of foul that the 2 did not think that she got her best chance to win the race. They looked at this for quite a bit of time. The term we use is herding, where a horse drifts out, you'll see it here, and causes another horse not to be able to run the best race they can run because they're constantly getting pushed off course. On the turns and turning for home, when that happens, that's an automatic DQ. What I see here is a couple of riders, including Johnny Velasquez of the 2, that never stops riding. He rides all the way to the wire. The decision was made not to take the horse down. And it was a controversial one.
It was a controversial one, but I think a lot of people need to realize that the horse drifts out 4 or 5 lanes. It does not matter if he's clear till he gets to that horse. Now, obviously, when he gets to the 2 horse in here, Sunlit uploads right here. That's where you got to look at the disqualification. He only goes out about a half a lane, and he has almost 120 to 220 yards to go by. I think now we live in a world where does it cost a better placing? If Deep Satin runs second in there, I think he's got a better argument, and they take the horse down.
Did you feel differently, Tom, seeing the overhead versus watching it live?
I think the overhead, which is really a new view, Lafitte, as you well know, and I'm sure why you asked me that question, can really tell the story of a race much better than the pan, which is a side view, or even the head-on, which is a ground view of the horses coming towards you. I thought that made a big difference in the decision as to why this horse was not taken down. It's certainly in watching it, you know, with my naked eye, I thought that the horse shouldn't come down because of that view.
Didn't it, Paul? It looked like there was much more hurting from the pan. You look at it overhead, and it wasn't quite as dramatic.
Yeah, when I first saw it, I thought he should have came down. But again, like I said, when a horse comes out, so the problem that you have is when a horse comes out about 5 or 6 lanes, if he's completely clear, that does not matter. So when he came out to him, and then you start to see if there was a foul. And I thought it was very minor from that point on. Javier, like you said, stayed right-handed, and his horse kind of straightened out, and I thought the 2 had every chance. And again, if I think Deep Satin gets up for second, they might think, okay, it cost the 2 a placing.
Dramatic, somewhat controversial yesterday in the Grade 2 Ballston Spa. That was right before the Alabama, and we say cheers to the breeders for everybody involved in graded stakes victories yesterday at Saratoga, that Ballston Spa, and one more time, William Harrigan, Mike Petrangelo, the breeders of And One More Time, and congrats to the breeders of My Guns Loaded and Courser Thoroughbreds, Mark Courser, having bred a Grade 1 Alabama winner. 3 cheers to the breeders for our friends at Three Chimneys, where dreams are born. Call to post, we meet the field, race 7. Off the turf on the main track. Saw the favorite. There is Saratoga Snow, 7-2 with Luis Saez.
Never raced on a wet racetrack. I thought this horse would be a big, big price only for his field, but his granddaddy loved it, Candy Ride.
First of 2 entered main track only for Linda Rice, Nina Kay.
Yeah, they both have different styles. Nina Kay, I think, is the one that Linda's going to have go to the lead. I'm sure she's huddled with both these jocks to make that decision.
Royal Bobby, Flavia, and Pratt looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, Linda's taking the blinkers off. I think the 9 goes, and Royal Bobby will be the last of these 4. Obviously, look for her late.
New York bred fillies and mares from the Wilson Chute, a mile. And circling back, Tom, to number 5, the favorite, Sweet Anniversary. You wound up with her.
I did. I really think that she was entered because of her last race, which was her first grass race in quite a while, and she run a good second in there. But now she's on her preferred surface, in my opinion, back on the dirt. And Jose Ortiz aboard. Jose has been blank so far today. You can't contain Jose Ortiz. He's going to get his wins, and I think he starts right here.
Board the favorite. Sweet Anniversary for you, Paul, to the outside. Royal Bobby, there she is.
Yeah, swishing her tail a little bit, but the blinkers come off. She's 2 for 12 lifetime. If you look at her in Sweet Anniversary, they've traded punches a couple times. Now, I think the stablemate, the 9, coming out of all those sprint races, and the 5 has shown speed too as well. The 9, I think, does the dirty work on front. If they let Nina Kay go, she's going to be tough. If not, I think the 10's going to be alternative coming wide. But, you know, the 5 does have some good races to go to and some decent races, even coming out of some sprint races on the dirt. The back races last year are pretty good races, and the win at Aqueduct at a mile really sticks out.
What's the pace look like here?
I think it runs through the 9, Paul, and Lafitte. The 9 horse, I think, is going to show speed. The 5 does have some speed. Used it on the dirt. Used it on the dirt sprinting as well as on the grass going 2 turns. I think Jose, who's such a sophisticated rider when it comes to reading the form and trying to analyze a race, I think he goes as well. So 5 and 9, I think, are going to show pace early.
Normally when you have, I'll follow up with that, Tom. Over to Megan, trackside.
And we'll complete this compact field speaking to the other two entrants, the number 10, Royal Bobby. Of the two Linda Rice entrants, certainly the individual that wants to go this distance and beyond, as she has before, warming up nicely on the racetrack. I agree with Tom and the discussion on the desk as far as that sprint to route type speed potentially of the number 9. But Royal Bobby, the problem I have with her is she has lacked that early speed. And especially from these races from the Wilson chute, it seems as if though getting that position getting forward is incredibly important, but has the right rider up for the task, and a type that actually has been on the turf before. And when looking at her, it does make sense. She is a daughter of Mendelssohn, who does excellent on the dirt and on the turf, but she kind of has that lighter and more angular behind type of appearance to her, and she certainly looks like she'll get over this track just fine, but she is looking for the first win, technically doing so. As far as her last race on a sloppy sealed surface, that was all the way back in June of 2025. Didn't have a great trip, but also didn't quite fare well at a shorter price. The number 6, Saratoga Snow, one of the main horses, the only horse that had that overt turf form that did stay in here. She has never technically run over this kind of surface before. She's run on a fast dirt track once and finished off of the board, but she's very strong, robust. She's very much the prototypical Vokoma, carrying that good flesh and condition. I do wonder with her, she's also kind of in her last couple of races have lacked that early speed. We'll see if Luis Saez can go back to some of the previous form all the way back last year, where she was able to be a little bit more forwardly involved. Lafitte?
To watch right from the start. Started this late pick 4, race 7, Saratoga. Tom, how are these decisions made? Typically when you have the weather and you have the surface switch and races are taken off the turf and now going to be on the rain track, you know hours before the first race of the afternoon. In a scenario like this, where you have a heavy downpour and in the middle of the day, now you have the surface switch, is that a call the trainer makes on his own? Is that a conversation with the owner? How does that all work?
Yeah, in 39 years of training, I never made those calls on my own. I was always in touch with the owner. The decisions were made together. I would give strong recommendations one way or the other, but it was always, in the end, the owner's decision. He could always trump whatever I thought to do. But in our barn, there's so much communication that was going on between the owners and myself. We usually were on the same page.
So let's say you had a horse entered for a grass race. Mm-hmm. Here's the weather, off the turf on the main track, and that horse has never run on the main track in its life. What, are you like the rest of us? Are you just kind of handicapping the race and saying, pedigree-wise, like mom and dad like the main track, a wet main track? Is it as simple as that?
Partially. It's a lot to do with how the horse has trained over the dirt as well. You know, if he's never run over the dirt. Grass horses typically are very good on the dirt as long as they're in hand. But when the rider opens their hands, when they ask for an acceleration, that's where they tend to kind of flounder a little bit. I compare it to walking down an icy sidewalk. You can walk down it, but if I asked you to jog down it, you'd be very unsure of yourself. That's how grass horses are when they run in the dirt.
That footing. Who will handle this sloppy track? And for those who braved the elements earlier, for somebody who just turned on the TV, they're like, what are you talking about? I know, right? It's like unrecognizable compared to what it was about an hour or so ago. Now, yeah, it's gorgeous here in Saratoga Springs. And we're ready to rock and roll with this 7th race. Start of the late pick 4. 3-2 now for Nina Kay. 1 of 2 for Linda Rice entered main track only. Frank Miramati with the call. The 7th from the Spa live on FS1.
Royal Bobby completes the line. And they're off. Saratoga Snow is very quick away from the gate. And on the outside, there goes Nina Kay, though. And Nina Kay is even quicker and has sped clear in a hurry, opening up 2.5 lengths. Royal Bobby now moves into second as they get to the backstretch, followed by Sweet Anniversary in third. And after braking alertly, Saratoga Snow is suddenly 6 lengths off the lead. They run down the backstretch, and it is Nina Kay leading the way by 1.5 lengths. Royal Bobby right next to Sweet Anniversary. Those 3 covered by less than 3 lengths through a quarter that went in basically 24 seconds flat. A gap of 8 lengths to Saratoga Snow. Nina Kay cruising along up top, less than a half mile from home, 47-3 for her half mile. Nina Kay leads it by 2. Royal Bobby is in second. Sweet Anniversary along the inside, races in third, still in striking range as they round the far turn, getting toward the quarter pole. Nina Kay has been the controlling speed, untroubled on the front end, comes to the top of the stretch in front. Royal Bobby, Sweet Anniversary, trying hard, those two in very close quarters, 6 lengths clear of Saratoga Snow. Mid-stretch, Nina Kay, 3.5 lengths. Royal Bobby on the outside and Sweet Anniversary in quite a tussle, but it's Nina Kay. Nina Kay just dominated from the moment the gate opened. Nina Kay wins it by 3.5 lengths. Royal Bobby completes the Linda Rice exactly in front of Sweet Anniversary.
She entered 2, main track only. Linda Rice, they run 1-2. Nina Kay, dominant in the 7th at the spot.
Controlled right out of the gate. We're going to watch these horses turn for one. I want you to pay attention to Linda's other horse, the 10-horse Royal Bobby, who was outside. The only other horse that had a chance to win the race, Sweet Anniversary. Royal Bobby gets the assist here on Nina Kay's win because Jose is not allowed to get out here on the inside with that Shadow Roll, the 5-horse. You're going to watch Linda's second-place finisher hold him in, not let him get that seam there. He's trying to. Now he's stuck down on that rail, which seems to be a little bit deeper as the races move on. And our lead horse, who's off the rail, comes home clear.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, Flavian was raising his crop to the 10 around the far turn, Royal Bobby, and she was swishing her tail like she's doing right there. But I guess that mile and 8th race, she just kind of just lumbered around in second. But yeah, Sweet Anniversary looked like she was dressed up, but she just had nowhere to go.
As Frank referenced in his, like every step, she looked like a winner, Nina Kay, Tom.
She did. I mean, with her going down the backside, I know the time showed up to be pretty good for that opening half, but I mean, she was so under control and just her rhythm was perfect.
All 3 wins now over a wet surface, and that's why Linda's so dangerous. Didn't it used to be bet the gray on a rainy day?
I've heard that racing axiom a time or two. Or just Linda Rice always one step ahead, always ready with the horses entered main track only. It all came together. Nina Kay, Royal Bobby, Rice exact at 9-10, 5-6, and good to see Jose Lezcano closing out the meet in fine fashion. We say closing out the meet because of what is on the horizon. And the DraftKings Travers next Saturday, the draw for the 3-year-olds taking center stage next Saturday. All the Triple Crown race winners, they'll join in the Midsummer Derby a week from yesterday.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
The 105th Saratoga Sale. The crown jewel of American yearling sales.
$1,050,000. Thank you.
$1,100,000. $1,100,000. $1,150,000. $1,500,000. Thank you. $1,750,000. Thank you. $1,900,000. Thank you. $2,300,000. Thank you. $2,300,000. $4 million in the back. Patrick, thank you.
Hold your applause, please.
Whether it's competing on racing's biggest stages or in the sales ring, there's only one name to remember. Legion Bloodstock.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live on FS1. Coverage, as always, brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in on Mohegan. Linda Rice. The Rice Exacta, just too much. Nina Kay, the definition, Paul, of running them off their feet in the 7th of 10.
Yeah, the great filly like Cupid. Like Cupid, likes a wet surface. Now 3 for 5 lifetime, and she's gray like her daddy was. And Jose Lescano, another guy, kind of like Luis Saez. You guys are starting to pile up wins after getting off to a slow start.
That has to feel good, Tom. Just because of what, I mean, a long, long drought. 80 straight rides or something along those lines without a win until last week or so.
It changes your demeanor. And, you know, horses have great sense. And you get on a horse's back and you're not riding well, I mean, they can actually sense a person's demeanor on their back. So I'm sure he's riding with confidence now. It makes a difference when he gets legged up.
Maintaining that loyalty, trainer Linda Rice. 1-2, the Rice Exacta. Over to Megan.
That's right, Lafitte, and always shrewd with the placement of those main track only entrants, Linda Rice. And with Nina Kay, a horse that maybe looked like she definitely wanted to go shorter, but hung on despite all challenges there down the lane.
Yeah, I don't think that's her ideal distance, but when I saw the forecast and the, you know, I just thought it was a good spot for some MTOs, so I was searching for a few MTOs, and Nina Kay also likes a wet track, so I think that carried her home.
Absolutely. You'll send out the number 14, Salvation, another main track only entrant coming off of a longer layoff. What have you seen from him, as he's certainly got those huge races trying to break that maiden?
Yeah, you know, we've had a lot of stops and starts with him. There's been, he spent a lot of time at Dr. Hogan's, you know, but hopefully he'll be ready today.
Best of luck and congratulations here.
Thank you.
Lafitte, Linda Rice having quite the meet yet again here at Saratoga.
Not catching her off guard. Big 5 follow along thus far. She's like the defensive coordinator with the perfect blitz dialed up and ready to go as soon as she sees a certain formation.
Well, she's the queen, if not the queen/king of main track onlys. She plays the weather, as all trainers should, because it changes the race entirely. If you have a dirt horse running for the same conditions on the grass and it gets switched off, that's how you play the game.
Real quick for all the players out there, if you played the pick 4 in the pick 5, or the pick 4 that started in race 4, or the pick 5 that started in race 3, obviously the rain came after those wagers started, so you got all in that last leg. I think 900 something a copy in that pick 5.
And race 8 was scheduled for the main track, so it's obviously held together. A mile affair, fillies and mares. Take a look at the field. Just a $16,000 claiming event, Paul, with Moongate out. Competitive race. Kyle's mom, 5-2 early on.
Yeah, currently your favorite for the Nota is off the claim, but I'm surprised that she's gotten all this money early. I think Tough Street might be your favorite by post time. A horse that brings some speed to the party. Now, we've seen since they've sealed the track, you kind of want to be in front.
How do you segue from a $16,000 claimer, Tom, to the Grade 1 DraftKings Travers?
With ease. This is Saratoga. Every race is a good race.
The draw upcoming that takes place next Saturday. We'll get into it, and the 3-year-olds that have been entered. You'll know very soon who is going to break from where. The DraftKings Travers busting out of that starting gate every summer. The highlight and centerpiece of racing here at Saratoga. Stick around. That's next. The draw for the 157th running of the DraftKings Travers.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Ascendee.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
about that time. In just 6 days, the race every summer at Saratoga, the DraftKings Travers. 3-year-olds taking center stage. The Midsummer Derby last year, all about sovereignty. It felt like a one-horse race going in, a one-horse race in the end. Not the case this year. Deep, competitive. These 3-year-olds, the very best in the nation to lock up once again at Saratoga in the Marquee Affair in front of a packed house at the Spa. Here's what we know. 10 are entered. A familiar name or two among them. Derby Belmont winner, Preakness winner, Haskell winner, etc. In moments the Travers draw. But first, a look back. The Belmont Stakes and Golden Tempo. Remember, he broke from the outside. Then he broke out. So watch Jose Ortiz very closely here, Tom. Like, it's really subtle. Here's the start. Golden Tempo, outside boxing. He breaks out. Then he corrects. And for a moment, making their way into the first turn, it looks like he's going to get fanned wide with Jose Ortiz. He won the Derby in last to first fashion, so we knew he'd be towards the back. But right here, it looks like he might get fanned wide. And just before they get to the turn, Tom, Ortiz just kind of flips him down towards the inside in a move that could have made a real difference.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, so he's going to save all the ground by doing that. He gives up some ground going into the first turn, but now he's saving all the ground with Golden Tempo coming from behind. This was Golden Tempo's first race since winning the Kentucky Derby. Used the same exact style from coming well off the pace, but in the Derby, he got a big pace set up. In this race, he did not. And what happened? Golden Tempo just does what he does and showed why he is the leading 3-year-old going long in this country as he comes to the wire in front to win the Belmont.
Silencing his critics, and there were many of them. Outrunning Commandment, putting Renegade away. Golden Tempo, Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes winner, and the colt he narrowly defeated in the Derby. Renegade, Tom, after a dull Belmont Stakes, really bounced back in a big way in the Jim Dandy.
He did. This was some kind of race. Down the backside, Renegade was so far back he was in a different zip code. But he makes a huge run on the outside here to take over his opponents and really showed that this extra distance of the DraftKings Travers might be right up his alley.
We learned today, new rider for Renegade with Gerardo Ortiz sideline. Tyler Gaffleone takes over. And then the Preakness winner, Napoleon Solo. This will be, Tom, the first time he faces Golden Tempo or Renegade.
Yeah, now his style is totally different from the other two. This is a horse that makes his living on the lead. You see Paco Lopez looking around to see where anybody else is. He might make a little bit of an error right here as he's going to let a horse through on the rail. Oh, excuse me, we're looking at the Preakness. I was thinking the Haskell. He wins the Preakness by controlling things on the front end and going very fast. That makes Renegade's job as well as Golden Tempo's job a little bit more difficult because he is a front runner that you have to catch.
Another rider change. John Velasquez takes over on Napoleon Solo, seeking a 4th Travers victory. Another look at the entrance. That there's, aside from Commandment, I can't think of anybody else who you'd say, yeah, I wish that horse was in the Travers. The headliners are here, and very shortly we'll find out who's breaking from where, Tom. And amongst the leading contenders going in to the DraftKings Travers, who do you think the draw matters for most?
Well, they're going 1.25 miles, so there's a long run to the first turn. I think everyone's got time to get their position, but probably, in my opinion, it would be where Napoleon Solo draws. I think he wants to make the lead out of the gate, so saving ground, shortest ride home is against the rail. I think that's where he wants to be.
157th running of the DraftKings Travers next Saturday on Fox. The starting gate here. We'll know very shortly who starts from where. Without further ado, let's get to it. Very pleased to introduce Harry Wright, Assistant Stakes Coordinator, and Ari Zatlin, Racing Official. Gentlemen, whenever you're ready.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Great to have you.
Here we go. Number 8.
Number 8, Baby Vino, Lindsey Schultz, Paco Lopez.
Baby Vino, upset Naira Haskell winner on a sloppy track. New rider for the Travers, as mentioned, Paco Lopez, who was aboard for the Pegasus win, and trainer Lindsey Schultz, her Travers debut.
Number 10.
10, Silent Tactic, Mark Cassie, Luis Saez.
Silent Tactic, owned by Jack Oxley, now in part with Victorium Racing, acquired 50% of Silent Tactic for $1.5 million last week at the Fasig-Tipton Digital Flash Sale. Mark Cassie still trains. Luis Saez takes the call.
Number 9.
9 is Golden Tempo, Cherie DeVoe, Jose Ortiz.
Golden Tempo, top-ranked 3-year-old in the nation, Kentucky Derby winner, Belmont Stakes winner, first Travers starter for history-making trainer Cherie DeVoe.
Number 3.
3 is Napoleon Solo, Chad Summers, John Velasquez.
Napoleon Solo, the Preakness winner, back where it all started, debuted and won here last summer. Travers debut for trainer Chad Summers, 3-time Travers winner John Velasquez in the irons.
Number 2.
2 is Leading Change, Brad Cox, Manny Franco.
Leading Change, light and experience, lots of ability, captured the Indiana Derby in just his second career start. Brad Cox saddled the 21. Travers winner, Essential Quality.
Number 6.
6 is Oselli, D. Whitworth Beckman, Edgar Zayas.
Oselli, the maiden, winless in 8 starts and banked $819K in the process. Third at 70-1 in the Derby.
Number 4.
4 is the Puma, Gustavo Delgado, Javier Castellano.
The Puma, Tampa Bay Derby winner, among the leading Derby contenders, scratched the week of the race, returned to the Haskell, ran 4th, 7-time Travers winning jockey Javier Castellano aboard.
Number 7.
7 is Sea Strike, Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt.
Lots of intrigue. Sea Strike, lightly raced, just 3 starts. Eye-opening victory in the impressive score in the Curlin early August. Looking to join VE Day as only Curlin winners to win the Travers.
Number 1.
1 is Emerging Market, Chad Brown, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Louisiana Derby winner, Emerging Market, 10th in the Derby, 5th in the Belmont. You know the story. Nearby Mechanicville native Chad Brown seeking a first Travers win.
And number 5.
And the 5 is Renegade, Todd Pletcher, Tyler Gaffleone.
Renegade did everything but win the Derby, denied by a neck after a dull Belmont, bounced back in the Jim Dandy. Todd Pletcher, 3-time Travers winning rider, winning trainer Tyler Gaffleone to sub for injured star jockey Arad Ortiz. Thank you, gentlemen. These 10 3-year-olds in the starting gate for the Travers. Tom, you talked about the significance of who it might affect most. What's your first reaction seeing how things played out in this draw?
I think it's the post positions of the 2 and the 3. Leading Charge, lightly raced Brad Cox horse, 2-for-2 lifetime and a speed horse, right next to Napoleon Solo, the 3 horse. Those are the 2 horses that I think are going to try to emerge in front out of the gate. I give the advantage to Napoleon Solo in this case, being outside and having the rider being able to look over, and Johnny Velasquez, who's our leading rider for here all time here at Saratoga, and just understand the race and how it's going to set up with the speed right next to him.
Field drawing, let the handicapping begin, and we check in with Megan Burgess.
Thanks, Lafitte. Joined by Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winning rider Jose Ortiz, both of which achieved, of course, on Golden Tempo, drawing the same post position you did in the Belmont Stakes. How do you evaluate this trip now coming with the speed inside? Is it similar to what your mind thought in the Belmont?
My horse got no speed, so I don't worry much about the post position with him. Yeah, I feel like we have a good post and we go from there. My horse is doing great. That's the main thing.
You're so confident about this horse, Jose. You've been aboard for his training. He is contending with that layoff since the Belmont. What have you seen from him as you did complete his last piece of work this Saturday?
Oh, very happy with him. Very easy maintenance, half a mile. He did it the right way, and we're very happy with him. It's just he got the same style, so it doesn't matter much the post position I get with him, and yeah, that's why you see I have confidence in him as well. I think he's a very nice horse, and yeah, we go from there.
Might be one of the biggest progression we've seen from any 3-year-old from his days as a 2-year-old now to being, of course, the dual classic winner. What's the biggest takeaway you've seen from him as a deep closer, being able to have the finishing kick he has had?
Like I always say, his horse changed a lot when we put the blinkers on him, and I think that was the switch. When he get the blinkers on, he changed, and he's proven that he get better and better.
Cool as a cucumber, Lafitte, as Jose Ortiz and Golden Tempo tackle the Travers next Saturday.
That's who he is, Jose Ortiz. A question that has to be asked after the draw. Okay, so how does that impact chances? How does that change things? He is a stone closer, as Jose Ortiz reminded us. The field drawn for the DraftKings Travers, 10 deep, $1.25 million Persa Corsa Grade 1. And for Golden Tempo, far outside in the Belmont Stakes, the 9-post here. Interesting, they reference the blinkers, Tom, and the fact that he trains more aggressively in the morning with the blinkers, but then it doesn't impact the way he runs in the afternoons.
Yeah, so the generalization on blinkers is that it can actually put a little bit of speed in the horse, but what it also does is it creates focus for the horse. So using him in the morning, the horse is getting as much out of his training as he possibly can. As a trainer, you want that. You want the horse to do a lot in his daily exercise. That's the regime that you plan. And for Golden Tempo, who missed a little bit of time after his Belmont Stakes win, it's very important that he gets as much as he can out of his training, having to catch up for that time he missed.
Battle lines drawn. Paul, welcome back. Initial thoughts.
Oh, I thought, my initial thoughts, I think, obviously getting the outside for horses like Silent Tactic and Baby Vino. And if you don't think Baby Vino is the player, you're dead wrong. It's a horse that is getting better with each start. I just don't love getting that 8 slot. You're going to have to save a little ground. And Sea Strike is another horse that could be forward. But Silent Tactic off the layoff in the Jim Dandy was right on the pace. Where does he lay in this race? I think Baby Vino and Silent Tactic are two horses that people are kind of forgetting about. This is more wide open field than it looks. You know, even emerging market who's had some bad trips might get a real saving trip.
How's Paco Lopez on Napoleon Solo, making things tight on Baby Vino and Jorge Duarte in the Haskell, right? It's Paco Lopez. Lindsey Schultz making the change here. Duarte off and going back and now going to Paco Lopez, who really tightened things up on Baby Vino to begin with in the Haskell. Now Paco's riding Baby Vino in the Travers.
So Paco won when he won
in the Pegasus.
He crushed on him, right? So he writes everything for Lindsey. Maybe that's why. And Jorge Vargas with an unbelievable ride on Baby Vino. If I'm the owner, I'm probably employing Jorge Vargas, but yeah, Napoleon Solo does not have Paco Lopez, but Baby Vino will. It's a little twist.
Yeah, but in the Haskell, wasn't it an uncharacteristic mistake by Paco to leave that rail
100%,
open?
100%.
He did not know that horse was there or was going to get there when he got there. And when he tried to make it tight and be the bully, he found out that bullies don't always win every fight. And he didn't win that one.
See how it all shakes out. Just another layer to the Travers story. In 6 days, you'll see it live on Fox with a call to post on this gorgeous Sunday afternoon. 8th race, 7 minutes out. And the $16,000 claimers, a mile from the Wilson Chute. And we start with Bourbon Serengeti. Ricardo Santana won the opener earlier today.
Yeah, this horse is making a big drop into this spot. Was the favorite last time at a higher level. Got some speed. We'll see if this helps.
Always Angels and Javier Castellano.
This horse has been popular in the claim box 5 times. Now this mare is going to drop to her career low.
Manny Franco, Tough Street, 5-2 current favorite.
Yeah, current favorite, another one. Ran very competitive for 40,000 claim, but is making a drop in half to the 20,000 for sale claim price.
Summer Flower, New Jersey bred, just won at Monmouth.
Yeah, this is a major player in here. 2 back, this horse ran through the win at Monmouth on the dirt. I think her other dirt starts were bad. I think this is where she wants to be.
That's funny. Won and claimed it. Finger Lakes, then Kyle's mom, Dylan Davis, aboard.
Yeah, Kyle's mom, another horse off the claim for the Nota Barn, who's having a really good meet.
Penn Street did win at this level last fall.
Did. Won at this level last fall and then made a big jump in class. Wasn't competitive. They're back in for the same level.
Luna Moth and trainer Mitchell Friedman, couple of wins at the meet.
Yeah, Ray Luke Gutierrez with them out on a horse that does have some placings on a wet surface. Been off since June.
The runners in the 8th, $16,000. Wow, look at that. What a shot. High above Saratoga Racecourse, so why not take that opportunity to invite you to join. Sign up and get involved at Naira Bets. NairaBets.com. Take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus. Use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now. NairaBets.com. Like a painting. As for this race, you both going with the favorite here. Another look there at Tough Street.
Yeah, you know, for me, Paul, I like what this barn has been able to do off the claim when they do claim. I like the drop in class that gives this horse a chance to compete against lesser after coming off a good race, and the fact that he's got some speed.
Yeah, you know, her last effort was not that bad. She got beat by an open winner in bow draw. She possesses speed. She's got race to go back to. She is 4 for 5 in the money. You know, if a lot of people are out there wanting to claim a horse for a broodmare, she is stakes placed with $584,000 in the bank. So at 3 to 1, I mean, excuse me, at 5 to 2, I don't know if you want to take that price, but I do think she's the mare to beat.
Top Street, the favorite. Another look at number 8, Penn Street. There she is. Last race at a mile distance, 2 starts back, opening weekend with Linda Rice at the time. Tom, Penn Street on the move from far back.
From far back, and Manny Franco that day was riding her, excuse me, it was Santana. Ricardo Santana was riding her that day. He was riding this horse from start to finish. These guys are incredibly fit, but trust me, Manny Franco needed a Gatorade after this one.
Had to work. Had to work, Paul. How does that, if she's going to do her best running from far back, how does that, will the table be set? What does the pace look like?
Yeah, you know, I don't know. You know, the race after that, she went out to the mile and 1/8 against way tougher competition. I think back to where her friends are at in the 16. She's an 8-year-old mare back with her friends. But I think that with that bottom of the mile and 1/8, she's going to be the one they're going to have to hold off. She's warming up nice, too, with Edgar Zayas.
Yeah, big warm-up here, and that's designed to get a horse's juices flowing so that you're not having to pedal constantly on a horse from gate to wires, that replay we saw.
Revving her engines, Megan. Penn Street.
That's right, Lafitte. And a horse that we often can call bicycles, where you just have to keep after them throughout the running of their races, and that's very much what you could say about the number 8 Penn Street, who was under hard work getting a better finish than Kyle's mom the last time they met on July the 5th. Now, I really like this horse. Now, she was just in against way too tough last time out. Now gets back to a much more reasonable spot where she was best of 2 to return. She was hustled on throughout the entirety of the race, but she really kept on, and I really like that she is getting back into this spot, and she was the only horse to really make up ground that day, and a very good race, I thought, from her. I will say, though, I don't love that she lacks that early speed, as the inside horse did scratch, would probably put a little bit more zest into this pace, but I do think the current favorite in the number 4 at Tough Street is going to be up on that pace. To me, that's the aggression that will do her the most favors in here with Manny Franco aboard. I also find the number 2, Bourbon Serengeti, to be forward. But as far as number 4, Tough Street, is concerned, I'm not too ready to jump on her as the favorite from this barn. First off of the claim, Oscar Barrera, first off of the claim at Saratoga, the past 5 years on dirt, is 0 for 10. One of those runners came in the money, and that was in 2024. So I am, as the great Todd Pletcher would say, cautiously optimistic about taking a short price on her, knowing she will be forward. I just find it to be kind of a cloudy source of judgment when evaluating her amongst these fillies that I feel like they've kind of went back and forth, is taking a drop down in class. The number 7, Kyle's mom, could be in pole position. She has that tactical speed to put herself into the race here. She has a win over a wet track, and Orlando Noda has been the opposite as far as the claiming game is concerned this meet. 3 for 6, very hot as far as his claims at Saratoga, 30% clip the past 5 years on the dirt, and very fit, is second off of the layoff in the right spot. I almost picked the 7, obviously, perhaps will be more forwardly placed over the likes of Penn Street, but am against the favorite. Lafitte?
See how it all unfolds, Megan. This 8th race, momentarily. Another look at the current, 9 to 1 shot here. Number 5 in Summer Flower, and the suggested wager by AI. The approach, the $2 exacta, will have you cross-examine, Paul. Wager suggests 3-5 with 7. 3-5 with 7 in this 8th race. Your thoughts?
I do think the 5 and 9 to 1 is a good price play in here, and I'll tell you why. So 2 starts back when this horse won at Monmouth Park, I didn't have the horse, and I kept wondering why. And I went back and looked back at some of her dirt races, and she just had so much trouble. But if you watch this race, this does not happen at Monmouth that much. Circling 4 wide and just blitzing a field. And this is her last race on dirt. I remember Mike Deeney was cashing the ticket. I went up to Mike and he's like, listen, the New Jersey breds, they don't write these races on dirt. They write more of them on turf. And you can see she's competitive on the races on the turf. That's why she won. But I think while watching this race, she's way better on the dirt.
She was wide on both turns, very wide on both turns. She ran so much further than the rest of these horses. That was a dominating win going 2 back at Monmouth Park.
Cut loose from far back, facing New Jersey breds. Now here at Saratoga as they march towards the starting gate. Pace, what are we looking for early on?
I got the 2 and the 4 as horses that I think are going to show some speed. I think Bourbon Serengeti from the inside with David Jacobson is going to show a little bit of speed, and I think Tough Street will as well, Paul.
Yeah, and then Kyle's mom, like Megan was saying, probably sits that really good trip at 3-1. Got that tactical kind of pace, but does he have the finish? There's other horses in here with a little better numbers, but he'll probably sit the trip in here.
Was it Jorge Vargas who rode?
Yeah, Jorge Vargas.
Baby
Vino.
Dino? Yeah, Vino. I think I had the wrong Jorge.
Yeah,
so he
Duarte
must be, yeah,
from Colts Neck
yeah,
Barn.
yeah. He's thinking, like, not only do I get to replace, like, this guy don't know who I am either. Like, really? You know, you give me credit for winning the Haskell?
The best part about that, Jorge Vargas and Paco Lopez are best friends. They kind of dapped each other after that Haskell, which was crazy.
Not going to be best friends with me for very long. Frank Miramati with the call. Post-time race 8 from the spotlight on FS1.
That's Funny. Perfect transition into the horse name, That's Funny. Always Angels going in. Tough Street. Penn Street. Here's Summer Flower for owner-trainer Mike Deeney. And Luna Moth completes the line. Gate, they're off. Tough Street is very quick away from the gate, takes command, and is joined by Bourbon Serengeti. And so those two will battle it out, and Bourbon Serengeti is a little bit quicker and opens up 2 suddenly on Tough Street, who will be in second. They are followed by Always Angels. That's Funny is down at the rail, racing a joint 4th as they head down the back stretch. Through that opening quarter mile, Bourbon Serengeti taking a strong hold of through the quarter in 24-2, and that lets Tough Street get a little bit closer in second. They are followed by Always Angels, part of that next flight with That's Funny down at the rail, racing in 4th. Kyle's Mom is in between those two clear of Luna Moth. Summer Flower is next, racing on the inside of Luna Moth now with less than a half mile to go. And Penn Street gets a little nudge to get going. 48 flat. Bourbon, Serengeti, and Tough Street have been 1-2 since the gate opened, and they come toward the quarter pole the same way. Always Angels is racing 3 wide, 3 lengths off the pace. Down at the rail comes That's Funny, Kyle's Mom, and then it's Summer Flower. 3/4 in 1:12-4. They're at the top of the stretch. Bourbon Serengeti is hanging tough. Has a 3-length lead on Tough Street. That's Funny down at the rail. In the center of the track, Always Angel, 16th pole. Bourbon Serengeti ran them off their feet. Finishes up with plenty of energy too. Another for Ricardo Santana Jr. Bourbon Serengeti by 4.5 lengths. Second to Tough Street in front of That's Funny and Always Angel.
Splashing her way, gliding over the wire. Bourbon Serengeti, Ricardo Santana for owner and trainer David Jacobson.
Well, it looked easy visually, but it wasn't as easy as going to the front and not looking back. Bourbon Serengeti out of the gate got very, very aggressive. Ricardo Santana did not have her relaxed until maybe 3/8 of a mile into the race. That takes a lot of energy out of a horse to have to fight a horse like that. Look, it's a 120-pound man versus a 1,000-pound animal, but he does get her relaxed, and you would think it would cost her a little bit in her finish, but Bourbon Serengeti is there for Ricardo Santana to finish up and cruise home.
She just wanted to get there quicker, Tom.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just crazy, right? She just was loving the slop today, and they just ran around kind of in a circle. Tough Street's going to hold that second position. I don't know if it was the 3 or the 6 for third. The 6 with a nice little ride by Katie Davis, saving ground on the rail. It's real tight here. Yeah, she got a third at 22-1.
Yeah, and after all that, like, he had feet in the dash to try to pull her up after the wire. Bourbon Serengeti, I asked Tom, what about the pace? He's like, yeah, Bourbon Serengeti and Tough Street should show some early speed there. They were 2-4 clear of the field early.
Well, we said, you know, besides the horse that won the first race that we were on, which was Alder, it's been tough to make up any ground on this racetrack.
It has.
Pretty, I mean, not always, but on sloppy race tracks, it seems as though that is something you will see, where it's difficult to make up ground, and the horses that establish an early lead tend to stay there.
Yeah, look, when you see these horses coming back after they run and you got one that doesn't have a speck of mud on him, and all the goggles are clean above Ricardo's head, that's a very good sign that might have been your winner.
He's having a solid meet, too.
Oh, yeah, he's really taking advantage of the opportunities he has. Look, you can see how tough she is.
Man, she is a handful, wearing out.
How'd you like to gallop her in the morning?
2 wins for Jacobsen today.
2-4, 6-3. Bourbon Serengeti, just too fast to catch, dominates this 8th race. Saratoga next up, the feature, Under the Sunshine. The Albany with a $200,000 purse. And what'll he do this afternoon? Talk to me, Jimmy, the 8-5 morning line favorite, looking to go back-to-back. New York Derby winner at Finger Lakes. We know what he did yesterday. How impressive was that? Apparently, the Monmouth Cup, no fluke whatsoever. Knightsbridge rolls out west in the Pacific Classic.
Passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
The two of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Forte starts to gather in the top horses. This is going to be very close, but the champion prevails. Forte wins.
Kankura or portfolio duration. Portfolio duration. Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. And title roll is in a very, very close photo. King of Gosford. El Cordobés will win the Sword Dancer.
Starlust!
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller. Bonus!
Clear of the rest. Tom reference. Clean. The rest of them had to chase, Paul, and just too much Bourbon Serengeti at 7-2 with Ricardo Santana.
Yeah, she liked it today in the slop. The mare by Distorted Humor. We talked about that sire line on a 49er. Now 2 for 3 over wet surface. 2 for 4, excuse me, over wet surfaces. But gate to wire for Jacobsen Racing.
As you mentioned, Jacobsen, 2 wins on the afternoon. Standing by with Megan.
That's right, 3 wins in 2 days for the Jacobsen Barn, 2 wins today, and joined by David. It's nice to get that momentum. The last time Bourbon Serengeti had a victory, it was in gate-to-wire fashion, very similar to today.
Right, that's what we were looking for, and she showed us her real stuff.
Had to be happy with the aggression. Do you find that that's key for her to be able to be forwardly placed and run her best races?
She just runs good, when she gets, when she's feeling good, and she just ran really good today.
Talk about the Saratoga meet. You've had a small sample of runners, and just being the satisfaction of getting horses in the winner's circle here, it has to feel good.
Well, there's nothing like winning any race at Saratoga, especially these good classes. Everyone's takes their best shot here, and when you can win, everybody deserves a pat on the back, not just me, but everybody.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You said a couple more wins and you're retiring, but I hope that's not the case, David.
No, I was joking when I said that.
Absolutely. Just teasing, but congratulations. What a great day.
Okay, thank you very much.
Lafitte?
You can do that sort of thing when you own a lot of the horses you train. David Jacobsen, when he gets rolling, he really gets rolling.
And it looks like he's starting to get rolling, Paul.
Yeah, he has a string out at Ellis Park as well. He's had some good luck. He had that one horse that ran well in the and the Delta Jackpot or the Charlestown Classic. I can't remember that horse, but a really nice horse. But yeah, David, Brooklyn boy.
Making his presence felt in Saratoga Springs, and thus far in the late pick 5 with 2 Eagles River, the trickiest one to find so far. So, we turn the page in the Albany with these New York-bred 3-year-olds chasing the winner's share of a $200,000 purse. And talk to me, Jimmy. Tom, 8-5 with Manny Franco early on.
Yeah, and rightfully so. This was a stakes winner already. Ran second in a Grade 3 Open Company stake. Now back with New York breds. The logical favorite in this race.
And very different than perhaps handicapped originally, given that we're dealing with a sloppy track now, Paulie.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. The 6 has got a big advantage here. I don't know, 7 is a young horse, and the 1 is probably going to get upgraded because of the speed aspect, the way this racetrack's been playing. And the horse I was thinking of, Banishing, $3 million in the bank for Mr. Jacobson. Yeah,
really good, and a great job he did with Banishing. We'll see about this Albany. 21 minutes out. Yesterday, just from coast to coast, top class thoroughbred racing. What else is new from Saratoga to Del Mar? Out west, Pacific Classic, far outside. Tom, Knightsbridge. What happens early on?
It breaks a little bit out, but now it's up to Knightsbridge to find a path that saves some ground, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen in the early stages of this race, Paul, but really clever ride by Junior Alvarado to end up getting to a position where it not only saves as much ground as possible from that outside post position, but puts him in a very forward position.
Yeah, full Serrano. John Sadler playing a little possum before the race, saying, you know what, to get the 1.25 miles, we might have to take him back. Well, Joel Rosario went right to the front end, and the difference right out of the gate, Full Serrano is a Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner. He's still hanging with them till right here, but he just could not go anymore, Tom.
And they battled. I mean, this was very, very fast up front. They really fought each other hard. It usually doesn't go the way of a front runner to finish up this strongly, going that quick early in a major race, but Knightsbridge does it and shows the world that he is a true two-turn horse.
What I liked about it, too, listen, okay, Original Sin came from way back, run second. But it wasn't like he was kind of like, what did Samantha call him yesterday, drunken sailors? It wasn't like he was a drunken sailor in the lane that he was a little bit tired. It seemed like he was kept to task. I know the last quarter mile was not that fast, but he didn't have to go that fast.
Nor was he being asked for that much
at
the end. He had made the lead. He was clear of everybody. You could see Junior Alvarado on him when he was finishing. His hands are very still. He's telling the horse, I don't need you to do any more.
You can see Junior Alvarado, as you did moments ago, and now you can hear from Junior Alvarado with Acacia earlier today, talking about that performance from Knightsbridge in the Pacific Classic.
Junior Alvarado joining me here is fresh off the plane after a successful trip to California. Knightsbridge winning the Pacific Classic. Tell me a little bit about your thoughts on that performance. Fast pace, and he just kept going.
Yes, Acacia, I thought it was, a very impressive win yesterday. Just I think overall, going that quick, how we went, full surrounding me. I was a little worried on the backside, not gonna lie. I could feel, like he wasn't going all out at that point, but I knew we were moving right along pretty quick. So, for 1.25 miles and for my horse especially, first time going that distance, I definitely was a little worried. But, I think all the worry went away right in the quarter pole when I asked him a little bit, and he just gave me a little bit of burst. I said, well, this should be enough to carry me to the wire. And, he was just amazing yesterday.
It was a really impressive performance, and you've ridden him going one turn, which at the start of the year was what I know Bill Mott really wanted to do with him. How has this horse developed?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't ever imagine he was going to be this fast going the 2 turns, carrying that much speed for that far. I know Bill Mott actually, he asked me a couple times during the winter in Florida, what I think about 2 turns, but, we were winning so easily the mile that I never want to change anything at that point, but he proved that, he get the speed, and then he can carry for 1.25 miles.
You also ride Sovereignty, of course, and now being what seems to be a couple of the top contenders in this division. Different running styles for sure, but how would you match up the two?
Yeah, I think they both, qualified. They're both good horses, like I said, like what Knightsbridge did yesterday is something very impressive, and, Sovereignty, there's not much we really can say about him, he has done it pretty much all of them, but, just very excited to have those 2 horses, we got still, a lot until November, but, first week of, at the end of October, but we'll see what happens.
Well, congratulations on the big win yesterday.
Thank you.
We'll get to that part of the equation in a moment. But first, Paul, I thought it was interesting to hear that he was thinking and feeling what everybody else was watching the race, that he was concerned about Knightsbridge and whether or not he could maintain that pace.
What does that tell you about Knightsbridge? He keeps proving everybody wrong. Even the guy in his irons thinking, oh, he's going to come back to this field, but he just kept on going. This last two efforts have been freaky. And I said it yesterday after that race at Monmouth Park. You run 122 bar, you're in the same class as Ghost Sapper, and, you know, just freaky types horses. Will's Way, Formal Gold, Flightline. Those horses are really good, and they don't regress. This horse is getting better. I know that the Pacific Classic buyer came back 104, but he did it in hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's more than just the speed figure. It's what was in the race with him, the quality of the horses in the race with him, and how he dominated those horses after being challenged for so much of the race alongside another speed horse and going very, very quick early. It just says a lot about what Knightsbridge is. It's going to be interesting down the line since Junior Alvarado rides both of these horses, if they do indeed meet, Sovereignty and Knightsbridge. And by the way, Knightsbridge gets a win and you're in with the Pacific Classic. It's going to be interesting to see if those two horses meet in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Which one will Junior choose?
We'll dive deeper into it. First, let's hear from our winning trainer, Bill Mott, and his thoughts on that performance from Knightsbridge out west.
I'm pleased to be joined by trainer Bill Mott. As we saw, Knightsbridge definitely handled the distance question yesterday in the Pacific Classic. What were your thoughts on that performance?
I thought it was great. I thought they went fast early, and he kept going, kind of like he did at Monmouth Park when he ran his first two-turn race. And he showed that, you know, the distance was no problem yesterday, particularly, you know, the way he did it. I mean, just I couldn't ask for anything more.
I'm sure you're not going to love this next question, but with Sovereignty in your barn as well, and I know his goal being the Breeders' Cup Classic, do you think about taking a swing in a race like that with Knightsbridge?
Well, I think we'd like to go to the Breeders' Cup with both of them. Obviously, there's more than one option. You know, you got the Breeders' Cup Classic, you got the Breeders' Cup Mile. We are going to wait until Sovereignty runs his next race, and then I guess we've got to decide. We've got to, you know, see what we want to do. We want to do what's best for both horses and for the team.
Pretty good problem to have.
It is.
Thank you, Bill.
Okay, thank you.
Took the words out of my mouth, Acacia. These are very good problems to have, but problematic nonetheless. Tom, for everyone associated, Godolphin, Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, how does Knightsbridge winning the Pacific Classic like that complicate things moving forward?
Well, what Bill is talking about is two races that the Breeders' Cup offers, the Breeders' Cup Mile, Dirt Mile, which is an option, as well as the Classic. And it's no question that Sovereignty is going to go to the Classic after having missed it last year. So will he run against Knightsbridge in the Classic, or will they opt to move Sovereignty to the Mile? This is a unique group that has this horse. 95% of owners in the world would definitely want to run in the Classic because it's such a stallion-making type of race with both horses. But, you know, with Godolphin, they're not interested as much in being the commercial aspect of these horses after they leave the track as they are doing what's right by the horse. So they're in a unique position. I think it's an interesting decision. If I was reading the tea leaves from what Bill Mott was saying, I kind of feel like they're going to keep them apart.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's kind of the Liam's map conundrum, right? You have a really fast horse that can maybe run in the Classic and maybe win it, but let's run on the Mile and win very easily. And that's still around 2 turns, which I think he really wants anyway. But to run as fast as he's been running early, and I said this yesterday, this is new. So you got to rate him with the races as he's run around 2 turns. He's 2 for 2, and he's been dynamite. I would not want to face a horse that has that kind of early pace and is able to keep on going. The end of the day is Sovereignty's a great horse, but he's kind of a horse that still needs everything to go his one way. I think Knightsbridge has proven I can win on any type of day, a speed-favoring racetrack, any kind of race. That makes him very dangerous.
Best news for Godolphin, Bill Mott, the team, they don't have to make the decision now. And there's another race for Sovereignty. They can right now just say, okay, let's see what Sovereignty does against Superstar Forever Young, opening day at Belmont Park in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and then make a decision. It's not as if this was a final prep. So we'll see what Sovereignty does. We'll await decision. Really good problems to have for Big Blue, Godolphin, Bill Mott on what was the 30-year anniversary of Cigar being defeated by Darren Go in the Pacific Classic out west at Del Mar in '96. What a story and what a 1-2 Classic punch. We await a decision. We'll see how it all plays out. First things first, the Sunday feature. Next, the Albany Coming up, Talk to Me, Jimmy, the current favorite at 9 to 5.
Well, I think what my racehorse does is it gives owners an opportunity to get involved in the game.
Very much enjoy sharing the barn visits and those big wins.
Straight no chaser in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
It allows everybody to come together to own a horse, whether you own a micro fraction or you own 50%. It's the same feeling you get when they win.
I'm Dan Blackett.
I'm Sophie Joseph Jr.
I'm Todd Fletcher, a trainer for my racehorse.
Sees the grade, wins the Preakness.
Three quarters, 11-3. Hoodam has the lead by a length on the outside. 4-star Dave is gaining ground in second. Only a neck-off leader drawing alongside as they approach the 8th pole. Those two have 3 on Ekinar. Gaining ground now on the outside is Bellendagan. They approach the 16th pole. Hoodam on the rail on the outside. 4-star Dave. And those two race to the wire. It's Hoodam nearest the rail. 4-star Dave to the wire.
A rock star. Richie doesn't want to see any replays of somebody else while riding 4-star Dave.
Yeah, that's not 4-star Dave's rider. I'm sorry.
Did a lot of damage in the saddle, did Migliori, as did Angel Cordero. And what an effort there. The heart, the guts, determination, 4-star Dave in the 88 Albany.
Man, he was a brilliant racehorse. And when you're a brilliant racehorse and it's Saratoga, you get a bar named after you.
There you go.
7 years in a row with the win. That's
amazing.
like Cal Ripken's Iron Streak. It's never going to be passed.
It's amazing.
With the king of Saratoga in the saddle, Angel Cordero. Albany coming up, and you're looking at the favorite. Talk to me, Jimmy. We check in with Megan Burgess with this Albany paddock report. Megan.
That's right, and Talk to Me, Jimmy. It surely looks imposing on paper, but we'll start with number 4, One Big Beautiful Bill for trainer Brad Cox, a horse that has really shown some talent, currently looking to stay undefeated here in this stakes test, as he has been coming from off of the pace, and as many in here are doing, getting the distance test for the first time. But when looking at him, I'm really encouraged about him getting some added ground. He's a big guy, very substantive, strong and powerful. Really liked what I'm seeing from him, as he has been sharp to get the tack on and kind of in the proceedings in here, but was really liked what I saw. Just the muscle mass, the definition, to me, he looked best. And though he does come from off of the pace, we have noted about how this track has been playing after the rain has come down. We'll see ultimately if he can negotiate that trip, as he has been coming from off of the pace. As far as the number 6, Talk to Me Jimmy, I felt like this horse has just been up against way better. Now he's been able to drop in against some of his state-bred foes. He found his frenzy last time out where he ran, to me, one of the best races he's ever run. Being able to contend on the pace with a horse like Skull Coast Follow, we know he's quick, and put him away. Very impressive. I find he has no issues at this distance. Of course, he was with the racetrack in that Withers at the 1 1/8 with the track bias, but ran incredibly well out of it. And I think that he does have the least to prove, you could say, of the group overall. The number 3, Minor Inconvenience, is just far too big of a price, as he's a horse that has been well traveled and up against much better horses. I think this is a softer field for him. Will certainly enjoy the track the way it is. He's got that lighter, refined, streamlined build that really benefits him in these circumstances, though he also lacks that early speed and will have to make out that trip, Lafitte.
See what kind of trip is worked out for this Albany with riders. One of the most common questions at any racetrack before any race. So what are you going to do with the favorite? Bet the favorite or beat the favorite? The question for you, Paul, and Talk to Me Jimmy in the Albany.
I'm going to try to beat the favorite here with tuning in on the outside for Jimmy Bond and Joanne Nielsen. I thought this gelding by Upstart was really good first time out. First of all, it's hard to win out of the Wilson Chute first time out as can be, but this horse was all out. I thought it was very game. Now, this is a big step out to the 1 1/8, but I think tactically, horse will be able to handle it. Was kind of up on the pace. I like the grit that this horse showed, and horse is 7-1. I'll take it.
I like this horse as well, Paul, for the reasons you mentioned. Tuning in when he won that race, he and the second place horse were well ahead of the field, and the second place horse was Bubster, who came back yesterday and dominated a group. So, you know, it legitimizes Tuning In's race. And going a little further in distance off of a mile, I think he can do it off of 1 start.
Scan that QR code that was on your screen. 25 to win, Tuning In. Paul trying to beat the favorite. Talk to Me Jimmy in the Albany. We meet the field. Tricky business there with Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, look, this is a horse that's moving up a little bit in class, coming out of allowance races, but has some speed and is a tricky horse.
Improving Sunday boy and Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, good win last time on getting back on dirt, and seems like that's where he wants to be.
Minor Inconvenience, Ricardo Santana having an afternoon.
I don't think this horse should be 6-1, but I guess I do kind of question this 1 1/8 distance. This is real distance.
Michael Dubb and company, the Elkstone Group's One Big Beautiful Build, make the ride to Luis Saez.
This horse has overcome 2 bad starts, but those are shortest fields. He's going to have to go the 1 1/8 today.
Lascano and Rice teaming up with Sociable Johnny.
Yeah, they claimed this horse for $25K out of their last race. This would be a big, big money find if they could win this race.
Not exactly poetry in motion, but a New York Derby winner is Talk to Me Jimmy.
Yeah, definitely the one to beat. And you can argue maybe the New York Derby was a race that he kind of needed. He's got a good race in the Peter Pan and in the Wood Memorial. I thought was okay out the 1 1/8 distance.
1 start, 1 win, and here he is in the Albany. Tuning in.
Tuning in. Going to have the outside post again. He had it when he ran his first time out, broke a little outward, but got back on track. Now that he has a race under his belt, I think you can look for him to break a lot straighter.
7 strong, these New York bred 3-year-olds. One final stakes race on this Alabama week at Saratoga on a sloppy track. Talk to Me Jimmy. There he is. This is what we're talking about. Yes, he wins this New York Derby at Finger Lakes. Talk to Me Jimmy, but you talk, it ain't pretty, but he gets there first.
Well, it was a battle for the first half of this race between those 2 horses you're seeing side by side, and it took its toll on him, as it would for anybody. And so Talk to Me Jimmy's going to grind it out and win. But it's a how do I put this? A slow last 1/8 of a mile, Paul.
Kind of looked like me running for a triple back in the day. But here's the deal. They actually went fast, 1:10 and change to the 6 furlongs. That puts Talk to Me Jimmy in a good position.
In other words, the end of the race for both of them had a right to look the way it did.
Yes. In a different setup, Talk to Me Jimmy could look brilliant finishing, but you know, the job is to win the race you're in,
100%.
and that was the way to do it, to try to run the opponent into the ground and hang on. And he not only hung on, it was well back to 3rd.
Wager betting powered by AI, suggesting the Albany play 6 with 1/7, $2 exact to 6 with 1/7. Betting powered by AI, right in your NYRA Bets wager pad. Wagers, your database betting assistant, providing AI bets for all U.S. tracks, starting 15 minutes to post. Visit nyrabets.com/wager for more information. Another look at tuning into the outside both going with a 6-1 shot. How much is being asked of him tackling this field? Not that they've all run 25 times, but just his second career start tuning in against this field in the Albany.
I think it's a big ask, no question about it. But I think this is also a big debut here, and I like the pedigree. Upstart is a most underappreciated stallion that we have currently going right now. There's a lot of value in breeding to him, and he does get distance. So I think this mile and eighth is well within this horse's capabilities. Look, it's chances versus odds on the board. You're getting 5-1 on this horse. I think it's worth a play.
It was a good race. Like you said, was able to finish. I like how his ears were kind of up, and Upstart trained by the late, great Rick Violet. Very good racehorse, and you're right, a very undervalued sire.
There's only so many questions a horse can ask in a debut in just one race. Here's the thing we learned based on that debut. If a horse race turns into a dog fight, if he gets shoved tuning in, he's going to shove right back. He showed you what he's made of.
Yeah, he did indeed, Lafitte. That's a very good point. And he also showed the legitimacy of that race with Bubster coming back and winning as easily as he did yesterday, the horse that was second in that paint.
More on tuning in. Right back to Megan.
And a horse that has shown that clear ability, Lafitte. I agree with Tom and Paul, but you have to really confront how this pace is going to materialize, as there are some other speeds that I do find could perhaps be his Achilles heel, as the number 7 tuning in. Very strong, but I will say doesn't have perhaps the development and maturation of others in this field. When looking at him, he's incredibly fit. He's moving very well on the racetrack. I will say he's gotten a little sharp, a little aggressive out there. I want to see him settle into himself and respond a bit better, but went out for a barn last time out that's not necessarily known for those first-time starters, and he ran very well. But now he confronts a much tougher field, knowing Bubster came back to win. The barn just 4%, 3 for 71 with those maiden last out winners second time around. As far as looking at the number 1, Tricky Business. This is a horse that is a son of Vacoma, and I've questioned the distance with him in some of his prior races because he kind of is a little pocket rocket, but very strong, and one that does break from the inside with one way to go, and that's forward with speed. Now, he's been one they've tried to kind of figure out the equipment a little bit with, is they put the blinkers on back on July the 11th. They took him off back on August the 8th, and I feel like that really freed him up a bit, because if this horse breaks, he will be sharp and on the lead, but he's shown in a couple of those efforts that sometimes he can have those gait issues in the past. So I question the 9 furlongs. He looks very fit, but if for some reason this pace is at his advantage and he can get forward and on the lead with underneath Flavian Pratt, he's incredibly strong in this race, up there at 9-1. Quickly wheeling back to the number 3, Minor Inconvenience, and kind of just listening to some of Tom's concerns about this horse with the distance. I love him getting more ground. I've really liked him getting the distance throughout his career, so I'm optimistic hopefully he can do so again today. Lafitte?
Differing opinions on whether or not he'll thrive at the 1 1/8 distance.
That's how we call it handicapping.
Why we love this game. Why we love this game. Yeah, the favorite, and Talk to Me Jimmy, only one in the field who has a win running a 1 1/8. So some questions regarding the rest of them. Pace. Who figures to provide the early heat?
Well, I think there's a lot of it. I think it starts on the rail with Tricky Business, but the 4, One Big Beautiful Bill, and our favorite, Talk to Me Jimmy, I think they all have pace. As far as tuning in goes, the horse that we were talking about earlier that Paul and I like, I'm not counting on him making the lead out of the gate. I don't think that's in his wheelhouse based on the other speed in there. I'm just counting on him being a good horse that can get the distance.
Manny Franco's having a great meet because he's been putting his horses, he's been aggressive. I don't think the 6 is going to be too far back.
Franco with Grade 1 Christophe Clement win. Serby last Saturday. Yesterday, the upset. My guns loaded in the Alabama. What a way to wrap it all up with a win in the Albany. And this final stakes race on Alabama week at Saratoga. Franco aboard Talk to Me Jimmy, favorite in the Alabama. Here's Frank Nurmati.
Tuning in will be the last one to load. Goes in. And they're off in the Albany, and Talk to Me Jimmy was standing still. Very rough start for him. Tricky Business is sprinting up. Tuning in comes away in second. Talk to Me Jimmy trying to rush into contention. Will go very wide too. Sunday Boy is racing in 4th. Then comes One Big Beautiful Bill in 5th. Has 5 lengths to make up the 2 trailers. Minor Inconvenience and Sociably Johnny. The opening quarter mile for Tricky Business, who leads by 3 lengths, was set in 23 and 3/5 seconds. Tuning in is racing in the second spot, and it's another length and a half back to Talk to Me Jimmy, who's now in third. Sunday Boy is fourth, has 5 to make up. One Big Beautiful Bill is next, followed by Minor Inconvenience, and Sociably Johnny is the trailer. The half in 47 and 4 for Tricky Business, 2-length lead. Tuning in second, coming to the half-mile pole. Then Talk to Me Jimmy in third. He's got 3 to make up, just in front of Sunday Boy down at the rail as they round the far turn. One Big Beautiful Bill shaken up from fifth, 7 lengths off the lead, 4 clear of Minor Inconvenience, and Sociably Johnny 1:11 and 3 for 3/4 of a mile. Tricky Business has been there throughout, tuning in all out, trying to get by. 3 lengths back to Talk to Me Jimmy in third, swinging to the far outside. Sunday Boy is down at the rail. They're coming to the 8th pole, and it's still Tricky Business who has widened. Tricky Business 3-length lead. Talk to Me Jimmy on the outside, tuning in between, and Sunday Boy 16th pole. Dominant win for Tricky Business, who schools them by 3 lengths. Talk to Me Jimmy second, noses up and down for third between Sunday Boy and tuning in. Another big day for Flavien Prat.
Another day at the office. Flavien Prat aboard Randy Hill's Tricky Business takes down the Albany.
Yeah, when you're just not going back, you're not going well like Edgar's eyes. When you break on top like that, you gotta press the pace. He ended up kind of stalking the one, looked through his arms like he had horse, nothing there.
Yeah, and for the one horse, Tricky Business, as it's played out for most of the afternoon since the rain, speed has been very good over this racetrack. Stay a little bit off the rail, go to the front, get the win picture.
Yeah, $20 winner, and you're right, just open length winner. And it doesn't really matter kind of how fast you're going, it's how they kind of finish, and everybody got the mile and 1/8. The 3 got there last.
Your thoughts on Talk to Me Jimmy's performance, the favorite, having to settle for a second place finish today?
He ran well. I mean, the track may have been against him a little bit. I'm not one of those guys. I don't, call the track this way or that way, but the track may have been playing against him a little bit. He ran well.
If the 6 just got off to a horrible, the horse ran great. Just a bad start, had a rush, because you're envisioning Manny Franco's not going to be that far back and wide with the 6, just a poor break, but Tricky Business. It seems like Flavien Prat's the one that says, I'm going to stick on the rail today.
At 9-1, trained by George Weaver, another productive meet at Saratoga for Weaver. What else is new for Pratt? It's a new record in wins in a single season at Saratoga.
45, yeah.
And it's a little quiet in that regard because it's not all of the one Grade 1 win this summer, as opposed to the 7 record-setting 7 Grade 1 wins he had a couple of years ago.
I mean, you take a look at this meet specifically and the records that we're seeing between Jose Ortiz, Flavien Prat, Manny Franco, and what they've accomplished, and you can begin to understand why it's so consolidated, the number of wins in the jockey colony.
For the jockeys.
Yeah. And then you go to the trainers, and where are we at right now? Is it 96?
It's somewhere in there.
Yeah, 96. Different trainers have won a race this meet.
Yet all these jockeys keep winning,
which
is crazy.
This is the most prestigious meet that we run in the country, and it's the trainers where it's consolidated at the top, whether it's, Pletcher, Brown, those guys, Linda Rice, and yet 96 different trainers. That's remarkable.
Which makes it better. And George Weaver, who saddled the winner of the very first race of the meet, opening day, it makes it better. Yes, that's Dodger fan talking about parity in sports. It's just that much better. That kind of meet, that competitive. And in this Albany, not that competitive in the end. At a price, 9-1, Tricky Business, Flavien Prat, Randy Hill's gelding. Just too fast to catch. Trainer George Weaver, Tricky Business in the Albany.
16-2, a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front, domestic product!
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
Sunday feature in the books. Welcome back. Saratoga Live on FS1. As always, brought to you in part by Hill & Dale Atalapa. Splashing through the slop. Impressive. Impressive at a price. Tricky business. Rain drizzling once again. And the Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate your star today. To Megan in the Winner Circle.
And with some similar connections I got the chance to chat with earlier in the week, but Tricky Business gets it done in the end with Randy Hill of R.A. Hill Stable, a homebred. How gratifying is it to see him be able to kind of get this distance for the very first time?
Well, we were trying to see if he could get the distance. George always thought that the horse had the confirmation to do it. We took a shot. You know, we just ran 7-8 days ago. Only Weaver and I do things like that.
You've got a lot of familiarity with the family. Does this one mean more?
No, everyone at Saratoga means something all the time. If you're a horse player and you win here, it's the hardest place in the world to win. So
special win.
Winning the stakes is always special.
Absolutely. But George, as Randy had alluded to, you believed this horse could get the distance. You debuted him at the mile. You had to be so encouraged by Flavian and how he played it.
We're very happy with the performance. You know, he ran beautiful first time out. I sent him to Monmouth for a stake, going 2 turns. He showed no speed, didn't get interested. We tried him here in the mile race, which is kind of a 1.5 turn, and he did the same thing. He kind of broke and didn't get involved in the race. That day, Flavian told me, run him 1 turn. I said, okay, I'll run him 1 turn. We ran him 7 furlongs. Flavian couldn't ride it, but Manny did, and he ran away from there and showed great speed and just got beat on the wire. And this race came back on relatively short rest, but I deep down, I was like, I know this horse can show that speed going 2 turns. So we put him in here, and we told Flavian, make him show that speed.
I told Flavian, if you got the lead in the first turn, I'll pay you your commission.
I think you just might, as Flavian Pratt with a masterful ride Lafitte. Tricky Business gets it done on the front end in this Albany.
Followed instruction to a T.
Flavian
Pratt.
everybody. Ray, handle everybody. You guys, I'm telling you right now, you guys are going to start apologizing to Flavian.
Record number of wins this summer at Saratoga. Randy Hill, Tricky Business. George Weaver, winning trainer. Trained to sire as well, Vekoma. This guy runs a little bit more fluid, doesn't quite wing like Vekoma used to. It paddle.
That's why they like the mud so much. Twirling Candy, Candy Ride, all those sons and daughters of Candy Ride, they like to paddle a little bit, but R.A. Hill Stables in the winner's circle, and this is going to spice up your pick 4s and pick 5s. That Grand Slam's actually really good. $20 on top for Tricky Business. If you're alive, I would think hopefully you're alive to the 14 and 16 in here. It's not bad so far.
Terrific racehorse, Vekoma. Terrific stallion. Sire Tricky Business, $20 in the end with 1 left. The 10th. All kinds of changes off the turf of the main track. Mile Wilson Chute, sloppy track. Hence the defections. 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 15 out. Those $55,000 maiden claimers. Melody Man at 5-2. Salvation at 5-2. Next Saturday, 157th DraftKings Travers. The canoe will look different next Sunday morning. Godolphin blue for the time being. Field has been assembled, drawn about an hour ago. A look ahead to the Travers. You'll see it live on Fox.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
The old stories of the Saratoga canoe are ones of myths, fables, and legends. As early as 1927, the canoe, just blue, was coupled with graceful white swans in the infield lake. Folks say these symbols of the spa meant that the racing season was near. Now it gets darker. One story actually hinted that the canoe was there just in case a horse player, intending to drown himself, changed his mind. Another myth was that the canoe provided unlucky bettors with transportation home to Manhattan via the Hudson River. Enough of the speculation. The story of the canoe in more recent times is easier to tell. In 1962, fans returned to the track to find that the blue paint had been covered over with the colors of Calumet Farm, whose horse, Beau Prince, had won the 1961 Travers. Since that year, the old canoe gets a new makeover after every running of the Travers Stakes, a 55-year-plus, more palatable standing tradition. That canoe has seen things we cannot discuss on this broadcast. It has seen a lot. It has been everywhere. Some of those stories is dark. The background of the canoe. There in case a handicapper decides not to drown himself after a bad day at the track?
You never know if you get
dark.
If you jump in that lake and you're reaching for the canoe, you got issues. Yeah.
What color will it be on Sunday? Godolphin blue for the time being. Field assembled, drawn earlier today, 10 deep. Such a good field. Mile and a quarter, $1.25 million purse. Golden Tempo, Derby Belmont winner, Tom, installed as a 5-2 morning line favorite.
And rightfully so. Golden Tempo is the king, and he's He maybe, he's got to show it again because he doesn't win his races by a lot, but you really have to go a step further. We're talking about the Kentucky Derby winner. We're talking about the Belmont winner under a pace scenario that did not favor his off-the-pace style, and yet he still came through and showed his grit. He is the one.
2 doors to his inside, Sea Strike. Normally the Curlin is run. We don't have this reaction. It feels like the winner of that race, there is a big gap between him and the horses that are running in the Travers that have been mixing it up in the Triple Crown races. This, Paul, was different.
Yeah, he kind of ended Chief Wallaby, didn't he? Chief Wallaby was chasing in vain. And, this horse's breeding is obscure, right? Midshipman, a great sprinter out of a line of David mares. So you don't really think this is a kind of pedigree, but $650,000 at the sale. So obviously he is a handsome devil. And this is what he's been doing in the morning, Tom. Chad even said he's probably one of the best workhorses he's ever had.
Hearing from Acacia earlier about how well he was training leading up to the Curlin, training that well or maybe better leading up to the Travers. Richie said this is as good as you'll see a horse breeze. Tom, what are you seeing?
I see the same thing. Look at the rider's hands here. They're very quiet, and you're watching Sea Strike get after it with a huge stride underneath him without the rider asking. I'm not a betting man, but if I was, this would be the kind of work as a trainer that I'd be going to the window.
I mean, he looks tremendous. And like, out of that win, he went from 6.5 furlongs on mile 8 to 81 Beyer to 102, and he might be feeling
great gallop out there too. Great gallop out.
He's very different than most Curlin winners. Sea Strike with Flavia Pratt aboard. Then Renegade with a new rider. Rod Ortiz sideline. Tyler Gaffleone takes over. Renegade, the big effort in the Derby just missed. Dull in the Belmont. Tom, and then this stirring performance from far, far back in the Jim Dandy.
This was his style of race, too. He, in the Derby, he was as far back as Golden Tempo was. Jose Ortiz on Golden Tempo said, I followed my brother on Renegade to know that I was, making the right move, because Renegade, of course, was one of the favorites for the Derby. Not anymore. Now Renegade's having to follow Golden Tempo, but this style coming from well off the pace and a brilliant finish suggests the 1.25 miles will be no problem.
And Tom, observing this breeze yesterday, Renegade on the outside, 1/2 mile, 48 and 4. Todd Pletcher indicating that while it took him a while to get back to where he needed to be, and maybe he didn't quite get there in between the Derby and Belmont, Pletcher indicating he is thriving since the Jim Dandy.
This is a totally different style work than the one we just watched before for 2 reasons. Number one, you're in company, so you're actually trying to enhance the horse's competitiveness. Renegade on the outside is in hand and comfortable doing it. Look, he's a well-traveled horse. He doesn't need a big-time work, whereas some of the others that are just coming to hand, they're going 1.25 miles. They could use some help getting there, and training comes very important.
Will that late move be as explosive at 1.25 miles? He ran a big race in the Derby, missing by a neck. A new jockey for the Travers with the Rod Ortiz sideline. It is Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, a capable rider, obviously, with Tyler aboard. But, yeah, he's going to have to figure out when you want to release that late punch of his. And, new rider, you just never know. We saw it yesterday with Counting Crows from Irad to his brother Jose. It just didn't work out, but this guy knows how to ride a racehorse.
Yeah, Counting Stars, we did indeed see that,
Do you worry more about, not asking you to compare one jockey to the next, but there's a matter of familiarity that Rod Ortiz had with Renegade that Tyler's this is the first time he will have ridden him in a race.
I think there's a certain professionalism. Paul, you told me when you played baseball, you could tell sometimes when a pitcher had a tell. You never shared that with anyone because teammates traded teams so much. Once that pitcher found that out, he wasn't going to have that tell anymore. It's a little different with jockeys. So you have a jockey out who loves that horse, Renegade, wants to see him do well. He knows he's going to get it back. So I'm sure he's sharing that information with Tyler.
When you're in the
I love
dugout,
that you listen to my stories.
I love your stories.
When you're in the dugout, you're not in the starting lineup. Big moment late in the game, they call your number, you better be ready. And 100%. Tyler, this is a big opportunity, big moment
and sometimes those are the biggest at-bats you have in the game, right? Because they're going to put you up right in the middle of the game where it's maybe a 3-2 game, 4-3 game. Where's Tyler going? Right in the middle of the DraftKings Travers.
Very different from last year. It was about one horse, right? A standout in Sovereignty. Not the case this year. Wide open, deep, the talent. Just about every 3-year-old you'd want to see in the Travers is there. Now we know what the field looks like. let the handicapping begin. A week from today, a week from yesterday, 157th running of the DraftKings Travers. We have one left. You'll see it over on FS2. Thanks for joining us on Saratoga Live here on FS1, where Tricky Business, just too fast to catch. Randy Hill's Tricky Business, trained by George Weaver. Flavien Prat, most wins ever in a single season at Saratoga. Will Jose Ortiz be smiling after the Travers? We'll see. Riding Golden Tempo, the morning line favorite. Tyler Gaffleone will be in the saddle. Renegade, big effort in the Jim Dandy. Napoleon Solo, the classic winners, they'll be there. 157th DraftKings Travers next Saturday on Fox.
For 100 years, we've built tools to work in nature with legendary performance and quality to master every challenge. Tools for people like you who work like a pro with heart and soul. Built for nature, trusted since 1926. Steel.
Won the Belmont Stakes.
Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Golden Tempo faces Kentucky Derby runner-up and Jim Dandy winner Renegade in the DraftKings Travers.
Renegade storming down the center of the racetrack.
Golden Tempo meets Renegade for the third time this year. The DraftKings Travers on Fox Saratoga Saturday, brought to you by Oceana Cruises. Join us 5 Eastern on Fox.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2026 season proudly features a low player friendly 15% takeout on all daily doubles and pick threes. Play our new $3 late pick three and $5 late double. First race 2 p.m. Fridays, 12:50 p.m. weekends. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Saratoga.
We're not done yet. One left on this Sunday program. Welcome back. Welcome. Saratoga Live on FS2 alongside Paul LaDuca, Tom Amos, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Horses in the paddock for the 10th and final. Looks a lot different than it did this morning with the rain and the races washed off the turf course on the main track now. So yeah, very different. $55,000 maiden claimer to close the show. That's part of the story, Tom. And then the fact that we had the Travers draw a little bit earlier. Now we know exactly what that field will look like, the DraftKings Travers in 6 days.
And what a field it is. I mean, you're talking about a race that has all the Triple Crown winners in it, Kentucky Derby winner, Preakness winner, Belmont winner, which belongs to Golden Tempo, as it does the Kentucky Derby, and every major prep around the country as well. There's not a single 3-year-old that can go a route of ground that is not involved in the DraftKings Travers.
I think the only one is Commandment, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you look back, I think you made a great point. If you're looking for one horse that kind of didn't make it to the DraftKings Travers, Commandment, you can't name another one. And like Tom said, there's a lot of W's next to a lot of these horses, and a lot of up-and-coming horses like Sea Strike, Baby Vino. How is Silent Tactic going to be? And those are not going to be your favorites, because I would think your Kentucky Derby favorite and Belmont winner, tepid favorite will be, I think Cherie DeVaux's horse will be, but Golden Tempo, 7-2 maybe, Tom?
Oh, no. No, I don't see that. I see Golden Tempo as a 5-2 shot in here.
Really?
Yeah.
And one of the best days of racing all year, anywhere. Wall-to-wall, Grade 1 races. I believe 6 Grade 1 races, racing at the very highest level. We'll have it for you. Fox Saratoga Saturday, final installment. You'll see the Travers and so much more next Saturday on Fox. You'll see this $55,000 maiden claimer on Fox Sports 2. Off the turf of the main track, a mile, Wilson Shoot. and Franklin Delano, who is 9-2. The get-out race for this Alabama week. Paul, who graduates? Who'd you come up with?
I just thought the 14 would be really tough in here. You don't see many horses with 94 buyers and still a maiden.
Post parade shortly, but this might take priority. Megan Burgess standing by with 3-time Travers winning trainer Todd Pletcher.
That's right, Lafitte. Todd Pletcher always takes priority as Renegade draws post 5 and next weekend's Grade 1 DraftKings Travers. Todd, it was announced this morning. Irad Ortiz not to return this meet with Tyler Gaffalione aboard. Disappointing to see him away, but a new game plan for him for Renegade. Have y'all had that discussion quite yet?
No, we really haven't talked about it much. I was talking to Irad this morning, felt bad for him. He was really upset that he didn't get the chance to come back in time to ride him, but I think Tyler will fit him well, and we're fortunate to have a very good replacement.
He had an incredible comeback performance in that Grade 2 Jim Dandy, a horse that's been through some challenging races. How have you seen him come out from that?
I think he's done really, really well. His appetite's been great since the Jim Dandy. His energy level's been good. He had 2 good solid works. To me, he seems like he's peaking.
That's incredibly scary. Very good to know. And he's a horse that, what have you found most poignant about his progression as a 3-year-old? Do you find his being able to not be pace compromised really benefiting him in these races?
I think so. I mean, he's a horse that wants to settle, make a late run. I think there should be an honest pace in there. Hopefully Tyler can just work out a good trip.
Thank you for the time. Best of luck in here, but next weekend as well.
Thank you.
Todd Pletcher, always a pleasure to catch up with this Hall of Famer.
Todd Pletcher seeking a 4th win in the Travers. Trainers, though, they'll look up to the sky at post time and pray. Let it be my day. And what do we tell you? Sometimes they'll see this in the Adirondacks. One side of the track, dry, sunny. On the other, you see that. Rain falling. Post parade, you're looking at Melody Man.
Probably the speed in here for Kent Sweezy. Had a couple W's so far.
At 9-1, instantly Edgar Zayas.
Another horse off the claim for Ilke Cantermachi. 4th place finish for maiden 20, now jumps up to maiden 55.
Aforementioned Franklin Delano for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, making a drop in here down to the lowest level and a first-time gelding.
8-9 are out. Alley-oop, number 10, Louis Size aboard.
Yeah, alley-oop getting the blinkers on for Tom Morley. Has not done much, and now we'll go to the dirt.
The favorite, Salvation.
Yeah, the horse to beat. And got a couple 94 bars. You heard Linda a little bit earlier, so they've had to stop a little bit on this horse, but maybe today will be the day.
There's alley-oop for trainer Tom Morley. Louis Sias, 4,000 wins, a milestone reached this weekend at Saratoga. Evenly alert with Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, look, the one start here, 2nd place finish, for a claim from Chad Brown. He'll do that every once in a while, try to get sneaky on you. He's going to raise him back up here, add blinkers on. Good effort that first time.
The runners in the nightcap, and an invite in case you haven't signed up. It's Travers Week upcoming, the best week every summer in Saratoga. Get involved, get signed up. NYRABets.com. Take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus. Use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. NYRABets.com.
Check out that rainbow. You can catch the edge of it. Yeah. Paul, is a pot of gold at the end of that.
I'll be driving right towards it after this shift.
The favorite to the why? So with all the changes, and now we're on the main track. The trainer, Linda Rice, entered main track only, always poised. Here she is with Salvation.
Yeah, so, and Paul said it just right. It's hard to believe this horse is still a maiden with the speed figures that have been thrown out there. One of the reasons why he's the 9-5 favorite. And we'll see what happens. And making the drop as well, Paul.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting whether this horse gets claimed or not today for $55,000.
Over to Megan Trackside.
We'll start there with the number 14, Salvation. Speaking to Linda Rice earlier in the day, a horse that's kind of had those stops and starts and had to come back now off of a considerable layoff here, and he certainly is the horse to beat off of his prior form, and one that in this race I find it's going to be contingent for horses to get forward, to be aggressively met on this racetrack and get that forward position. He's shown some speed. He's usually a horse that's been able to kind of make that run from that mid-range tactical position, but in order for him to come back, I think he's going to have to be sharper and probably a little starch out of him off of the bench. You know, Linda always has her horses looking tremendous, but I would like to see him get that fitness into him off of the bench. The number 16, Evenly Alert, gets the blinkers on for trainer Chad Brown, taking obvious money as he should. This horse is very logical in here, but has kind of that debut at a very logical spot. You don't see Chad Brown debuting horses for maiden 40 very often, and he was up against it a little bit that day. A slow pace, a more forward winner, chasing on a track that plays kindly to speed. So with those blinkers, as I mentioned, the pace, he needs to get out of there from the outside and be forward. And the blinkers has not been the best of angles from this barn. Chad Brown blinkers on the dirt past 5 years at Saratoga, 1 for 11. So always kind of take heed with that from here. Definitely not a barn you find negative stats on very often. I went to the number 7, Franklin Delano, as he does have that turf appearance in his form, as he did debut to no avail in a very strong maiden special race back on the dirt last summer, particularly because I find he gets an aggressive rider. He has shown speed in some of those turf races, albeit in some of those slower paces, and he gets the gelding for the first time. I really liked to see that with him, as I find he's been running in stops and starts in some of his races, and hopefully we'll have that maturation in here Lafitte, which again, pace could make this race.
That's the thing, Paul, and the adjustments made by the handicapper in terms of first looking at this race is if it was going to be run on grass. All right, back to the drawing board or on the main track. Then you come up with another horse that you think fits better. Then you watch the races and see how things are unfolding. And what we've seen thus far is that, yeah, forwardly placed horses, speed horses have been dominating.
Yeah, so that includes the 4 in here. With a couple dirt starts, not that good, but you're just looking at pure speed, and then the 7 here, because Ricardo Santana will have intent, first-time gelding. But I do think this is one of the races where 14 and 16 might not be in front, but they're going to be tough to beat in here.
Evenly alert, Tom, for you, the 16 at 5-2.
I like his first start. I thought it was very good. You know, we've gotten to a point in the card, we've run a number of races after the rain, that everyone, the worst kept secret on the racetrack is that speed is good today. Everyone knows. So oftentimes that gets translated into what happens into the beginning of the races as it goes on. Everybody wants to try to make the lead. Everybody's sending. The instructions in the paddock from the trainers are, hey, you know, let's try to be forward here. And then what do you know? Something comes from way back.
You know, the 10 alley-oop in here, the bottom side of that pedigree, old school, Markentry, but that used to be great for sloppy or muddy surfaces. We'll see if the alley-oop can outrun his odds. Got to thank Jackie Moon for the alley-oop.
Let's get tropical. If you know, you know. At the gate, moving into line, Mr. 4000, Louis Size. He won a Travers, Essential Quality in 21, trying for another next Saturday. Can't wait. We'll have the lead up right back at it on Wednesday. The summer culminating with Travers Saturday, all the Grade 1 events, and of course the 157th running of the DraftKings Travers. One final time this Alabama week. Rain picking up a little bit at post time. Frank Mirmati with the call, the 10th and final on FS2.
Last one to load is Evenly Alert. They're in the gate, and they're off. And Melody Man tries to sprint away right at once. Franklin Delano came away in the second spot, and it's a couple of lengths back to Salvation, who races a clear-cut third. They are followed by Instantly, and then it's Alley Oop in fifth, and another 3 to Evenly Alert. So they're strung out down the backstretch, and Melody Man went through a quarter in 23 2/5 seconds. It's Melody Man showing the way with Franklin Delano in second. Another 3 back to Salvation, who is third, now racing 5 or 6 lengths off the lead. Another half dozen or so back to Instantly, who is by himself. 5 more back to Alley Oop and Evenly Alert. Melody Man, 45-4. Franklin Delano pursuing him in second. It's another 4 back. Salvation gets a nudge. Going after the top pair now as Franklin Delano becomes the target. It's Franklin Delano taking control. Salvation is moving up on the outside of Melody Man, who's tired, in third. Then it's Instantly in fourth. They are at the top of the stretch. And Franklin Delano has a 5-length lead. Instantly continues to finish well. On the inside, Salvation is trying to get to this front-running Franklin Delano, who has wandered out and is far in front from dead last. Evenly Alert finished like a rocket ship but has to settle for second behind Franklin Delano. Ricardo Santana Jr. caps off a great day. Evenly Alert was second, Salvation third, then Instantly.
Just the way the afternoon started. Ricardo Santana won the opener, struck in between, and now the nightcap. Franklin Delano holds on in the 10th.
Check out those silks. Ricardo did it earlier this afternoon. He likes staying clean. He doesn't want to get in the shower after this. He wants to hang those silks back up. There's not a speck of dirt on them for Ricardo, and that's how he won this race. Big finish from Chad Brown's horse, the 16 horse, coming from way back.
I thought the 16 got eased.
You picked him up.
I thought he got eased, and then I told Tom, the 16's wrong. He said he'd have to be Silky Sullivan, and he almost was at 5-2, but no doubt, again, front end, the place to be.
7, 16, 14, 6, 10 up and 10 down. And this Alabama week that just goes to show you, this is why they run the races all week. The storyline was counting stars and just waiting until she would be in the winner's circle for the Alabama and essentially be crowned a 3-year-old filly champion with that win. That's why they run the races.
That's why they run the races. We got the Midsummer Derby coming up, the DraftKings Travers, and maybe we'll see an outcome that opens up that division as well.
Horses at Saratoga get better and better. That's the ultimate. I guess it's hardest handicapping tool here is to try to figure out who's live.
Best day of the summer. Next Saturday, you'll see it all on Fox. The DraftKings Travers Golden Temple will be there, just like Sovereignty, trying to win the Derby, Belmont, and the Travers. What about trainer Todd Pletcher? Each of his 3 Travers winners won the Jim Dandy first. Renegade won the Jim Dandy first. Napoleon Solo, a Preakness winner that's never met the Derby or the Belmont winner. They'll meet on Saturday to take down the hardware. Offered in the 157th running of the DraftKings Travers. Have a great night, everyone.
Mindframe, this height was real height running up the score here. Mindframe looking around for competition. Mindframe comes back a winner.
Here comes Mindframe and Niso's wild finish. Sierra Leone's hanging tough, but it's Mindframe's Buster.
It's the annual summer tradition that stands alone. Make plans for DraftKings Travers Day at Saratoga on Saturday, August 29th, featuring 5 Grade 1 events. Save $5 on admission when you buy in advance at NYRA.com/Travers.
This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Before the charge, there is the wait, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucero.
Every racehorse has a beginning. For Bond Racing Stable, it all begins right here. At Song Hill Thoroughbreds, generations of horsemanship come together to breed, foal, raise, break, and train the thoroughbred athlete. From first steps on the farm, to mornings on the racetrack, to the winner's circle, every horse is cared for like family. Want to be part of Bond Racing? This is where it all starts. Visit Bond Racing Stable today.